Hello guys, welcome to Harry Crossover Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was raised by Tony Stark and arrived at Hogwarts in a magic-infused Iron Man suit. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Stark Heir. The repulsor blast missed his head by 3 inches. Harry rolled left, came up firing, and watched his return shot splash harmlessly against the training drone's shield matrix. 2 more drones flanked him, their targeting lasers painting red dots across his chest plate. Jarvis, they're adapting faster than last week. Indeed, sir. Your father upgraded their predictive algorithms this morning. He mentioned something about preventing complacency. Of course he did. Harry launched himself skyward as all 3 drones fired simultaneously. The training room, 60 feet of reinforced concrete buried beneath Stark Tower, lit up with simulated weapons fire. His suit's heads-up display tracked each drone, calculated trajectories, and offered suggestions he ignored. He'd learned early that Jarvis's combat recommendations were conservative. Safe. Designed to minimize risk. Tony Stark hadn't raised him to play safe. Harry cut his thrusters at the apex of his climb, let gravity claim him for 1 breathless second, then fired everything he had. The arc reactor in his chest hummed as it channeled power to both gauntlets. But these weren't standard repulsors. The energy that erupted from his palms crackled with something extra, something that made the air taste like ozone and thunderstorms. Magic-infused plasma caught the first drone dead center. It didn't just deactivate, it shattered, pieces scattering across the training room floor. The second drone tried to evade. Harry was already tracking it, his wand core integrated into the right gauntlet singing with familiar warmth as he pushed more power through the system. The shot clipped its wing, sent it spiraling into the wall. The third drone got smart. It dove low, using the scattered debris as cover, circling toward his blind spot. Harry landed hard, cratering the concrete, and didn't bother turning around. Protego Ferrum. The shield that erupted from his left gauntlet wasn't the translucent shimmer of standard Stark tech. It was silver blue, etched with runes that blazed like captured starlight, and when the drone's attack struck it, the energy didn't just dissipate, it reflected. The drone had approximately half a second to process that it had shot itself before it joined its companions as expensive debris. Training simulation complete, Jarvis announced. Total time, 47 seconds. A new personal record, sir. Harry pulled off his helmet, breathing hard, sweat plastering dark hair to his forehead. 11 years old, small for his age but built like a coiled spring, with his mother's bright green eyes and his father's, his biological father's, perpetually messy hair. Tony Stark had tried everything to tame that hair. Nothing worked. Magic, apparently, had limits. Dad's going to complain about the drones again. I suspect he will also express pride in your improving combat efficiency, though likely through the medium of sarcasm and complaints about repair costs. Harry grinned. You know him well. I have had considerable practice, sir. The training room doors hissed open, and Tony Stark walked in carrying 2 coffee cups and wearing the expression of a man who'd been awake for at least 30 hours. His black Sabbath t-shirt had what appeared to be motor oil stains, his goatee needed trimming, and his eyes held the manic gleam that meant he'd either made a breakthrough or broken something expensive. Possibly both. 3 drones, Tony said, surveying the wreckage. 3 of my beautiful, handcrafted, extremely expensive training drones. They were trying to kill me. They were trying to tag you. There's a difference. Tony handed Harry one of the coffee cups. Also, you're 11. Why am I giving you coffee? Because you started giving me coffee when I was 8 and Pepper gave up trying to stop you. Right, right. Parenting. Tony sipped his own cup, stepping over a sparking drone fragment. Jarvis, damage assessment. Approximately $47,000 in destroyed equipment, sir. Additionally, young Mr. Stark appears to have cracked the concrete foundation in 3 places. The foundation's fine, Harry said. The foundation is structural, Tony countered. And when did you learn to crater landings? That wasn't in any of the flight protocols I programmed. I improvised. Tony stared at him for a long moment. Then his face split into a grin that Pepper always said meant trouble. That's my boy. They walked together toward the elevator, Harry's armor reconfiguring as they moved, plates folding, compacting, until the full Arcana Mark III had collapsed into what looked like a sleek silver watch on his wrist. The arc reactor remained visible, glowing soft blue through his shirt, a reminder that Harry Stark was never truly unarmed. Big day tomorrow, Tony said as the elevator climbed. I know. Hogwarts. School for magic. Which is still, by the way, completely insane. We live in a world with aliens and killer robots, and somehow magic is the thing that breaks my brain. You've had 7 years to adjust. And I've spent 7 years trying to figure out how it works. The answer, apparently, is shut up, Tony, it just does. The elevator opened onto the penthouse level, all glass and modern lines, New York City sprawling beneath them like a circuit board. The wizards aren't exactly forthcoming with technical documentation. Harry had heard this rant before. Many times. He didn't mind, it was how Tony processed, how he made sense of things that defied his engineering instincts. The suit's ready, Harry said. Jarvis ran final diagnostics this morning. I know. I helped design it. Tony dropped onto a couch, coffee cup balanced on his knee. The question is whether you're ready. I've been ready for months. Hogwarts isn't the training room, kid. I can't just pause the simulation if things go wrong. I can't fly in and extract you from a pop quiz. Tony's voice lost its playful edge. You'll be alone. Harry sat across from him, the morning light catching the faint scar on his forehead, the lightning bolt that had haunted his earliest memories, back when he was just Harry Potter, back before Tony Stark walked into his life and changed everything. I won't be alone, Harry said. I'll have the suit. I'll have Jarvis. And I'll have you, even if you're thousands of miles away. Tony was quiet for a moment. Then, you know why I'm scared? Because you can't control the variables. Because I love you, you pragmatic little gremlin. Tony set down his coffee, leaned forward. 7 years ago, I found a kid in a cupboard. Bruised. Starving. Locked away like something shameful. And that kid looked at me with those eyes, your mother's eyes, I know that now, and something in me just broke. In a good way. In the way that meant I couldn't leave you there, couldn't let anyone hurt you again, couldn't, he stopped. Tony Stark, the man who always had words, had run out of them. Harry crossed the distance between them and hugged his father. Tony's arms came up, strong and certain, and for a moment they were just a family, just a father and son on the edge of something new. I'll be careful, Harry promised. You'll be brilliant, Tony corrected. Careful is boring. Just, be brilliant and come home in one piece. The memory surfaced sometimes when Harry least expected it. A cupboard. Darkness. The smell of dust and cleaning products and the copper tang of his own blood. His aunt's voice through the door, shrill and hateful, freak. Ungrateful freak. You'll stay in there until you learn to be normal. He'd been 4 years old. He hadn't understood what he'd done wrong, just that the plates had floated, had danced in the air like they were happy, and then they'd crashed and shattered and Uncle Vernon's face had gone purple with rage. The beating came next. It wasn't the first. But it was the last. Because something happened that night, something Harry couldn't explain even now. His fear and pain had built to a breaking point, and then, light. Raw, golden, terrible light pouring out of him, blowing the cupboard door off its hinges, setting off car alarms for 3 blocks. Somewhere in orbit, a Stark Industries satellite detected the energy spike. Anomalous. Unclassified. Located at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Tony Stark was in London for a weapons conference. He was bored, slightly drunk, and had a bad habit of investigating things that weren't his business. He found Harry curled in the wreckage of the cupboard, burns on his arms from the energy he'd released, tears cutting tracks through the dust on his face. Tony had looked at the Dursleys, at Vernon's purple face, Petunia's thin-lipped horror, Dudley's piggy fear, and something cold and final had settled into his expression. "You're coming with me," he'd said to Harry. "You can't," Vernon had started. "I'm Tony Stark. I can do whatever I want." He'd picked Harry up like he weighed nothing, cradled him against his chest. "And right now, I want to take this child somewhere safe. If you try to stop me, I will burn your life to the ground. I will take your house, your job, your reputation, everything you've ever valued. And I will enjoy every second of it." The legal battle lasted 3 months. The Dursleys signed away all parental rights after the second week, when Tony's lawyers uncovered enough evidence of abuse to guarantee prison sentences. By the time Harry Potter officially became Harry James Stark, he'd already started calling Tony Dad. "Sir, you have a visitor." Jarvis's announcement pulled Harry from his thoughts. He was in his room, a space that Tony had designed with a child's needs and a genius's resources, all advanced tech and comfortable furniture and walls lined with books about everything from quantum physics to ancient mythology. "Who is it?" The individual identifies himself as Rubeus Hagrid. He claims to be the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A pause. He also appears to be approximately 8 feet tall and is carrying a pink umbrella. Harry's heart stuttered. He'd been waiting for this, the official contact from the wizarding world, the formal invitation that would transform tomorrow from an idea into reality. "Where is he?" Security detained him in the lobby after he attempted to bypass the main elevator using what I can only describe as a spoken command and a tap of his umbrella. The results were memorable. "The elevator is currently singing, sir." In Welsh. Harry was already moving, grabbing a jacket, calling the Arcana watch to ready status. "Don't hurt him. He's not a threat. I have advised security accordingly. Though Mr. Hagrid did threaten to turn one of our guards into a newt if he wasn't released immediately." Harry made it to the private elevator in record time. His father was already there, arms crossed, watching the security feeds with an expression caught between amusement and alarm. "That," Tony said, pointing at the screen, "is the largest human being I have ever seen. And I've met Thor." On the screen, Hagrid was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the lobby, surrounded by 6 security guards who clearly had no idea what to do with him. He was eating a sandwich that had apparently materialized from one of his many pockets and seemed completely unbothered by the guns trained on him. "He's from Hogwarts," Harry said. "The magic school." I gathered. The pink umbrella was a hint. Tony rubbed his forehead. "All right. Let's go meet your wizard." They took the express elevator down. When the doors opened, Hagrid's massive face split into a grin that nearly disappeared into his wild beard. "Harry. Harry Potter. Look at ya, spittin' image of your dad, you are. James Potter, I mean, though I suppose ye've got another dad now, don't ye?" He lumbered to his feet, and even standing across the lobby, he seemed to fill the space. "And you must be Tony Stark. Dumbledore told me all about ye." "Did he now?" Tony's voice was carefully neutral. "I'd love to know what the headmaster of a secret magic school has to say about me. Said ye're brilliant but difficult. Said ye saved Harry when no one else could." Hagrid extended a hand the size of a dinner plate. "That makes ye all right in my book." Tony shook the offered hand, hiding his wince well. Harry stepped forward, and Hagrid's eyes went immediately to the scar on his forehead, then to the glow of the arc reactor visible through Harry's shirt. "Blimey," Hagrid breathed. "So it's true, then. What they said about ya inventing magic technology. I didn't half believe it. It's not invented, Harry said. It's integrated. Magic and tech working together. Dumbledore's gonna want to talk to ya about that. So's half the Ministry, if I'm honest. Hagrid shifted, suddenly awkward. Which brings me to why I'm here. Got your letter, haven't I? Officially welcoming ya to Hogwarts and all that. He produced an envelope from one of his pockets, thick parchment, sealed with red wax bearing a lion, eagle, badger, and serpent arranged around a large letter H. Harry took it carefully. He'd known this was coming, had prepared for it, but holding the actual letter in his hands made it real in a way nothing else had. There's a list of supplies, Hagrid continued. Books, robes, a wand, though Dumbledore mentioned you might already have something for that. I have a wand core integrated into my suit, Harry said. But I'll need a backup. Redundant systems. Hagrid blinked. Right. Well. There's also the matter of gettin' to Diagon Alley. That's where ya buy all your school things. Normally I'd take you myself, but, he glanced at Tony. I'm thinkin', ya might have your own way of gettin' around. I can have a car ready in 10 minutes, Tony said. Or a helicopter. Or a private jet, depending on how far this Diagon Alley is. It's in London, but ya can't exactly drive there. It's hidden, see? From Muggles, that's non-magic folk. Ya have to know the way. Then you'll show us. Tony's tone made it clear this wasn't a request. Harry's not going anywhere in your world without me until I understand the security situation. Hagrid looked like he wanted to argue, then looked at Tony's expression and apparently thought better of it. Right, then. I suppose it couldn't hurt to have ya along. Might actually be useful, the goblins respect money, and you've got more of that than anyone. Goblins, Tony said flatly. Run the bank. Gringotts. Nasty little blighters, but clever with gold. Tony turned to Harry. Goblins run the banks. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they? Dad. No, this is fine. I'm fine. I've accepted that the next 7 years of my life are going to be weird. Tony clapped his hands together. Jarvis, cancel my meetings. We're going shopping with a giant and some goblins. Very good, sir. Shall I alert Miss Potts? God no. She'll want to come, and then she'll try to organize everything, and then the goblins will probably declare war or something. Tony was already moving toward the exit. Come on, Hagrid. Let's see this hidden shopping district. The leaky cauldron was not what Tony had expected. Harry could tell by the way his father's expression flickered, the slight tightening around his eyes, the way his hand drifted toward the concealed panic button on his watch. To Tony Stark, who lived in towers of glass and steel, who measured the world in clean lines and elegant engineering, this cramped, smoky pub looked like a health code violation waiting to happen. But Harry felt something different when he stepped inside. Something in his blood responded to the ambient magic, the same way his arc reactor had hummed when they'd passed through the barrier between worlds. This place was old. Old and strange and wonderful. Bless my soul, whispered the bartender, a bald man who'd been polishing glasses with a rag that looked older than Tony's building. Harry Potter. The pub went silent. Every eye turned toward them, toward Harry, and he felt the weight of attention like a physical force. It's Stark now, Harry said clearly. Harry Stark. The silence stretched. Then the whispers began, and they weren't the odd murmurs Harry had half expected. These were confused, some suspicious, a few openly hostile. Stark. The Muggle. Raised by a Muggle. The boy who lived. Look at him, what's that glowing thing on his chest? Hagrid stepped forward, his bulk clearing a path. That's enough of that. Harry's here to get his school things, same as any other student. Anyone got a problem with how he was raised can take it up with Dumbledore. The name seemed to carry weight. The whispers died down, though the stares didn't stop. Tony leaned close to Harry. Boy who lived. I'll explain later. You'd better. They moved through the pub, Hagrid leading them toward a small courtyard out back. The walls were bare brick, unremarkable, until Hagrid pulled out his pink umbrella and tapped a specific sequence of stones. The wall opened. Bricks rearranged themselves, spiraling outward to reveal an archway, and beyond it, "Welcome," Hagrid said proudly, "to Diagon Alley." Harry had seen New York from the air, had watched the sun set over the Pacific from his father's Malibu mansion, had stood in museums surrounded by the greatest achievements of human civilization. None of it had prepared him for this. The alley was chaos and wonder compressed into a single winding street. Shops stacked on shops, signs advertising everything from cauldrons to owls to books that screamed when you opened them. Wizards and witches in robes of every color pushed past, some pausing to stare at Harry's distinctly Muggle clothes, jeans, a Stark Industries t-shirt, the silver watch on his wrist that was so much more than it appeared. "Jarvis," Harry murmured, "are you getting this?" "Affirmative, sir. I am recording through your watch's microcameras and analyzing the magical signatures throughout the environment. Preliminary readings suggest this location contains approximately 347 distinct sources of magical energy, ranging from minor enchanted objects to what appears to be a dragon." "A dragon?" "In the bank, sir. Approximately 200 meters northeast." Tony was looking around with the expression of a man trying to solve an equation that refused to balance. The architecture alone, some of these buildings shouldn't be standing. The load-bearing walls are in impossible configurations. Magic, Dad. That's not an explanation, that's a cop-out. But Tony was smiling despite himself. "All right. I'm impressed. Don't tell anyone I said that." Hagrid guided them through the crowd, pointing out shops as they went. "There's Flourish and Blots, that's where you get your books. Madame Malkin's for robes. Quality Quidditch supplies, that's the wizard sport. Harry, your dad was brilliant at it." "My dad?" Harry stopped. James Potter played Quidditch. Best chaser Gryffindor had seen in decades. "Your mum used to pretend she wasn't impressed, but everyone knew better." Hagrid's face softened. "They were good people, Harry. The best. Yeah, should know that." Harry nodded slowly. Tony's hand found his shoulder, squeezed once. "First things first," Hagrid said, steering them toward a towering white building that dominated the end of the alley. "Gringotts. You'll need money for your supplies, and there's also the matter of your vault." "My vault?" The Potters were an old family. Old and wealthy. Everything they had went to UN. Hagrid cleared his throat. "Well. It's all been waitin' for ya." The goblins were exactly as unpleasant as Hagrid had warned, but they responded to Tony with something approaching respect. Money talked, apparently, even across the divide between worlds. Harry's vault, his parents' vault, contained enough gold to make Tony whistle appreciatively, and that was saying something. "Galleons, sickles, and nuts," Harry murmured, examining a gold coin. "Different denominations. Jarvis, can you calculate the exchange rate?" "Based on the Goblin Exchange Office we passed, 1 galleon appears to be worth approximately £5 British. Your inheritance totals roughly 31,000 galleons, placing its value at approximately £155,000 sterling. Tony raised an eyebrow. "Not bad. Though I'm concerned about their investment options. Do goblins understand compound interest?" The goblin guiding them shot Tony a look that could have curdled milk. "Goblins invented compound interest, Mr. Stark. We were manipulating markets while your ancestors were still living in caves." "Fair enough. I like this guy." They worked through the list methodically. Robes from Madame Malkin's. Harry endured the fitting while Tony interrogated the seamstress about the self-adjusting charms until she threatened to pin him into a dress. Books from Flourish and Blots, which Tony immediately began flipping through with the intensity of a man who'd found a new puzzle to solve. This makes no sense, he muttered, squinting at Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. The principles described here violate at least 3 laws of thermodynamics. Magic doesn't follow Muggle physics, said a voice behind them. Harry turned. The man who'd spoken was tall, pale, with hair so blonde it was almost white. He carried a silver-headed cane and wore robes that probably cost more than most people's houses. Behind him lurked a boy about Harry's age, with the same colorless hair and a pointed face set in an expression of aristocratic disdain. Lucius Malfoy, the man said, not offering his hand. And my son, Draco. You must be the Stark boy. The way he said, Stark, made it sound like a disease. Harry Stark, Harry confirmed. Pleased to meet you. I'm sure you are. Malfoy's grey eyes swept over Harry, lingering on the arc reactor's glow, the Muggle clothes, the silver watch. The wizarding world has been curious about you. The boy who lived, raised by Muggles. With Muggle technology. His lip curled. Some view it as a contamination. Dad. Draco tugged at his father's sleeve, but his eyes were fixed on Harry with something more complicated than disdain. Curiosity, maybe. Interest. Contamination. Tony stepped forward, his tone dangerously mild. Interesting word choice. I assume you're some kind of wizard politician. I sit on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, among other positions. I have influence. So do I. Tony smiled, and it wasn't friendly. Different kind, maybe. But I've found that influence is mostly about leverage, and leverage is mostly about information. For instance, he tilted his head. I know your family made its fortune in the Muggle real estate market 3 centuries ago before retreating behind magical borders. I know you've been systematically bribing ministry officials for the past 2 decades. And I know your father was a suspected Death Eater who avoided prosecution by claiming to be mind-controlled. The silence that followed was absolute. Malfoy's face had gone rigid, his knuckles white on his cane. How? I've had 7 years to research the world my son was born into, Mr. Malfoy. Did you think I'd send him blind? Tony's smile widened. Now, we can have a pleasant conversation about the weather, or you can keep implying that my son is somehow tainted by my involvement in his life. Your choice. But I should warn you, I get creative when I'm annoyed. Malfoy stared at him for a long moment. Then, with visible effort, he smoothed his expression back to neutral. I see the Muggle's reputation for directness is well earned. Always happy to exceed expectations. Come, Draco. Malfoy turned to leave, but paused at the door. Enjoy Hogwarts, Mr. Stark. I suspect you'll find it educational. In ways you don't expect. He swept out, his son hurrying after him. Draco glanced back once, and this time Harry was certain, there was curiosity there, beneath the practiced sneer. Well, Tony said into the silence. He seems delightful. He's dangerous, Hagrid rumbled. Death Eater through and through, whatever he claimed after the war. Yeah, watch yourself around the Malfoys, Harry. I intend to. Harry filed the encounter away for later analysis. Enemies. He'd known he'd have them. But it was different, facing one directly. Different and useful. Information was leverage. Tony had taught him that. And Harry had already begun to learn. Ollivander's shop was narrow and dusty, crammed with boxes stacked floor to ceiling in a way that made Tony visibly twitchy. The magic here felt different from elsewhere in the alley, older, stranger, humming at a frequency that made Harry's arc reactor pulse in response. Ah, said a soft voice from the shadows. Harry Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. The old man who emerged seemed constructed entirely of age and knowing eyes. He moved slowly, carefully, as if the air itself might break if handled roughly. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every one. Your mother, willow and unicorn hair. 10¼ inches. Good for charm work. His pale eyes drifted to Harry's forehead, to the scar. Your father, mahogany and dragon heartstring. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. I go by Stark now, Harry said. Names change. Magic doesn't. Ollivander circled him, studying. You've already bonded with a wand core. I can feel it. Phoenix feather, integrated into something technological. His eyes narrowed. Fascinating. Unprecedented. The core responds to you, but it's not complete. It needs a focus. A channel. That's why I'm here. I need a backup wand. Something that works independently of the suit. Ollivander was already moving, pulling boxes from shelves with the certainty of a man who knew exactly where everything was despite the apparent chaos. Let's see, try this one. Oak and phoenix feather, 12 inches, surprisingly rigid. Harry took it. Nothing happened. No, obviously not. Ollivander snatched it back. Perhaps, yes, try this. The second wand, ebony and unicorn hair, shot sparks the moment Harry touched it, but they were wrong somehow. Discordant. Curious, Ollivander murmured. Very curious. The phoenix feather in your suit, it wants a mate, I think. But not just any phoenix feather. He disappeared into the back of the shop for a long moment. When he returned, he was carrying a single dusty box with an expression that was equal parts excitement and unease. I wonder, he said softly, if perhaps. The wand was beautiful. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple, Harry heard Ollivander describe it, but the words barely registered because the moment his fingers touched the wood, everything changed. Warmth flooded through him. The shop seemed to glow golden for an instant, and Harry's arc reactor flared so brightly that Tony stepped back in alarm. The wand sang in his hand, sang to the core in his suit, and for one perfect moment, everything in Harry's world aligned. Oh, bravo, Ollivander whispered. Yes, very good. But very curious indeed. What's curious? Tony demanded. The phoenix whose feather lives in that wand gave another feather. Just one other. Ollivander's eyes were fixed on Harry's scar. It's curious that you should be destined for this wand, Mr. Potter, when its brother, its twin, gave you that scar. The warmth in Harry's chest went cold. You're saying, Tony spoke slowly, that my son is carrying a wand connected to the wand that killed his parents? I'm saying that the connection exists. What it means? Ollivander shrugged. The wand chooses the wizard. We may never understand why. But I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter Stark. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes. But great. Harry paid for the wand in silence. The holly and phoenix feather felt right in his hand, felt perfect, but Ollivander's words echoed in his mind as they left the shop. Connected. To Voldemort. To the monster who'd murdered his parents. He was almost out the door when something made him look back. The shop's foundation, ancient stone worn smooth by centuries of feet, was carved with runes. Old runes, older than anything else in the alley. And as Harry watched, those runes pulsed. Just once. Just faintly. A golden glow that was there and gone so fast he might have imagined it. But Ollivander had seen it too. The old wandmaker's face went pale, and for the first time, he looked afraid. Interesting, he said softly. Then, louder, good luck at Hogwarts, Mr. Stark. I suspect you'll need it. They returned to Stark Tower as the sun was setting over Manhattan. Harry was quiet through dinner, picking at the pasta that the kitchen staff had prepared, his new wand never far from his hand. Talk to me, Tony said finally. You've been chewing on something since Ollivander's. I can hear the gears turning. The wand connection. To Voldemort. Yeah, that was a fun revelation. Right up there with, by the way, your son is famous for surviving a murder attempt. Tony pushed his plate away. You want to tell me about that, too? The boy who lived thing. Harry had known this conversation was coming. He just hoped to delay it. When I was 1 year old, Voldemort came to kill me. He'd already killed my parents. But when he tried to use the killing curse on me, something went wrong. The curse rebounded. He was destroyed, or at least his body was. And I was left with this. He touched his scar. Tony was silent for a long moment. And you didn't tell me this because... Because I didn't want you to worry. Because I didn't want to be that kid, the famous orphan with the tragic backstory. I wanted to be your son. I wanted to be Harry Stark. You are Harry Stark. Tony's voice was fierce. You're my son. Nothing changes that. Not magic, not prophecies, not some dead dark wizard with a dramatic name. He reached across the table, gripped Harry's shoulder. But you don't get to hide things from me to protect my feelings. That's not how this works. We're a team. We have been since the day I carried you out of that cupboard. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be honest. Tony sat back. Now, this wand connection. What do you think it means? I don't know. But Ollivander was afraid. Not of me, of something else. Something he saw when those runes lit up. Jarvis caught that too. He's running analysis, but the symbols don't match any known language or writing system. They predate everything in our databases. Old magic, Harry murmured. Older than Hogwarts, maybe. Maybe. Tony drummed his fingers on the table. I don't like mysteries I can't solve. And I really don't like my son walking into one. I have to go, Dad. Whatever's happening, whatever this connection means, I won't figure it out hiding here. I need to be at Hogwarts. I need to learn. I know. Tony sighed. Doesn't mean I have to like it. They were interrupted by a sharp tapping at the window. An owl, a large, official-looking owl, was perched on the ledge, an envelope clutched in its talons. Delivery system is certainly distinctive, Tony remarked as he opened the window. The owl swooped in, dropped the letter on the table, and took off without waiting for a response. Harry picked up the envelope. The seal was different from Hogwarts, this one bore the emblem of the Ministry of Magic. Mr. H. Potter Stark, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Magic that you intend to bring Muggle technology to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We must inform you that the use of Muggle devices on school grounds is strictly prohibited under Section 37, Paragraph 4 of the Educational Decree of 1692. You are hereby instructed to leave all such devices at home. Failure to comply will result in confiscation and possible disciplinary action. Regards, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office. Tony read over his shoulder. Section 37, Paragraph 4. Written in 1692. Over 300 years ago. Before electricity existed, Harry said. Before technology as we know it. So technically, this decree couldn't possibly apply to anything I've built. Tony's smile was sharp. I love loopholes. They'll still try to confiscate my suit. They'll try. Tony took the letter, folded it carefully, and set it aside. Jarvis, I need a full analysis of magical communication methods. Specifically, how their OWL system works and whether it can be augmented. Are you planning to hack the magical postal service, sir? I'm planning to send a message. The ministry wants to play bureaucracy. Fine. But they should know what they're dealing with. Harry watched his father work, fingers flying over holographic interfaces, Jarvis offering data in a steady stream. Within an hour, Tony had isolated the magical signature that allowed the owl to find its target, reverse-engineered the basic principles, and attached a very small, very sophisticated device to the return owl's leg. "What does it do?" Harry asked. "Nothing harmful. It just records every communication that passes through the Ministry's owl network for the next week will be logged and analyzed. I want to know who they're talking to, what they're planning, and how they intend to make my son's life difficult. That's probably illegal." "Kid, I've been probably illegal since 1985. Tony grinned. "Besides, they started it. I'm just finishing it." The owl was released with the Ministry's letter and Tony's response, a politely worded explanation that the Arcana suit wasn't actually a Muggle device, but rather an integrated magical artifact that happened to use technological components, and that any attempt to confiscate it would be met with legal action. It wasn't a lie, technically. The suit was infused with magic, powered partly by magical energy, etched with runes that Tony had spent years learning to inscribe. But Harry suspected the Ministry wouldn't see it that way. "They're going to hate me," he said. "Probably. The question is whether you let that stop you." Tony powered down his interfaces, turned to face Harry directly. "The world is full of people who'll try to put you in a box. Tell you what you can and can't do. Define you by their rules, their expectations, their fears. You can spend your whole life trying to fit their boxes, or you can build something better. Something like the suit. Something like yourself." Tony put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You're not just a wizard, kid. You're not just a Stark. You're Harry, the boy who survived impossible odds, who taught himself to fly before he could tie his shoes, who integrated 2 different systems of power when everyone said it couldn't be done. Don't let anyone tell you there's only one way to be what you are." Harry nodded slowly. The Ministry's letter, the encounter with Malfoy, Ollivander's strange fear, they were all pieces of a puzzle he didn't yet understand. But he would understand it. He would learn. And he would do it his way. Morning came too quickly. Harry stood in the tower's departure lounge, his trunk packed with books and robes and enough technology to make any pure-blood wizard faint. The Arcana Mark III was deployed, humming softly around him, a second skin of enchanted metal that made him feel invincible. Tony was there, of course. And Pepper, who'd arrived sometime in the night to say goodbye. Even Happy stood nearby, looking uncomfortable in the way he always did when feelings were involved. "Remember," Tony said, adjusting Harry's collar despite the fact that the suit didn't have a collar, "you check in every day. Jarvis can route communications through the suit's quantum entanglement array, the magical interference shouldn't affect it." "I know, Dad. And if anyone gives you trouble, anyone, you call me. I can have the Iron Legion there in 4 minutes." "I know. And, Tony." Pepper's voice was gentle. "Let him breathe." Tony exhaled. For a moment, he looked old in a way Harry rarely saw, the weight of worry settling over his features like a physical thing. "I'm proud of you," he said finally. "Whatever happens. I'm proud of the person you've become." Harry hugged him. The suit's chest plate pressed against Tony's, metal on fabric, and neither of them cared. "I love you, Dad." "Love you too, kid." Tony stepped back, blinked rapidly. "Now get out of here before I change my mind and build a magic-proof bunker." Harry laughed, though it came out slightly wet. He turned to Pepper, who hugged him fiercely and whispered encouragement in his ear. Happy gave him an awkward pat on the shoulder and told him to show those magic kids what a Stark can do. Then it was time. The suit's flight systems engaged, lifting Harry off the floor. The tower's windows were already open, cleared for his departure. Below, New York City sprawled in morning light, millions of people going about their lives, unaware of the hidden world that existed alongside their own. "Jarvis," Harry said, "set course for King's Cross Station, London. Platform 9 3/4. Course plotted, sir. Estimated arrival time, 47 minutes. Shall I play your flying playlist?" Harry grinned. "Hit it." AC/DC's, thunderstruck, exploded through his helmet speakers as he shot into the sky. Behind him, Tony watched until his son became a glinting speck against the clouds, then disappeared entirely. "He's going to be fine," Pepper said. "I know." Tony didn't look away from the sky. But knowing and believing are different things. In the distance, thunder rolled despite the clear weather. Something was beginning. King's Cross Station was chaos, muggles rushing for trains, announcements echoing off Victorian architecture, the peculiar energy of hundreds of lives intersecting briefly before spinning apart again. Harry landed in an alley nearby, the suit collapsing back into watch form with a thought. He emerged in his Hogwarts robes, trunk floating behind him on the wheels Tony had enchanted, looking almost like any other nervous first year. Except for the arc reactor's glow through his shirt. Except for the way he moved, confident and controlled. Except for the silver watch on his wrist that was more dangerous than anything the wizarding world had ever seen. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly where Hagrid had said it would be, a solid brick barrier between platforms 9 and 10 that wasn't quite as solid as it appeared. Harry watched a family of redheads disappear through it, laughing and joking, and felt a strange pang of something he couldn't name. Then he took a breath, aimed himself at the barrier, and walked through. The Hogwarts Express was magnificent. Scarlet and gold, steam billowing from its engine, packed with students in robes of every color. Harry made his way down the platform, ignoring the stairs, looking for an empty compartment. He found one near the back of the train. Settled in. Let himself breathe. Jarvis, status report. All systems nominal, sir. I'm detecting significant magical interference with standard communications, but the quantum link to Stark Tower remains stable. Your father is currently pacing in his workshop and has consumed 4 cups of coffee in the past hour. Tell him I'm fine. Already done, sir. He responded with an emoji I believe represents a thumbs up, followed by one that may represent tears. I am uncertain of the intended emotional content. Harry smiled. The train lurched, began to move, and through the window he watched platform 9 3/4 slide away. Behind him, in a Manhattan tower, his father watched a blinking dot on a holographic map begin to move northeast toward Scotland. Ahead, in a castle full of magic and mystery and enemies he hadn't yet met, something ancient stirred in its sleep. And Harry James Stark, boy who lived, son of Tony Stark, wielder of magic and technology in equal measure, began the journey that would change everything. The compartment door slid open. A girl with bushy brown hair and an anxious expression poked her head in. Sorry to bother you, but have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Harry looked at her, at the book clutched under her arm, Hogwarts, a history, at the eager intelligence in her eyes, at the way she was clearly trying to hide nervousness behind helpfulness. I can help find it, he said. My suit has tracking sensors that should be able to locate any life form on this train. The girl's eyes went wide. Your suit. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you. Well, not about your suit, because the books don't mention that, but I've read about the boy who lived and the war and everything. She seemed to realize she was rambling and stopped abruptly. I'm Hermione. Hermione Granger. Harry smiled. Harry Stark, he said, extending his hand. Pleased to meet you. Her handshake was firm, decisive. Something in Harry recognized something in her, a fellow mind that never stopped working, never stopped asking questions. Did you say your suit can track life forms? She asked. How does that work? Magic can't interface with technology, everyone knows that. Everyone's wrong, Harry said. Would you like me to show you? Hermione Granger's face lit up like someone had handed her the key to every library in the world. Yes, she breathed. Absolutely yes. Harry tapped his watch, and the Arcana Mark III began to deploy. In the distance, Hogwarts waited. Chapter 1 END Chapter 2, First Impressions. The Arcana Mark III unfolded like a mechanical flower. Hermione Granger stepped back involuntarily as silver plates extended from Harry's watch, crawling up his arm, across his chest, down his legs. The arc reactor's glow intensified, runes etched into the metal blazing blue-white, and within seconds Harry stood fully armored in the train compartment. That's not possible," Hermione whispered. "Technology doesn't work around magic. It says so in Hogwarts, a history. The ambient magical field at the school disrupts electrical systems entirely." "Jarvis," Harry said, "run a bioscan for amphibian life forms. Toad specifically." "Scanning now, sir." "I'm detecting one specimen matching toad physiology approximately 4 compartments forward, currently hiding beneath a seat." Harry's helmet retracted, revealing his grin. "The books are wrong. Or more accurately, they're outdated. Technology used to fail around magic because nobody had figured out how to integrate the two systems. My father and I spent 7 years solving that problem." Hermione's expression cycled through disbelief, fascination, and something that looked almost hungry. 7 years? You've been working on magical technological integration since you were 4. I was more of an assistant at first. Fetching tools, that kind of thing. Harry moved toward the door, armor flowing around him like liquid silver. "Want to help me find this toad?" They found Neville Longbottom's toad exactly where Jarvis had indicated, a fat, warty creature named Trevor who seemed determined to escape his owner at every opportunity. Neville himself was a round-faced boy who looked perpetually startled, as if the world kept surprising him in unpleasant ways. "Thank you," he said, clutching Trevor with both hands. "I've been looking everywhere. Gran's going to kill me if I lose him again." "Happy to help." Harry's suit retracted as they walked back toward his compartment, collapsing into the innocent-looking watch. "I'm Harry. This is Hermione. I know who you are." Neville's eyes flickered to Harry's forehead, then away. "Everyone knows. You're Harry Potter. Stark. Harry Stark." Neville blinked. "But, the books all say Potter." "The books are wrong about a lot of things," Hermione interjected. She'd been watching Harry with the intensity of someone mentally cataloging everything for later analysis. "Harry, you said you solved the integration problem. But how? Magic and technology operate on fundamentally different principles. Magic is will and intent channeled through a focus. Technology is mechanical cause and effect. They shouldn't be compatible. They're not. Not directly." Harry led them into his compartment, settling back into his seat. Hermione and Neville followed, Trevor croaking morosely. "The trick isn't making them work together, it's making them work in parallel. The suit doesn't run on magic. It runs alongside magic, with interfaces that let me channel one through the other." "The runes," Hermione said immediately. "I saw runes on your armor. Those are magical interfaces." "Exactly. Each rune is inscribed with a specific function: power regulation, shield harmonics, targeting assistance. The arc reactor provides the energy, but the runes translate it into something magic can interact with." "That's brilliant." Hermione was actually bouncing slightly in her seat. "That's absolutely brilliant. Who taught you runework?" "It's not offered until 3rd year at Hogwarts, and even then it's considered extremely difficult. My father hired tutors. And Jarvis helped with the theoretical calculations." "Jarvis?" "My AI. Artificial intelligence. He runs the suit's systems and handles analysis that would take me too long to process manually." "You have an artificial intelligence," Hermione said flatly. "In your watch. Among other places. Jarvis, say hello." "Good afternoon, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom." Jarvis's voice emerged from the watch, crisp and British. "I hope you're finding the journey pleasant." Neville made a sound like a stepped-on mouse. Trevor took the opportunity to make another escape attempt, and the next few minutes were lost to toad wrangling. When order was restored, Hermione had her wand out and was examining Harry's watch with the kind of focus usually reserved for defusing bombs. "May I?" she asked. "I just want to see, careful. There are defensive measures." "Defensive measures on a watch?" "Defensive measures on everything I own. My father's somewhat paranoid. Given that someone murdered your parents, I'd say paranoia is justified." Hermione's hand froze. "I'm sorry. That was insensitive." It was accurate. Harry found himself appreciating her directness. Most people danced around the subject of his parents, treating his tragedy like something fragile. Hermione treated it like data, relevant, acknowledged, and moved past. "You've done your research." "I always do my research. When I got my Hogwarts letter, I read everything I could find about the wizarding world. Your story is in several books: The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century, Modern Magical History. Though none of them mention Tony Stark or technology or anything like what you just showed me." She frowned. "The wizarding world's information systems are terribly outdated. Do they not have any equivalent to newspapers or databases?" "They have newspapers. I'm told they're used mainly for propaganda and character assassination." "Lovely." The compartment door slid open again, and this time the face that appeared wasn't friendly. Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor, flanked by two boys who looked like they'd been carved from the same block of hostile meat. His pointed features were arranged in an expression of aristocratic disgust. "So it's true," Malfoy said. "Harry Potter, sitting with mudbloods and squib spawn. I heard you were in this compartment, but I didn't believe it." Harry stood slowly. The watch on his wrist pulsed once, ready. "Mudblood?" Hermione's voice was confused. "What does that? It's a slur," Harry said, not looking away from Malfoy. "For witches and wizards with non-magical parents. Polite society doesn't use it." "Polite society?" Malfoy laughed. "You've been raised by muggles, Potter. You don't know anything about polite society. About tradition. About what it means to be a real wizard. I know your father tried to intimidate mine yesterday and failed spectacularly. I know your family's fortune came from Muggle land deals. And I know that if you call anyone in this compartment a mudblood again, you and I are going to have a problem." Something flickered in Malfoy's eyes, surprise, maybe, or reassessment. He'd clearly expected a different reaction. Fear, perhaps. Deference. "You think your Muggle toys protect you?" He stepped forward into the compartment. "Magic made you famous, Potter. That scar on your forehead came from a curse, not a machine. You can play at being a Stark all you want, but you're ours. The wizarding world's. And we have rules about blood traders who forget their place." "Draco." One of the Meat Mountains spoke, low and warning. "Maybe we should, shut up, Goyle." Malfoy's wand was in his hand now, and Harry noted the way he held it, confident, practiced. This wasn't a first year who'd never cast a spell. "My father told me to send a message. Consider this the message: you don't belong at Hogwarts. You never will. And if you're smart, you'll take your Muggle technology and go back to America where you belong." Harry moved. He didn't activate the suit. Didn't reach for his wand. He simply stepped forward, faster than Malfoy could track, and caught the blonde boy's wrist in a grip that made him gasp. "Let me tell you something about messages," Harry said quietly. "My father taught me that words are just noise until you back them up. Your father is a politician, he trades in implications and threats because that's all he has. But I grew up learning to fight. To build. To solve problems with my hands and my mind instead of my name." He squeezed, just slightly. Malfoy's face went pale. "You want to threaten me? Fine. You want to insult my friends? We can discuss that too. But understand this, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of your father. And I'm definitely not afraid of two walking walls who probably can't spell their own names. Goyle made an angry sound. Crabbe cracked his knuckles. Harry let go of Malfoy's wrist and stepped back. Jarvis, are you recording this? Naturally, sir. Video and audio, stored in multiple secure locations. Good. So if anything happens to me or my friends, now or later, there's a record of who made threats. Harry smiled, and it wasn't nice. My father's lawyers are very good, Malfoy. And they love working on international magical law cases. Something about the billable hours. Malfoy rubbed his wrist, gray eyes burning. But he was backing up now, retreating toward the corridor with his bookends in tow. This isn't over, Potter. It's Stark. And I know it isn't. Harry didn't move until they were gone, the compartment door sliding shut behind them. Then he exhaled and turned back to find Hermione and Neville staring at him. That was. Hermione searched for words. You didn't use magic at all. Didn't need to. He wasn't going to actually curse me, too many witnesses, too much risk. He wanted to intimidate, not fight. Harry sat back down, his heart rate slowly returning to normal. My father taught me to read people. Malfoy's all performance right now. He might be dangerous later, but today he was just posturing. You grabbed him, Neville said wonderingly. You actually grabbed Draco Malfoy. My gran says his father could ruin anyone's career with a word to the right people. My father could buy his father's entire estate and turn it into a parking lot. Leverage works both ways. Hermione was still watching him with that analytical intensity. You were ready for this. For enemies. For political games. I've been ready for 7 years. Harry looked out the window at the countryside rushing past, green hills and ancient trees and a world that didn't know how much was about to change. I didn't know the specifics, but I knew it would be like this. A famous orphan with the wrong upbringing, trying to fit into a society that doesn't want him. Of course there would be enemies. There are also friends, Hermione said firmly. You helped me find Trevor. You stood up to Malfoy. As far as I'm concerned, that makes you all right. Neville nodded vigorously, clutching Trevor like a lifeline. Same here. I mean, my family's pure blood, but not like the Malfoys. We're not, he fumbled for words. You seem nice. And your technology is really impressive. Harry felt something warm settle in his chest that had nothing to do with the arc reactor. Friends. He'd had colleagues before, engineers who worked with his father, tutors who taught him magic, Jarvis who was something more than a tool but different from human companionship. But friends his own age? That was new. Thanks, he said. Both of you. The train rolled on through the gathering dusk. Somewhere ahead, Hogwarts waited. The castle emerged from darkness like a dream. Harry had seen photographs, read descriptions, watched archival footage that Stark Industries had somehow acquired from magical sources. None of it had prepared him for the reality of Hogwarts, towers and spires rising against the night sky, windows glowing with warmth, the ancient structure perched above a vast black lake like something from another age. Oh, Hermione breathed. Oh, it's beautiful. They were in boats, crossing the lake according to tradition. Hagrid had met them at the station, his massive form unmistakable even in the darkness, and now he led the fleet of enchanted vessels toward the castle's base. Harry's suit sensors were going haywire. Jarvis, what am I looking at? Significant magical interference, sir. The castle's ward structure is extensive. I'm detecting at least 47 distinct protective enchantments, multiple concealment charms, and something else I cannot identify. The readings are unlike anything in my database. Something old. Something very old, sir. Predating any recorded magical architecture by a considerable margin. Harry filed that away. The strange occurrence at Ollivanders, the runes that had pulsed when he entered, had been bothering him. Now, approaching Hogwarts, he felt a similar sensation. Like something vast and ancient was aware of his presence. Like something was watching. The boats reached the shore, and they climbed a rocky path toward the castle's entrance. Harry's arc reactor pulsed steadily, its light visible through his robes, and he noticed the other students giving him a wide berth. Whispers followed him like shadows. "Is that really Potter? Why's his chest glowing? I heard he was raised by muggles. Mad muggles who put machines in him. He looks weird." "Wrong." Hermione moved closer, her jaw set. Neville flanked his other side, still clutching Trevor. Something about their silent solidarity made Harry stand straighter. Professor McGonagall met them at the entrance, a severe woman in green robes whose eyes swept over the first years with the precision of a targeting system. She paused, almost imperceptibly, when her gaze reached Harry. "Potter," she said, and then corrected herself, "Stark. Dumbledore warned me to expect unusual circumstances." "Professor." Harry inclined his head politely. "I hope my presence won't cause too much disruption." "I hope so as well." Her lips thinned. "The headmaster wishes to speak with you after the sorting. In the meantime, I trust you'll conduct yourself appropriately." "Always." She led them into the castle proper, and Harry's suit nearly activated on its own. The magical energy here was overwhelming, it saturated the stone, the air, the very light that flickered from torches that had burned for centuries. His runes were struggling to process the input, cycling through calibration routines faster than they were designed to handle. "Jarvis, filter the non-essential data. Focus on threats and structural analysis." "Understood, sir. Though I should note that approximately 37% of what I'm detecting could qualify as threatening, depending on interpretation." "Welcome to Magic School." They entered the Great Hall, and even Harry couldn't help staring. For long tables stretched toward a raised platform where the teachers sat. Candles floated impossibly above, their flames dancing in unfelt wind. And the ceiling was the night sky itself, stars wheeling overhead as if the roof had simply ceased to exist. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione murmured. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." "The enchantment is remarkably sophisticated," Harry agreed. "Jarvis is trying to analyze the spell structure. It's giving him fits." Hundreds of students sat at the 4 tables, and every single one of them was watching the first years file in. Watching Harry. The whispers resumed, louder now, echoing off ancient stone. "There's Potter, chest is glowing, did you see, raised by muggles, absolute scandal, the boy who lived, imagine." Professor McGonagall produced a stool and a hat. The hat was ancient, patched, and somehow alive, its brim twisted into something like a face, and when McGonagall set it down, it began to sing. Harry listened to the song with half his attention, the other half cataloguing the room. Threat assessment, moderate. The teachers at the high table included Dumbledore, present, watching Harry with unreadable blue eyes, Hagrid, present, beaming, a hook-nosed man in black who radiated hostility, and several others he couldn't yet identify. "When I call your name," McGonagall announced, "you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." Names were called. Students were sorted. Harry watched each one, noting the table they joined, the reactions of their new housemates. Slytherin seemed to attract the hostile stares. Gryffindor erupted in cheers for every new member. Ravenclaw was politely enthusiastic. Hufflepuff was genuinely warm. Granger, Hermione. Hermione squared her shoulders and marched to the stool like she was going into battle. The hat dropped over her eyes, and stayed there for almost a minute, an unusually long time based on Harry's observations. When it finally shouted, "Gryffindor," she practically sprinted to the red and gold table, her face flushed with relief. More names. Neville nearly fell off the stool but made it into Gryffindor as well. The Malfoy boy, Slytherin. Before the hat even touched his head, smirked in Harry's direction as he joined his table. "Stark, Harry." The great hall went silent. Completely, utterly silent, in a way that felt almost aggressive. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps. He was aware of every eye on him, aware of the weight of expectation and suspicion and fear. The boy who lived. The muggle-raised anomaly. The glowing-chested freak. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat. And suddenly he wasn't in the great hall anymore. Well, well, well. The voice was in his head, ancient and amused. Harry Potter. Or is it Stark? I see you've had an interesting journey. Can you read my mind? Harry kept his mental voice calm, controlled. Jarvis had drilled him on cognitive security, though they'd never tested it against actual telepathy. After a fashion. I see what you've made of yourself, what you've been made into. The technology is novel, I've never encountered anything quite like it. Your mind is unusually structured for a child your age. Disciplined. Compartmentalized. I've had good teachers. Indeed. The hat, or whatever it was, seemed to shift through his memories, his hopes, his fears. Remarkable courage, you faced loss before you could understand it and came out fighting. Considerable intelligence, though you're more practical than theoretical. Loyal to those who earn it, ruthless to those who threaten what you love. Ambitious in the extreme, but not for power itself, for capability. For the ability to protect. Where do I belong? Ah, that's the question. The voice turned contemplative. Slytherin would make you dangerous. You'd thrive there, eventually, but you'd have to fight for every inch. Ravenclaw would hone your intellect, though I think you'd find the pure academics unsatisfying. Hufflepuff, no. You're not built for that kind of community. Gryffindor. The obvious choice. Brave, decisive, willing to charge into danger for others. Your parents were both Gryffindors, you know. Lily was brilliant, and James was loyal to a fault. You have pieces of both. Then, wait. The voice sharpened, became suddenly wary. There's something else. Something beneath your conscious mind. Something, watching. Harry felt it then, a pressure at the edge of his awareness, like something vast pressing against a window. The arc reactor flared, bright enough that gasps echoed through the hall even though he couldn't see it. What is that? He demanded. I don't know. For the first time, the Sorting Hat sounded uncertain. It's old. Older than me. Older than this castle. And it's interested in you. In what you represent. That's not comforting. It's not meant to be. The hat seemed to gather itself. Listen to me, Harry Stark. You've walked into something larger than you understand. The magic in your chest, the technology that carries it, you're a bridge between worlds that were never meant to meet. There are forces that will see that as a threat. Forces that will see it as an opportunity. And at least one force that sees it as personal. What do I do? What you've always done. Fight. Learn. Adapt. The hat's presence brightened with something like approval. You'll need courage for what's coming. The courage of lions. Better be, Gryffindor. The word exploded through the great hall, and suddenly Harry was back, blinking against the candlelight, the hat being lifted from his head. The Gryffindor table was erupting in cheers, actual cheers, not the polite applause that had greeted most sortings. Fred and George Weasley, twins Harry recognized from the platform, were chanting, "We got Potter," loud enough to rattle the windows. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table in a daze. Hermione grabbed his arm as he sat, her eyes searching his face. "You were under for nearly 3 minutes," she hissed. "What happened? What did it say?" Later. Harry's mind was still racing, trying to process the hat's warning. Something watching him. Something old. Something that found his existence personal. The sorting continued. Ron Weasley, the youngest of the red-headed family, joined Gryffindor to raucous applause. He dropped into the seat across from Harry, face flushed with relief. "Thought I might be Hufflepuff for a second there," he said. "All my brothers are Gryffindors. Would have been a nightmare." "Nothing wrong with Hufflepuff," Harry said absently. Ron stared at him. "You're Harry Potter. I mean, Stark." "Sorry, I heard you prefer Stark." "I do. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." He stuck out his hand, and Harry shook it. "Is your chest really glowing, or is that a trick of the light?" "It's really glowing. Arc reactor technology. I don't know what that means, but it's wicked." Dumbledore stood to give a brief, slightly mad speech about forbidden forests and third-floor corridors and prohibited magic objects. Harry noted the specific warning about the corridor, filed it away as a mystery requiring investigation. Then food appeared on the previously empty plates, and Ron Weasley stopped talking in favor of eating everything within reach. Harry ate mechanically, his attention divided between the food and his surroundings. Jarvis was running continuous analysis, feeding him data through the near-silent earpiece hidden beneath his hair. The castle's wards were fluctuating, nothing dangerous, but unusual. Like the building itself was adjusting to something new. Something watching. He looked up at the high table and found Dumbledore's eyes on him. The headmaster raised his glass in a tiny salute, then looked away. Harry didn't trust him. Couldn't trust him. The man had left him with the Dursleys, had apparently planned to leave him there until Tony intervened. Whatever Dumbledore's intentions, they weren't necessarily aligned with Harry's well-being. Another pair of eyes caught his attention. The hook-nosed professor in black was staring at Harry with an intensity that bordered on hatred, or something more complicated. Pain, maybe. Loss. When their eyes met, the man looked away sharply, but not before Harry caught a flash of something almost like grief. "That's Professor Snape," Ron said, following Harry's gaze. "Teaches potions. Everyone says he's awful, really nasty to anyone who isn't Slytherin. He wanted the defense against the dark arts job, but Dumbledore gave it to Quirrell instead." Ron nodded toward a nervous-looking man in a purple turban. "Quirrell's supposed to be rubbish, though. Scared of his own shadow." "What's with the turban?" "Dunno. Met a vampire in Albania or something. He's been weird ever since." Harry studied Quirrell more closely. The man was talking to a witch in heavy spectacles, but something about his posture seemed off. Too controlled for someone who was supposedly terrified of everything. Too watchful. "Jarvis," Harry murmured, flagged Professor Quirrell for observation. "Noted, sir. Shall I begin compiling background information?" "Yes." Quietly. The feast ended. Prefects began leading first-years toward their dormitories, and Harry joined the stream of Gryffindors heading for the infamous moving staircases. The castle's interior was even more chaotic than the exterior, corridors that led nowhere, paintings that talked and moved, suits of armor that seemed to track him with invisible eyes. "Passwords change weekly," the prefect announced when they reached a portrait of a large woman in pink. "Current password is Caput Draconis. Don't forget it, or you'll be sleeping in the corridor." The common room was everything Harry had imagined, warm, cluttered, full of comfortable furniture and the kind of lived-in chaos that spoke of generations of students. A fire crackled in the massive hearth. Older students were scattered around, playing chess or reading or simply talking. Harry's arc reactor drew immediate attention. "Blimey, it is real, some kind of muggle thing, heard it's powered by lightning, Potter." "The Harry Potter?" "Stark," Harry corrected, loudly enough for the room to hear. "Harry Stark. And yes, the arc reactor is real. No, it's not powered by lightning. Yes, I'll answer questions eventually. But right now, I'd really like to find my dormitory and get some sleep." There was a moment of surprised silence. Then someone laughed, one of the Weasley twins, ginger hair unmistakable. Fair enough, Potter Stark. Dormitories are up those stairs, first-year boys on the left. Your trunk should already be there. Harry nodded his thanks and headed up, Hermione peeling off toward the girls' dormitory with a murmured, "See you tomorrow." Ron followed Harry, still looking at the arc reactor like he couldn't decide whether it was brilliant or insane. The dormitory was circular, with 5 beds arranged around a central space. Harry's trunk sat at the foot of one, his initials, HJS, gleaming on the brass fittings. 2 other boys were already there, Neville, organizing Trevor's terrarium with anxious precision, and a sandy-haired boy introduced as Seamus Finnegan. "Dean Thomas is coming," Seamus said. "Just stopped to talk to someone about football. Muggle sport," he added for Ron's benefit. His dad's a Muggle. The beds were comfortable, the hangings thick enough for privacy, and Harry spent several minutes setting up perimeter sensors and activating the suit's security protocols. By the time Dean Thomas arrived, a tall, dark-skinned boy with a friendly smile and a West Ham poster tucked under his arm, Harry was ready to sleep. Or he would have been, if Jarvis hadn't interrupted. "Sir, I'm detecting anomalous activity in your immediate vicinity. Someone has accessed your trunk without authorization." Harry went very still. "What was taken?" "Nothing, sir. But the magical signature suggests someone was attempting to examine the trunk's contents. The security enchantments held, but they were tested quite thoroughly." "When?" "Approximately 2 hours ago. During the feast." Harry looked around the dormitory. The other boys were settling into their beds, unaware of the conversation happening in his ear. Neville was already snoring softly. Ron was muttering about food in his sleep. Someone had tried to break into his belongings on his first night. Someone had wanted to know what he'd brought with him. Something watching. Harry lay back against his pillow, but he didn't sleep for a long time. Outside the window, the grounds of Hogwarts stretched silver and silent under the moon. And somewhere beneath the castle, in depths no living student had visited in centuries, something ancient stirred. Breakfast in the Great Hall was an exercise in controlled chaos. Harry arrived early, suit systems running at full capacity, every sense alert for threats. The attempt on his trunk had sharpened his focus, someone at Hogwarts already viewed him as a problem to be solved, and he intended to identify them before they could escalate. Hermione found him within minutes, her book bag stuffed with what appeared to be every textbook they'd been assigned. "I couldn't sleep," she admitted, dropping into the seat beside him. "Too excited. I read 3 chapters of a history of magic and started on magical theory. Did you know that the theoretical framework for most modern spellcasting was developed by a wizard named Adalbert Waffling in the late 19th century? His contributions to understanding magical energy flow were foundational. Someone tried to break into my trunk last night." Hermione stopped mid-sentence. "What?" "During the feast. Security held, but they tested it thoroughly. Knew what they were doing." "Who would?" She paused, thinking. "Malfoy? He made those threats on the train." "Possible. But he didn't have time, he was at the feast with everyone else, and the common rooms are password protected." Harry poured himself tea, mind working. It would have to be someone with access to the Gryffindor dormitories before the students arrived. A teacher, or a staff member. Or someone with house elf assistance. They can go anywhere in the castle. Harry filed that information away. "You know about house elves?" "I read about them. Magical servants bound to wizarding families and institutions. It's..." She hesitated. "It seems exploitative. The books don't discuss their rights or working conditions at all. We'll add that to the list of things wrong with the wizarding world." Harry glanced around the hall. Teachers were beginning to arrive at the high table. Snape settled into his chair with a billow of black robes, his expression suggesting he'd rather be anywhere else. Quirrell entered through a side door, moving with that strange, controlled nervousness Harry had noted before. Jarvis, anything on Quirrell? Limited information available, sir. Professor Quirinus Quirrell, Defense against the Dark Arts Instructor. Previous post was Muggle Studies. Traveled extensively in Albania 2 years ago and reportedly encountered vampires. His current medical records are sealed, but I've detected unusual magical fluctuations in his vicinity. Unusual how? Difficult to articulate, sir. His magical signature appears, layered. As if there are two distinct sources of power operating in close proximity. Harry watched Quirrell take his seat. The man glanced toward the Gryffindor table, and for just a moment, his eyes met Harry's. The nervousness vanished entirely, replaced by something cold and calculating. Then the moment passed, and Quirrell was twitchy and afraid again. He's hiding something, Harry murmured. Who? Hermione asked. Quirrell. Something's wrong with him. I need to get closer, run some scans, Harry. Hermione's voice was worried. We just got here. Maybe we should. I don't know, focus on classes for a bit. Not every mystery needs to be solved immediately. She was right. Harry knew she was right. But the Sorting Hat's warning echoed in his mind, something watching, something old, and Quirrell's brief moment of unmasked attention felt connected somehow. You're right, he said, not meaning it. Classes first. Their schedules arrived with the morning post, delivered by owls that swooped through the hall with casual precision. Harry's first class was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, followed by Charms with the tiny Professor Flitwick. Potions with Snape came later in the week, and Harry was already dreading it. We should head to Transfiguration early, Hermione said, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. I want to get good seats, and I have questions about the syllabus, and, Hermione. Ron appeared behind them, yawning, his robes on backwards. It's 8 in the morning. Why are you so awake? Because there's magic to learn and mysteries to solve, and this is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me. Hermione's eyes were bright. Why aren't you excited? I'll be excited after breakfast. And after I figure out why my robes won't sit right. Harry reached over and pointed at Ron's collar. You've got them on backwards. Ron looked down, went red, and departed for the nearest bathroom with a muffled curse. Transfiguration was everything Harry had hoped for and nothing he'd expected. Professor McGonagall was demanding, precise, and utterly unimpressed by Harry's reputation. She spent the first 20 minutes lecturing on theory, the fundamental principles of transformation, the importance of visualization and willpower, the dangers of attempting transfiguration without proper training. Then she turned her desk into a pig and back again. Now, she said, as the class stared, let's see what you can do with a match. The exercise was simple in theory, turn a match into a needle. In practice, Harry found himself struggling in ways he'd never struggled before. His wand felt awkward in his hand. The magic responded to his will, but slowly, reluctantly, like it was being filtered through interference. He could feel the power in his arc reactor wanting to help, wanting to channel through the suit systems the way it always did. But this wasn't suit magic. This was raw, traditional casting, and Harry's body had learned to do things differently. By the end of the class, Hermione had produced a perfect needle and was working on making it pointier. Harry's match was vaguely silver-colored and had one sharp end. Ron's hadn't changed at all, which made Harry feel marginally better. That was frustrating, Harry admitted as they left the classroom. You did fine, Hermione said. Better than most of the class. I should have done better than fine. I've been trained for this. You've been trained to channel magic through technology. This is different, it requires a different kind of focus. Hermione's analytical mind was clearly working. Your body has built habits around the arc reactor. Breaking those habits will take time. She was right. Again. Harry found himself appreciating her insight, even when it was uncomfortable. Charms was easier. Professor Flitwick, who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, was delighted by Harry's presence and spent several minutes asking questions about the suit's enchantment structure before remembering he had a class to teach. The levitation charm, their first practical exercise, came naturally to Harry. He'd been levitating objects for years, even if he usually did it through the suit's systems. "Excellent, Mr. Stark." Flitwick squeaked as Harry's feather rose smoothly into the air. "Full marks. Though I notice your wand technique is a bit unorthodox, are you channeling through the gauntlet runes simultaneously?" "Force of habit, Professor. I'll work on isolating the wand." "See that you do. Both skills are valuable, but you'll need to master each independently before you can truly integrate them." The day continued. History of magic was spectacularly boring, taught by a ghost who seemed unaware the class existed, but Harry used the time to have Jarvis research the castle's history, looking for any references to the ancient presence the Sorting Hat had mentioned. The results were frustratingly vague. References to deep magic and foundations older than the founders appeared in several texts, but no one seemed to know exactly what that meant. Herbology introduced them to Professor Sprout and a greenhouse full of plants that were far more aggressive than any vegetation had a right to be. Harry's suit sensors nearly overloaded from the concentration of magical life signs, and he spent most of the class on edge, waiting for something carnivorous to make a move. It was almost a relief when the day ended and he could retreat to the common room to process everything he'd learned. Hermione found him by the fire, Jarvis's interface projected from his watch, holographic data scrolling too fast for human eyes to read. "You're researching," she said, settling into the chair beside him. "Always. What have you found?" Harry hesitated. Hermione wasn't just a casual friend, he'd known her for less than a day, but she'd already proven herself intelligent, loyal, and discreet. If he was going to have allies at Hogwarts, she seemed like a good place to start. "The Sorting Hat warned me about something. Something old beneath the castle. Something that's interested in me." Hermione's eyes widened. "Interested? What does that mean?" "I don't know. But I've been finding references to deep magic and ancient foundations in the historical records. Something was here before the founders built Hogwarts. And whatever it is, my arc reactor got its attention." "Your arc reactor?" Hermione leaned forward. "Harry, what exactly is your arc reactor?" "You've explained what it does, but not what it is. How does it channel magical energy?" Harry considered the question. It wasn't secret, Tony had published papers on the technology, at least the non-magical versions, but explaining it felt strangely intimate. The arc reactor is a miniaturized power source. In its original form, it generates clean energy from a palladium core through a process my father invented. But the version in my chest is different. It uses crystallized phoenix tears as a conduit. Phoenix tears. Hermione's breath caught. Those are one of the most powerful magical substances in existence. They have healing properties that border on miraculous. They also have incredible energy channeling capacity. My father discovered that when you crystallize the tears under specific conditions, they become nearly perfect magical conductors. The arc reactor uses that to draw ambient magical energy from the environment and channel it through the suit's systems. So you're essentially a magical battery. You absorb energy from the world around you and redirect it. In simplified terms, yes. Hermione was silent for a long moment, her mind clearly working through implications. That's why the old magic is interested in you. You're not just a wizard using technology, you're a living interface between magical and non-magical energy systems. You're proof that the two can coexist. And apparently, something down there doesn't like that. Or likes it too much. Hermione shuddered. Harry, this is serious. If there's really some ancient entity paying attention to you, then I need to understand what it is and what it wants. Knowledge is the first line of defense. Knowledge is also dangerous when you're dealing with things beyond human comprehension. She fixed him with a stern look. Promise me you won't do anything stupid. No exploring forbidden corridors alone, no confronting mysterious ancient powers without backup. Harry smiled despite himself. Hermione, I've known you for a day. You're already lecturing me like we've been friends for years. Someone has to. You've got that look, the one that says you're about to do something heroic and reckless. I'm not planning anything heroic. Yet. He couldn't argue with that. The week passed in a blur of classes, research, and growing unease. Harry mastered the basics of traditional spellcasting faster than he'd expected, though the disconnect between his body's trained instincts and the new techniques remained frustrating. McGonagall was cautiously impressed, Flitwick was enthusiastic, Sprout was warmly encouraging. Snape was a problem. Their first potions class came on Friday afternoon, and Harry walked into the dungeon knowing it would be difficult. Snape's hostility at the welcome feast had been unmistakable, and nothing in the intervening days had suggested improvement. He wasn't wrong. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly as he took roll. "Harry Stark. Our new celebrity." The Slytherins snickered. Malfoy, seated at the front, wore a smirk that suggested he was expecting entertainment. "Potter," Snape continued, "tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry blinked. The question was far beyond first-year curriculum. He knew that from his pre-Hogwarts reading, but fortunately, his reading had been extensive. "The Draught of Living Death, Professor. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's expression flickered. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that cures most poisons." "And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, Professor. Also known as aconite." Silence. The Slytherins had stopped snickering. Malfoy's smirk had faded into something closer to confusion. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, something unreadable in his dark eyes. "It seems," he said finally, "that fame isn't everything." 5 points to Gryffindor. Harry caught the collective shock that rippled through the room. Apparently, Snape giving points to Gryffindor was unprecedented. But the professor's hostility hadn't disappeared, it had merely shifted. Throughout the class, Snape watched Harry with an intensity that felt personal in a way Harry didn't understand. Whenever Harry's technique faltered, and it did, because potion-making required patience his training had never emphasized, Snape was there with cutting remarks and sneered criticism. "Your arrogance is showing, Stark. Just because you've memorized a textbook doesn't mean you understand the art. Your forgetfulness potion is the color of diseased pond water. If I wanted to look at something that hideous, I'd examine your father's attempts at engineering. Clearly, being raised by muggles has taught you that sloppy work is acceptable. It is not. Not in my classroom." By the end of class, Harry's potion was passable but not good, and his opinion of Snape had solidified into something cold and patient. The man had knowledge worth learning, but his teaching methods were deliberately cruel. "He hated your father," Ron said afterward, as they climbed out of the dungeons. "My brother Bill told me." James Potter and Snape were rivals at school, really nasty rivalry, apparently. Snape's never gotten over it. So he's taking out a decades-old grudge on the son of his dead enemy. Harry's voice was flat. "Professional. Welcome to Hogwarts. The teachers here are all brilliant and half of them are mental." Harry couldn't argue with that assessment. That night, someone sabotaged his suit. Harry discovered it during his nightly maintenance routine, a habit Tony had drilled into him from the first day he'd worn the Arcana prototype. The suit's systems were designed for self-diagnostic, but certain types of damage could only be detected through hands-on examination. 3 runes on the chest plate had been scratched, carefully, precisely, in a way that suggested knowledge of their function. The scratches weren't deep enough to disable the systems entirely, but they would cause power fluctuations during high-stress operations. In combat, that could mean the difference between life and death. The power cells had been partially drained as well. Not enough to be immediately noticeable, but enough to limit the suit's endurance by approximately 30%. Jarvis, Security Log Review. Who accessed my trunk today? According to the logs, only you accessed the trunk, sir. However, I'm detecting residual magical signatures that suggest someone bypassed the physical locks using a spell that wouldn't trigger my sensors. Can you identify the spell? It appears to be a variant of Alohomra, modified to leave no trace. The level of sophistication suggests either a teacher or an exceptionally skilled older student. Harry sat on his bed, staring at the damaged runes. The scratches were surgical, targeting exactly the right components to cause maximum disruption with minimum visible damage. Whoever had done this knew exactly what they were doing. This wasn't random vandalism. This was an attack. Any candidates? Based on the magical signature analysis, I can narrow the field somewhat. The residual traces match neither Professor Snape nor Professor Quirrell, which were my primary suspects given their observed interest in you. The signature is unusual. It carries markers I associate with older magic. Very old. The Sorting Hat's warning surfaced in Harry's memory. Something old. Something watching. Was the ancient presence beneath the castle acting directly? Or was someone else, someone connected to it, responsible? Either way, Harry needed to repair the damage and improve his security. He spent the next 2 hours with precision tools and spare rune-etching materials, carefully restoring each damaged component. When he finished, the suit was back to full functionality, but the violation remained. Someone at Hogwarts wanted him weakened. And they were willing to break the law. Tampering with another student's property was explicitly forbidden by school rules, to accomplish it. Harry added security enchantments to his trunk, layered new protective spells over his belongings, and went to sleep with his wand under his pillow and his suit ready for instant deployment. In the morning, he would begin investigating in earnest. The third-floor corridor was forbidden for a reason. Harry had noticed the announcement at the welcome feast, Dumbledore's odd warning that students should avoid a specific corridor, if they did not wish to die a most painful death. Most students had taken this at face value, treating it as dramatic headmaster theater. Harry recognized it for what it was, a challenge. Or possibly a trap. He didn't go to the third floor immediately. That would be foolish, the kind of reckless action that got people killed in every horror story ever told. Instead, he spent the following week gathering intelligence. Jarvis mapped the castle's layout using subtle sensor pulses, building a three-dimensional model of every corridor, classroom, and hidden passage. The third-floor corridor showed up as an anomalous void, heavily warded, magically shielded, and definitely hiding something. The ward structure is unusual, Jarvis reported during one of Harry's late-night analysis sessions. Most of the castle's protections are designed to keep external threats out. This corridor's wards are designed to keep something in. What kind of something? Unknown. But the power requirements suggest either a large magical creature or an artifact of considerable significance. Possibly both. Harry cross-referenced this with his research into Hogwarts history. Nicholas Flamel's name kept appearing in connection with Dumbledore. The two were friends, had collaborated on alchemical research for decades. And Flamel was famous for exactly one thing. The Philosopher's Stone. Jarvis, what do we know about the Philosopher's Stone? It's legendary, sir. Supposedly created by Nicholas Flamel in the 14th century, the stone has two primary functions, transmuting base metals into gold and producing the elixir of life, which grants immortality. Flamel and his wife Perenelle are reportedly over 600 years old as a result. And Dumbledore is friends with Flamel. Yes, sir. They collaborated on the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, among other projects. Harry leaned back in his chair, mind racing. A forbidden corridor. Heavy wards designed to contain something. A centuries-old artifact that grants immortality. A headmaster who happened to be friends with the artifact's creator. Dumbledore's hiding the stone at Hogwarts, Harry said slowly. That's what's in the corridor. A reasonable hypothesis, sir. Though it raises the question of why he would need to hide it in a school full of children. Because something's threatening the stone. Or someone. Harry's thoughts jumped to Quirrell, the professor with the layered magical signature, the moments of cold calculation hidden behind nervous twitching. Jarvis, update your analysis of Professor Quirrell. Flag any behavior that suggests he might be interested in the third-floor corridor. Understood, sir. Though I should note that your own interest in that corridor has increased significantly. Should I be concerned? Always. But I'm not stupid enough to go looking without backup and a plan. I shall hold you to that, sir. Harry found his backup in the most unexpected way. It started with a fight. Marcus Flint, a seventh-year Slytherin with the general demeanor of a malicious troll, had cornered Neville near the greenhouses. The boy's crime, as far as Harry could tell, was existing while being an easy target. Heard your grand's ashamed of you, Longbottom. Heard she wishes she'd got a real wizard instead of a squib in disguise. Neville's face was pale, his hands shaking, but he wasn't running. My grand's proud of me. She said so. Your grand's a liar, then. Everyone knows you're a disgrace to your family's name. Can barely cast a spell without blowing something up, leave him alone. Flint turned. Harry stood at the end of the corridor, in civilian clothes, no suit visible. He looked small next to the seventh year's bulk. Potter. Sorry, Stark. Flint sneered. This doesn't concern you. Run along and play with your muggle toys. It concerns me because Neville's my friend. And because bullying first years makes you look pathetic, not powerful. Flint's expression darkened. What did you say? You heard me. Harry walked forward, not hurrying, his footsteps echoing in the stone corridor. You're 17 years old and you're picking on an 11-year-old. That's not strength. That's the definition of weakness. You can only feel big by making someone smaller feel small. I'll show you strength. Flint's wand came up. Harry didn't activate the suit, he didn't need to. 7 years of training had given him instincts that pure-blood education couldn't match. He moved sideways as the curse flew past, closed the distance before Flint could recast, and struck precisely at the older boy's wand arm. The impact was clinical, targeting the nerve cluster exactly as Tony's self-defense instructors had taught. Flint's fingers went numb, his wand clattering to the floor. The follow-up was a sweep to the legs, bringing Flint down, and then Harry's foot was on his chest and his wand was in Harry's hand. Here's how this works, Harry said calmly. You leave Neville alone. You leave all the first years alone. If I hear about you bullying anyone at all, I'll find you, and we'll have another conversation. One where I'm not feeling as merciful. Flint's face was purple with rage and humiliation. You'll regret this, Stark. My father, I've met people a lot scarier than your father. Harry stepped back, tossed Flint's wand onto his prone form. Don't make me prove it. He walked away, Neville hurrying to catch up. The younger boy was staring at him with something like awe. You didn't even use magic. Magic isn't the only kind of power. Harry checked over his shoulder. Flint was picking himself up, glaring murder, but not following. Are you okay? I'm fine. He wasn't, he was being horrible, but he hadn't actually hurt me yet. Neville swallowed. Thank you. For standing up. Nobody ever, people don't usually, they should. Harry put a hand on Neville's shoulder. You're a Gryffindor. We look out for each other. He wasn't sure when that had become true, but saying it made it feel real. Word of the confrontation spread through the school with the speed unique to adolescent gossip networks. By dinner, Harry had received approximately equal measures of admiration, from those who disliked Flint, hostility, from Slytherin House generally, and concern, from Hermione, who lectured him about escalation and proportional response for 20 minutes straight. But something else happened too. Other students started approaching him. Not just to gawk or ask about the arc reactor, but to talk. A second-year Hufflepuff whose sister had been bullied. A third-year Ravenclaw who'd been researching technological magical integration and wanted to compare notes. The Weasley twins, who were apparently impressed by anyone willing to take on a seventh year and offered their services as chaos consultants if he ever needed them. Harry wasn't just a celebrity anymore. He was becoming something more complicated, a figure, a symbol, a person around whom alliances might form. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. But when Ron showed up that evening with a wizard's chess set and a declaration that anyone who can flatten Flint deserves a game, Harry found himself grateful for the normalcy. "You're going to lose," Ron said cheerfully, setting up the pieces. "Probably. I'm not great at chess." "That's fine. I'll teach you. And then you'll still lose, because I'm brilliant at this." The pieces were enchanted to move on their own, and violently, Ron's knight beheaded one of Harry's pawns with evident satisfaction. Harry found himself laughing at the absurdity, the tension of the past week easing slightly. Friends. Allies. A mystery waiting to be solved. Maybe Hogwarts wasn't so bad after all. But the good feeling didn't last. 3 nights later, Harry woke to his alarm pulsing red in his vision. Jarvis's voice was urgent in his ear. "Sir, I've detected significant magical activity in the third-floor corridor. Multiple containment wards have failed. Something is attempting to breach the inner defenses." Harry was out of bed and suited up in seconds, the Arcana Mark III flowing over his body with the smooth efficiency of long practice. Around him, the other boys slept on, undisturbed by his silent departure. The castle corridors were dark and empty at 3 in the morning. Harry moved fast, using the suit's sensors to avoid patrolling teachers and prowling ghosts. The third floor came up quickly, and as he approached the forbidden corridor, he felt it immediately. Wrong. Everything felt wrong. The magic here was destabilized, churning, wild in a way that set his teeth on edge. The door to the corridor hung open, its locks melted by something that definitely wasn't student-level magic. "Jarvis, what am I walking into?" "Unknown, sir. The magical interference is too intense for detailed scanning. I can confirm that the ward failures are ongoing and that something has definitely entered the protected space. Beyond that." Jarvis paused, an unusual hesitation. "I recommend caution." Harry pushed the door fully open. The corridor beyond was narrow and plain, clearly not meant for regular use. At the far end, another door stood ajar, and from beyond it came sounds, growling, snapping, and beneath it all, a strange melody that sounded almost like a harp. He moved forward, suit on full alert, and pushed through the second door. The room was huge, far larger than it should have been. And in the center stood a dog. No, dogs. 3 heads, attached to one massive body, each head larger than Harry's entire torso. The creature was asleep, lulled by an enchanted harp that played in the corner, but its breathing alone made the floor shake. A Cerberus. Or something very like one. And beneath one of its massive paws was a trapdoor. "The stone is down there," Harry murmured. "Under the dog." "A reasonable inference, sir. Shall we proceed?" "No." The word surprised him, but it was the right call. He wasn't here to steal the stone, he was here to investigate, to understand. Breaking through protection set by Dumbledore himself would escalate things in ways he wasn't ready for. Besides, someone had already been here. Someone had enchanted the harp, put the dog to sleep, and presumably descended through the trapdoor. Someone was down there right now. Harry memorized every detail he could, the room's dimensions, the dog's breathing pattern, the trapdoor's location, and retreated. The mystery was bigger than he'd realized, and it was happening now, not at some distant future point. He needed to know who was going after the stone. And he needed to stop them. Morning came gray and cold, rain streaking the windows. Harry had slept poorly after his expedition, his mind churning through possibilities and suspects. Quirrell remained the primary candidate. The professor's layered magical signature, his false nervousness, his appearance at every wrong moment, it all pointed toward him being more than he seemed. But Harry needed proof before he could act. The opportunity came sooner than expected. Defense against the dark arts was held in a tower classroom with windows overlooking the lake. Quirrell stuttered through a lecture on defensive stances, his turban slightly askew, his eyes darting nervously around the room. Except when they landed on Harry. Then, just for a moment, they went cold. "Mr. S. Stark," Quirrell said, "perhaps you could demonstrate the basic defensive position for the class." Harry stood, moving to the front of the room. He assumed the stance, feet shoulder-width apart, wand ready, knees slightly bent, while his suit's hidden sensors scanned every inch of the professor. "Very good," Quirrell said. "Now, the important thing to remember is, the scan completed." And what it showed made Harry's blood run cold. Quirrell's magical signature wasn't just layered. It was inhabited. There were two distinct sources of power operating in the same space, one weak and familiar, the other ancient and terrible, nested like a parasite in the professor's soul. Harry knew that signature. He'd felt it before, in Ollivander's shop when the runes pulsed gold, in the Sorting Hat's warning, in the wrongness of the third-floor corridor. Voldemort. Or something connected to him. The Dark Lord wasn't dead. He was here, somehow, hiding inside Quirrell like a ghost in a machine. "Mr. Stark." Quirrell's voice cut through his thoughts. "Is everything all right? You've gone pale." "Fine, Professor." Harry forced his expression to neutrality. "Just concentrating." He returned to his seat, mind racing. Voldemort at Hogwarts. Voldemort going after the stone. Voldemort who had killed his parents, who had tried to kill him, who had marked him with a scar that still ached when he thought too hard about it. This changed everything. After class, Harry pulled Hermione and Ron aside. They'd become his closest allies over the past weeks, Hermione with her relentless intelligence, Ron with his strategic mind and pure-blood knowledge. If he was going to face this threat, he needed them. "We have a problem," he said quietly. "A big one." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "How big?" "The Dark Lord who killed my parents is hiding inside Professor Quirrell's body, and he's trying to steal an artifact that grants immortality from a room guarded by a three-headed dog." Ron blinked. "Blimey. When you say, big problem, you really mean it." Harry explained everything, the Sorting Hat's warning, the sabotage suit, his reconnaissance of the third floor, and the scan results from defense class. By the end, Hermione was pale and Ron was gripping his wand like a lifeline. "We have to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said immediately. "He already knows." "What?" "He has to know. The stone is his protection to set up. The wards are his design. And he's the most powerful wizard alive, there's no way Quirrell's passenger is hiding successfully from him." Harry shook his head. "Dumbledore knows what Quirrell is. He's allowing it. But why? I don't know. Maybe he's waiting for the right moment to act. Maybe he's using Quirrell as bait for something. Maybe he has reasons I can't fathom." Harry's jaw tightened. "What I do know is that I don't trust him to protect me. He left me with the Dursleys. He let me be raised as a weapon against Voldemort. His plan was never about my welfare, it was about his chess game." Ron swallowed. "So what do we do?" "We prepare. We learn everything we can about the stone's defenses, about Voldemort's weaknesses, about what's really happening in that corridor. And when the time comes," Harry met their eyes, one after the other. "We handle it ourselves." "That's insane," Hermione said flatly. "Probably. Voldemort is the most dangerous dark wizard in history. We're first years. We barely know how to cast basic jinxes. I have a suit that channels magic and technology in ways this world has never seen. You have a mind that processes information faster than anyone I've ever met. Ron knows pure-blood culture, wizarding strategy, and every secret passage in this castle. Harry smiled grimly. We're not as outmatched as you think. We're still outmatched. Then we get less outmatched. Every day, we learn more, we train harder, we prepare better. Voldemort thinks he's operating in secret. He thinks no one knows what he is. That's our advantage, he's underestimating everyone around him. Including us. Ron was nodding slowly, his fear giving way to something more determined. You're serious about this? My parents died fighting him. I've spent my whole life preparing for the moment I'd have to face what they faced. Harry's arc reactor pulsed steadily, its light reflected in his friend's eyes. I never thought it would come this soon, but I'm not running. I'm not hiding. And I'm definitely not trusting some centuries-old headmaster's mysterious plan. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she sighed, deep and heavy and resigned. We're going to need books, she said. Lots of books. And a research schedule. And probably reinforced study sessions on defensive magic. That sounds like a yes. It sounds like I've decided to throw my lot in with a maniac who wants to fight the Dark Lord before we've even finished our first year. But she was smiling, reluctantly. Gryffindor House really is for the insane. That's the spirit, Ron said, grinning. Welcome to the team. In the depths beneath Hogwarts, in chambers older than memory, something stirred. It had felt the boy enter the corridor. Felt the arc reactor's glow, that impossible fusion of magic and machine, burning like a beacon in its awareness. The technology wielder had come seeking answers, and answers waited down here in the dark. The Archon had slept for centuries, bound by the stone's power, its consciousness scattered across the castle's foundations like fragments of a shattered mirror. But now the stone's protectors were distracted, focused on the parasite that called itself Voldemort, and the bindings were weakening. Soon, it would wake fully. Soon, it would rise. And the boy with the light in his chest would learn what it truly meant to stand between worlds. The ancient runes carved into the deepest stones pulsed once, gold and terrible. The first year was only beginning. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Gauntlet. The broom didn't trust him. Harry could feel it in the way the wood vibrated under his palm, the hesitant lift when he commanded, up, the slight wobble as he rose into the crisp autumn air. School brooms were temperamental at best, decades of abuse by nervous first years had stripped them of whatever personality they'd once possessed, but this one seemed actively suspicious. Higher, Mr. Stark, Madam Hooch called from below. Let's see some confidence. Harry pushed the broom upward, fighting the urge to activate his suit. Flying was supposed to be instinctive for wizards, his father James had been legendary, according to everyone who'd known him, but Harry's instincts had been trained differently. When he wanted altitude, his body expected repulsors. When he wanted speed, it anticipated thrust vectors and stabilization protocols. This was just wood. Enchanted wood that responded to willpower and body position and ancient magic he couldn't quantify. Relax, Ron called from his own broom, hovering nearby with the easy competence of someone raised around magic. You're fighting it. Just let go. Easy for him to say. Ron had been on brooms since he could walk. The Weasleys might not have money, but they had generations of magical heritage, an inheritance of instinct that Harry was only beginning to understand he lacked. He closed his eyes. Breathed. Tried to remember what it had felt like before the suit, before the arc reactor, before Tony Stark had rebuilt him into something hybrid and unprecedented. There was a memory, buried deep. Age 4, maybe younger. Floating. Not flying, floating, lifted by accidental magic, laughing as the world spun beneath him. Before the cupboard. Before the fear. The broom steadied. Harry opened his eyes to find himself 20 feet higher than before, the wind whipping through his hair, the school ground spread beneath him like a living map. And for one perfect moment, he understood. This wasn't technology. This was him, his magic, his will, his birthright as a wizard. The broom shot forward at his thought, responsive now, eager even. Harry banked left, climbed higher, felt the world tilt and shift around him in ways his suit's sensors could never capture. Raw. Immediate. Alive. Bloody hell, Ron shouted, laughing. You're a natural. Harry grinned into the wind. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he felt like he might actually belong here. And then Draco Malfoy ruined everything. It happened fast. Neville's broom bucked, harder than any normal malfunction could explain. The round-faced boy had been struggling all lesson, his nervousness making the temperamental school broom even more uncooperative, but this was different. This was violent. Harry saw the flash of Malfoy's wand from the corner of his eye. Saw the smirk on the blonde boy's face. Saw Neville rising, faster and faster, his grip slipping as the broom shook like it was trying to throw him. Neville! Hermione screamed from the ground. Madame Hooch was running toward them, but she was 50 yards away and Neville was already at treetop height. His fingers were white on the broomstick, his face a mask of terror. Harry didn't think. He just moved. The suit activated in a burst of silver and light, plates flowing over his body as he abandoned his broom and launched toward his friend. The arc reactor blazed, runes flaring along his gauntlets as he calculated trajectory, velocity, the precise moment when Neville's grip would fail, too late. Neville fell. Screaming, spinning, plummeting toward the hard ground with nothing to catch him. Harry dove. The suit's thrusters roared at full power, closing the distance in seconds that felt like hours. He caught Neville 10 feet from impact, the smaller boy's weight slamming into his arms hard enough to test even the armor's strength, and rolled them both into a controlled landing that cratered the grass. For a moment, everything was silent. Then Neville was crying, clutching Harry's armored shoulders, alive and whole and safe. And Harry was shaking with adrenaline, his helmet retracting so Neville could see his face. "You're okay," Harry said. "You're okay. I've got you. Mr. Stark." Madame Hooch arrived at a run, her yellow eyes wide. Is Mr. Longbottom injured?" "He's fine. Scared, but fine." Harry set Neville down gently, steadying him until the boy's legs stopped shaking. "Someone hexed his broom. I saw it." "Hexed?" Hooch's expression sharpened. "That's a serious accusation." "It's the truth." Harry turned, scanning the gathered students until he found Malfoy. The Slytherin's smirk had vanished, replaced by something closer to calculation. Malfoy cast something. I don't know the exact spell, but it made Neville's broom go wild. "That's a lie." Malfoy stepped forward, indignation painted across his pointed features. "I didn't do anything. Potter's just trying to make trouble." "Stark. Whatever. He's lying. Everyone knows his muggle contraption has cameras and sensors. If I'd actually cast something, he'd have proof." Harry's jaw tightened. Malfoy was right about the cameras. But the footage would show Malfoy's wand movement, not the spell itself, and without magical signature analysis, which the suit wasn't calibrated for at that distance, it was his word against Malfoy's. "Jarvis," he murmured, "tell me you got something." "I captured Mr. Malfoy's wand movement, sir, but the magical interference from the brooms made precise spell identification impossible. I can confirm he cast something, but not what. Not enough. Not for proof that would satisfy wizarding authorities." "Madame Hooch," Harry said carefully, "I understand if you can't take disciplinary action without proof. But I know what I saw. And I know what would have happened if I hadn't caught Neville in time." The flying instructor looked between them, Harry in his gleaming armor, Neville pale and trembling, Malfoy radiating false innocence. Her lips pressed into a thin line. "Mr. Malfoy, you will report to Professor Snape immediately and explain what happened here." Whether or not you cast a hex, you were the closest person to Mr. Longbottom when his broom malfunctioned. She held up a hand as Malfoy started to protest. That's not an accusation. It's procedure. Now go. Malfoy went, but not before shooting Harry a look of pure venom. Mr. Stark. Hooch turned to him. Your response was effective. However, the use of your armor during class activities is explicitly forbidden by the conditions Professor Dumbledore set after your arrival. I'll have to report this. Understood. Harry kept his voice level, even though anger was building in his chest. I'd rather be in trouble than have Neville dead. Hooch's expression softened, just slightly. So would I, Mr. Stark. So would I. The political fallout came faster than Harry expected. He was summoned to Dumbledore's office that evening, escorted by McGonagall with an expression that suggested she was personally offended by the situation. The office itself was exactly as Harry had imagined, circular, cluttered with bizarre instruments, decorated with portraits of previous headmasters who watched him with undisguised curiosity. And Dumbledore, sitting behind his massive desk, looking exactly like the grandfather figure everyone said he was. Twinkling eyes, flowing beard, half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. Harry didn't trust any of it. Ah, Harry. Lemon drop? No, thank you. Harry remained standing, suit collapsed to watch form but ready for instant deployment. Professor McGonagall said you wanted to see me. Indeed, indeed. Dumbledore steepled his fingers, that infuriating twinkle never wavering. A rather eventful flying lesson, I'm told. You saved young Neville's life. That deserves recognition. It deserves an investigation into who nearly killed him. Madam Hooch has informed me of your accusation against Mr. Malfoy. Unfortunately, without conclusive evidence, without evidence that your legal system will accept. Harry's voice was harder than he'd intended. My sensors recorded Malfoy casting a spell. The timing corresponds exactly with Neville's broom malfunction. In any reasonable court, that would be sufficient for at least further investigation. Wizarding law requires more definitive proof for accusations of attempted harm. Dumbledore's tone remained mild. I'm sure you understand, reputation is important in our world. Accusing a pure-blood heir without ironclad evidence would cause considerable damage to both parties. So Malfoy gets away with it. I didn't say that. The twinkle faded slightly. I said we cannot pursue formal charges. That doesn't mean Mr. Malfoy will escape consequences entirely. His head of house has been informed, and I'm certain Professor Snape will address the situation appropriately. Harry doubted that very much, but he kept the thought to himself. However, Dumbledore continued, there is another matter we must discuss. Your use of the armor. To save Neville's life. To violate the terms of your conditional enrollment. Dumbledore's voice carried a note of regret, but Harry recognized the steel beneath it. When you arrived at Hogwarts with technology unprecedented in our world, certain compromises were necessary. The Ministry was deeply concerned, some officials still are, about the presence of, well, they would call it a weapon. In a school full of children. The suit isn't a weapon. It's protection. A distinction that matters less than you might think, to those who fear change. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, I fought for your right to attend Hogwarts. I convinced the Board of Governors, the Ministry, even some of my own staff that your presence would benefit this school rather than endanger it. But that support comes with conditions. Conditions that nearly got Neville killed. Conditions that kept the peace. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp now, the grandfather mask slipping just enough to reveal the master strategist beneath. You are a symbol, Harry. Whether you wish to be or not. A symbol of change, of the merging of worlds, of possibilities that make many powerful people deeply uncomfortable. Every time you use your armor, you remind them of what you represent. And some of them will use any excuse to have you removed. Lucius Malfoy. Among others. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Mr. Malfoy Sr. has already filed a formal complaint with the Board of Governors. He's demanding your expulsion. Harry felt cold settle into his stomach. For saving his son's victim. For violating the terms of your enrollment. For bringing forbidden technology into a school setting. For, in his words, demonstrating the dangers of Muggle corruption in a magical institution. Dumbledore sighed. He's quite persuasive when he wants to be. Will you fight him? I will. The headmaster's voice carried certainty. Your presence here matters, Harry. Not just because of who you are, but because of what you represent, the possibility that our world and the Muggle world can find common ground. I won't let fearmongers like Lucius Malfoy dictate Hogwarts' future. But there will be consequences. There must be. To maintain your position, I need to show the board that you can be controlled, that your technology operates within boundaries they can accept. Dumbledore's expression was genuinely apologetic. Effective immediately, you are forbidden from activating your armor for any reason during school hours. Not in classes, not in the corridors, not in emergency situations. The only exception is if I personally authorize deployment. And if someone else falls off a broom? Then I trust you'll find another way to help them. The twinkle returned, but it felt sharper now. You're a wizard, Harry. A powerful one, from what your professors tell me. Learn to rely on your magic, not your technology. Show the doubters that Harry Stark is more than his armor. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to demand fairness, to point out that he was being punished for heroism while Malfoy walked free. But he'd spent enough time with Tony Stark to recognize a non-negotiable situation. Fine, he said. But I want something in return. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Oh. Access to restricted library materials. Specifically, anything relating to ancient magic, pre-founder artifacts, and protective enchantments older than recorded history. The headmaster's expression flickered, too fast for most people to catch, but Harry had been trained to read micro-expressions by experts. He knows about the Archon, Harry thought. He knows what's beneath this castle. That's an unusual request for a first year. I'm an unusual first year. Indeed you are. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Very well. I'll arrange for you to have supervised access to certain texts. Though I suspect you won't find the answers you're looking for in books. Where will I find them? Ah. The twinkle was back, more enigmatic than ever. That, Harry, is something you'll have to discover for yourself. The days that followed were harder than Harry wanted to admit. Without the suit, he felt exposed. Vulnerable in ways he hadn't experienced since before Tony found him. His magic was improving. McGonagall had actually smiled at his last transfiguration attempt, which apparently was the equivalent of effusive praise, but it wasn't enough. Not when he knew what lurked in Quirrell's skull. Not when he knew something ancient was watching from the depths. He threw himself into training. Morning runs around the lake, building endurance his technology had previously rendered unnecessary. Evening practice sessions with Hermione and Ron, drilling defensive spells until they became instinct. Late nights in the library, researching every reference to deep magic and primordial forces he could find. The restricted section, when Dumbledore finally granted access, was both helpful and frustrating. He found references to the Archon, or something like it, in texts so old the pages crumbled at his touch. The Foundations, one called it. The magic before magic. Something that had existed when power was pure and undivided, before humans learned to channel it through wands and words. The stone wasn't just containing this entity. It was feeding it. Century after century, the philosopher's stone drew ambient magic from the world, converted it to life force for Flammel, and leaked the excess downward. Into the depths. Into the waiting dark. You look terrible, Hermione observed one morning, sliding into the seat beside him at breakfast. Did you sleep at all? Some. Harry pushed eggs around his plate without eating them. I found something. In the restricted section. Good something or bad something? Bad. Very bad. He glanced around, confirming no one was listening. The thing under the castle, the Archon, I've been calling it, it's been growing stronger. For 600 years. The stone isn't just hidden here, it's what's been keeping that thing fed and contained simultaneously. And now Voldemort wants to steal the stone. Hermione's face paled. What happens if he succeeds? Best case. The Archon stays dormant and Voldemort becomes immortal. Worst case. Removing the stone destabilizes the containment and something primordial wakes up beneath a school full of children. Those are both terrible outcomes. I know. Ron appeared, dropping onto the bench across from them with a full plate and a concerned expression. You two look like someone died. What did I miss? Harry gave him the abbreviated version. By the end, Ron had stopped eating, unprecedented, and was staring at the table with unfocused eyes. So we're trapped between you-know-who and some ancient monster thing, he said slowly. And the headmaster knows about all of it but isn't doing anything visible to stop it. That about covers it. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Ron picked up a sausage, looked at it, put it down again. Any good news? I've mapped most of the third-floor corridor's defenses using passive scanning. The dog is just the first obstacle, there are at least 6 more challenges beyond it, probably designed by different teachers. If Voldemort goes for the stone, he'll have to fight through all of them. And if we need to stop him, then we have to fight through them too. Harry met Ron's eyes. I won't lie to you. This is dangerous. Probably suicidal for first years with barely 3 months of magical training. If you want out, don't be thick, Ron interrupted. We're in. Hermione and me. We decided weeks ago. He glanced at Hermione, who nodded firmly. Someone's got to keep you from doing something heroic and stupid. Might as well be us. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the arc reactor. Thanks. Both of you. Thank us when we survive, Hermione said briskly. Now eat something. You're no use to anyone if you collapse from exhaustion. Harry ate. And for the first time in days, the food actually tasted like something. Halloween arrived with pumpkins the size of carriages and a feast that promised to rival the welcome banquet. Harry almost skipped it. The Archon research was consuming more and more of his attention, and he'd identified several texts that might contain the information he needed. But Hermione insisted, you need to maintain social connections, isolating yourself is tactically foolish, and Ron bribed him with promises of every pudding the Great Hall could produce. The feast was spectacular. Live bats fluttered among the floating candles. Jack-o'-lanterns grinned from every surface. The food appeared in endless waves, and even Harry found himself relaxing, laughing at Fred and George's joke about replacing Filch's cat with a transfigured teapot. Then Quirrell burst through the doors. Troll, he screamed, his turban askew, his face a mask of terror. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He crumpled to the floor in a dead faint. Chaos erupted. Students screamed, teachers shouted, and in the confusion Harry saw something that made his blood freeze. Quirrell's eyes opened. Just for a moment. And they weren't frightened at all. He let it in, Harry breathed. It's a distraction. Dumbledore's voice cut through the panic, commanding in calm. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. The Great Hall began to empty in semi-orderly fashion. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione. Where's Hermione? Ron's face went white. She wasn't at dinner. She was upset about something. I heard her crying in the bathroom earlier. Which bathroom? I don't know. Second floor, maybe. Girls' bathroom near the charms corridor. Harry was already moving, pushing against the flow of students, ignoring the prefect's shouts to stay with the group. The troll was in the dungeons, supposedly, but if Quirrell had let it in as a distraction, who knew where it actually was? Jarvis, scan for unusual life signs. Large, non-human, moving. Scanning, sir. I'm detecting, that's odd. There appear to be 2 trolls in the castle. One in the dungeons, as reported. The other, Jarvis's voice sharpened. 2nd floor, sir. Moving toward the charms corridor. The bathroom. Where Hermione was. Alone. Harry ran. He found the troll before he found Hermione. 12 feet tall. Gray-skinned. Carrying a club the size of a small tree. It was squeezing through a corridor that was barely wide enough for its bulk, leaving gouges in the ancient stone, its tiny eyes fixed on a door at the end of the hallway. The girls' bathroom. Harry's hand twitched toward his watch. The suit could deploy in seconds, could blast this creature through the wall, could end the threat before it. You are forbidden from activating your armor for any reason during school hours. Dumbledore's voice echoed in his memory. And behind it, the unspoken threat, break the rules again, and you're expelled. Leave Hogwarts. Leave the mystery. Leave your friends to face whatever's coming without you. The troll reached the bathroom door and smashed it open. Hermione's scream split the air. Harry's wand was in his hand before he finished thinking. Hey! Over here. The troll turned. Its tiny eyes found him, and something like hunger flickered in their depths. Fresh meat. Easier prey than whatever was cowering in the bathroom. It charged. Harry threw himself sideways as the club whistled through the space where he'd been standing. Stone exploded where it struck, shrapnel stinging his face, dust filling his lungs. He rolled, came up casting. Stupefy. The stunning spell splashed against the troll's hide like water against rock. It didn't even slow down. Impedimenta. Same result. The troll was too big, too magically resistant, too much for first-year spells to affect. The club came down again. Harry dodged again, but barely. The wind of its passage ruffled his hair, and he felt the floor shake with the impact. He was faster than the troll, but not by much, and he couldn't keep dodging forever. Think. Think. Jarvis, options. Without the suit, sir, your offensive capabilities are severely limited. Troll hide is naturally resistant to magic. However, trolls are not intelligent, their pattern recognition is minimal, and their reaction times are slow once committed to an action. So I outthink it. That would be the optimal strategy, sir. The troll swung again. Harry dove through a doorway, buying himself seconds, mind racing. The corridor was narrow. The troll was huge. There had to be something he could use, some advantage he could exploit, the ceiling. Harry looked up. Centuries-old stone, held together by mortar and magic. Heavy. Very heavy. Diffindo. The cutting curse wasn't designed for construction, but Harry had been practicing power over precision. The beam of light carved into the ceiling above the troll's head, sending a spray of stone dust cascading down. The troll looked up. Confused. Diffindo. 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 Each spell cut deeper, widening the crack, weakening the structure. The troll was still staring upward, its limited brain trying to process what was happening. The ceiling gave way. Half a ton of medieval stone crashed down on the troll's head. The creature staggered, roared, swung its club wildly, and Harry was already casting again, this time at its feet. Glacius. Ice spread across the floor in a perfect sheet. The troll's next step found no purchase. Its massive legs went out from under it, and it crashed down with an impact that shook the entire corridor. Its head hit the floor with a crack that echoed off the walls. The troll went still. Harry stood there, chest heaving, wand trembling in his grip. His robes were torn. Blood trickled from a cut on his forehead where stone shrapnel had caught him. And at his feet lay a mountain troll, unconscious or dead, felled by a first year without any armor at all. "Harry." Hermione's voice came from the bathroom. "Harry, is it over?" "It's over." His voice sounded strange in his ears. Distant. "Are you hurt?" "No. I'm okay." She emerged from the bathroom, pale and shaking but unharmed. Her eyes went to the troll, widened, came back to Harry. "You killed it." "I don't know." Harry made himself move closer, made himself check. The troll's chest was still rising and falling, barely. Unconscious. The ceiling fall stunned it. "You brought down the ceiling." Hermione's voice was wondering now, the fear giving way to something else. "You brought down the ceiling on a mountain troll. Without your suit." "I improvised." She broke off as footsteps echoed down the corridor. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell rounded the corner, wands raised, and stopped dead at the scene before them. McGonagall's face cycled through shock, horror, and something that might have been reluctant admiration. "What in Merlin's name, a troll attacked the bathroom while Hermione was inside," Harry said, his voice steadier now. "I happened to be nearby. I dealt with it." "You dealt with it?" Snape's tone was unreadable. His dark eyes swept over the scene, the unconscious troll, the damaged ceiling, Harry's bloodied face, and something flickered in their depths. "A first year. Dealt with a fully grown mountain troll. Without assistance. Without my armor, too." Harry met Snape's gaze directly. "I know the rules, Professor. I wasn't going to break them again." "Indeed." Snape's voice was soft, almost thoughtful. 15 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Stark. 4. Creative problem solving. McGonagall's head whipped toward him in shock. So did Harry's. "Don't look so surprised," Snape said acidly. "I'm capable of recognizing competence, even in," he stopped, jaw tightening. "Even in unexpected places. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a second troll to help contain." He swept away, robes billowing. Quirrell, who had been hanging back, projecting nervousness so thick it was almost comical, scurried after him. But Harry saw the professor's eyes linger on the fallen troll. Saw the calculation there. Saw the cold, ancient hunger of the thing riding in Quirrell's skull. He wanted the distraction to work, Harry thought. He wanted everyone focused on the dungeons while he went for the stone. "But I wasn't supposed to be here. I wasn't supposed to stop the second troll. Now he knows I'm more dangerous than he thought." McGonagall was talking, something about hospital wing and questions and disciplinary review, but Harry barely heard her. His mind was already racing ahead, calculating, planning. The game had changed. And Harry Stark had just announced himself as a player. The hospital wing was quiet, empty except for Harry and the Medowitch who tutted over his injuries while applying healing salves. The cuts closed. The bruises faded. But the feeling in Harry's chest, cold, heavy, wrong, wouldn't go away. He'd nearly killed something tonight. Not in training, not in simulation, not through the clean distance of repulsor blasts and technological precision. He'd brought down a ceiling with spells he'd barely mastered, on a creature he'd meant to stop, and if his aim had been slightly different, if the stones had struck the troll's head at the wrong angle, "You're thinking too loud," Ron said from the doorway. Harry looked up. Ron and Hermione stood together, looking as shaken as he felt. "You're supposed to be in the dormitory," Harry said. "Prefects can sod off." Ron crossed to one of the empty beds, dropped onto it heavily. "We're not leaving you alone after that." Hermione sat beside Harry, her hand finding his. Her fingers were cold, trembling slightly. "I haven't thanked you properly. For saving my life." "You don't need to thank me." "Yes, I do. Harry, You could have, if Dumbledore found out you used magic that destructive, even without the suit, he might. I don't care about that. Harry's voice came out harsher than he intended. I don't care about rules or politics or any of it. You were in danger. I acted. That's all that matters. It's not, though. Hermione's grip tightened. It's not all that matters, and you know it. You killed, or nearly killed, a creature that was just following its instincts. You used lethal force because you didn't have any other option. And now you're sitting here trying to pretend that doesn't bother you. Harry wanted to deny it. Wanted to project the calm confidence Tony had taught him, the unshakable composure that made people trust him in a crisis. But Hermione saw through him. She always did. It was me or the troll, he said quietly. And it would have been you, too, if I hadn't stopped it. I know. I'm not saying you were wrong. Hermione leaned closer, her brown eyes searching his face. I'm saying you don't have to carry this alone. You're not a soldier, Harry. You're 11 years old. And tonight, you did something that adults struggle with, something that leaves scars, even when it's necessary. Dad told me once that the first time is always the hardest. Harry's voice was distant, memories surfacing unbidden. He was talking about killing, though he didn't say it directly. He said that when you cross certain lines, you can't uncross them. You can only learn to live with who you become. That's dark, Ron said. He's had a dark life. Before me, before the suits, before any of it. Afghanistan. The weapons he built. The lives they took. Harry stared at his hands, clean now, free of blood that had never actually been there. He wanted me to understand that power comes with costs. That being able to do something doesn't mean you should. And that when you have to act, you need to be ready for what comes after. Are you ready? Hermione asked softly. No. Harry met her eyes, let her see the truth. I'm not ready at all. But I'm going to keep going anyway, because the alternative is letting people like you get hurt while I sit here worrying about my feelings. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then he stood, crossed to Harry's bed, and sat on his other side. My brothers talk about the war sometimes, he said. Bill and Charlie mostly, they were old enough to remember it. They say you know who wasn't just powerful. He was wrong. Like something broken that wanted to break everything else too. That sounds accurate. They also say the people who fought him, really fought him, not just hid and hoped, they were never the same after. But they kept fighting anyway. Because someone had to. Ron's freckled face was unusually serious. I think maybe that's what being a Gryffindor really means. Not being fearless. Being scared out of your mind, but doing the right thing anyway. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not healing, not yet, but the beginning of something that might become acceptance. I always thought I was more of a Ravenclaw, he said. Or maybe Slytherin. The hat considered both. The hat put you in Gryffindor, Hermione said firmly. And the hat is never wrong. It was scared of something when it sorted me. Something watching. Then we'll face that too. Hermione squeezed his hand. Together. All three of us. Harry looked at them, Hermione with her fierce intelligence, Ron with his stubborn loyalty, and realized he'd found something he hadn't known he was missing. Not just allies. Not just friends. Family. Together, he agreed. The aftermath of the troll attack spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. By breakfast the next morning, everyone knew that Harry Stark had fought a mountain troll without his armor and won. The story grew more elaborate with each telling. Some versions had him dueling the creature for half an hour, others claimed he'd used ancient magic that no first-year should know. A few Slytherins spread counter-rumors that the whole thing was staged, a publicity stunt, but they found few believers. Harry ignored all of it. He had bigger concerns. Quirrell's going to make his move soon, he told Ron and Hermione in a quiet corner of the library. The troll was a test run, he wanted to see how effective a distraction could be. Now he knows the teachers can be drawn away from the third-floor corridor if there's a big enough emergency. So he'll create another emergency, Hermione said. Something that pulls all the teachers in one direction while he goes for the stone. Exactly. But he also knows I'm a variable he didn't account for. I stopped his distraction. He can't ignore that. What do you think he'll do? If I were him, I'd try to remove me from the equation before my next attempt. Either by getting me expelled, Malfoy's already working on that, or by arranging an accident. Harry's voice was grim. The troll might not have been meant to attack you, Hermione. It might have been looking for me. Ron shuddered. That's a cheery thought. I'm not trying to be cheery. I'm trying to be prepared. Harry pulled out a folded piece of parchment, covered in his neat handwriting. This is everything I've learned about the stone's defenses. Fluffy, that's the three-headed dog's name, if you can believe it, is owned by Hagrid. The trapdoor leads to at least 6 more challenges, probably designed by different teachers. I've identified Devil's Snare, a room full of flying keys, and some kind of giant chess set. The rest is guesswork. Hermione studied the parchment with growing alarm. This is extensive. How long have you been working on this? Since I first realized what was hidden up there. Harry leaned back. The question isn't whether Voldemort will try to steal the stone. The question is when, and whether we can stop him when he does. Why us, though? Ron's voice was plaintive. Why not the teachers? Why not Dumbledore? He's supposed to be the most powerful wizard alive. Because Dumbledore's playing a game I don't understand. He knows about Quirrell, he has to, but he's letting it continue. Maybe he's waiting for the right moment. Maybe he has a plan I can't see. Or maybe, Harry hesitated. Maybe he's using me as bait. Bait? Hermione's eyes widened. You think Dumbledore wants you know who to come after you? I think Dumbledore is obsessed with prophecies and destiny and the power of the Chosen One. I think he believes, on some level, that I'm the only one who can truly defeat Voldemort. And I think he might be willing to engineer confrontations that test me, that force me to grow, regardless of the danger. That's monstrous, Hermione whispered. It's strategic. From a certain point of view. Harry's voice was cold. I've read about generals who do the same thing, sacrifice pawns to test enemy strength, put valuable pieces in danger to draw out opponents. Dumbledore has a war to win. From his perspective, my development as a weapon might be worth any risk. Ron looked sick. You really think he'd do that? He seems so grandfatherly. So does Lucius Malfoy, when he wants to. Harry shook his head. I'm not saying Dumbledore is evil. I'm saying he has priorities that don't necessarily align with my survival. And until I know for certain what his plan is, I can't trust him to protect me. So we protect each other, Hermione said firmly. That's what we agreed. That's what we do. That's what we do, Harry confirmed. Starting now. The weeks that followed were intense. Harry threw himself into training with a focus that bordered on obsession. Without the suit, he needed to maximize his magical capabilities, and that meant mastering spells far beyond the first-year curriculum. McGonagall watched his accelerated progress with a mixture of approval and concern. Flitwick was delighted to teach him advanced charms during office hours. Even Snape's hostility seemed tempered by grudging respect after the troll incident. But it was the research that consumed most of Harry's time. The Archon, the entity beneath the castle, was mentioned in exactly 17 texts in Hogwarts' restricted section. Most references were oblique, couched in metaphor and warning. But Harry pieced together a picture over long nights in the library, Jarvis helping him correlate data from ancient manuscripts and modern analysis. The Archon wasn't evil. Not in the way Voldemort was evil. It was something older, something that predated human concepts of good and bad entirely. It was magic itself, or had been once, pure, undifferentiated power that had existed before the first wizard learned to channel it. When humans began using magic, they unknowingly fragmented the Archon. Each spell cast, each wand bound, each magical tradition developed, chipped away at its unity. Over millennia, it was reduced from an omnipresent force to a sleeping awareness, trapped beneath the foundations of Hogwarts where the first British mages had bound it. The Philosopher's Stone wasn't just a seal. It was a filter, converting the Archon's raw power into something humans could use safely. The elixir of life wasn't creating immortality, it was stealing it, siphoning just enough of the Archon's endless existence to extend mortal lifespans without waking the entity fully. But the filter was wearing thin. 600 years of continuous use had degraded it. And Harry's arc reactor, an artificial source of magical energy, a technology that should be impossible, was accelerating the degradation. Every time Harry channeled power through his suit, the Archon stirred. Every time his runes flared with magic, the ancient bindings weakened. He was, slowly but surely, waking something that should have stayed asleep forever. "You look like you've seen a ghost," Ron observed one evening, finding Harry staring blankly at a tome in the common room. "One of the bad ones, I mean. Not nearly Headless Nick." "I might be part of the problem," Harry said quietly. "The thing under the castle, my existence here is making it stronger. My technology, my arc reactor, all of it. I'm disrupting something that's been stable for centuries. That's not your fault. Doesn't matter whose fault it is. What matters is what I do about it." Harry closed the book. "I've been thinking about this wrong. I've been treating Voldemort as the primary threat and the Archon as a secondary concern. But what if it's the other way around?" "What do you mean?" "Voldemort wants the stone for immortality. But the Archon is immortality, it's the source of the power the stone channels. What if Voldemort doesn't know what he's really dealing with? What if he steals the stone and inadvertently breaks the seal entirely?" Ron's face went pale. "Then the ancient murder magic wakes up and we're all dead. Maybe. Or maybe it offers Voldemort what he actually wants, unlimited power, in exchange for serving its goals." Harry's mind raced through possibilities. The Archon isn't hostile to magic users specifically. It's hostile to the fragmentation of its power. If someone offered to help it reunify, to restore it to what it once was, it might make a deal. Exactly. Harry stood, pacing. "I need to talk to Dumbledore. Warn him. Even if I don't trust his methods, he needs to know what we're facing." "You think he'll listen?" "I think he already knows more than he's told anyone." Harry's jaw tightened. "And I think it's time he started sharing." The opportunity came sooner than expected. 3 days later, Harry received a summons to the headmaster's office, not for discipline, according to McGonagall, but for a conversation about recent events. Harry climbed the spiral staircase with his guard up, unsure whether he was walking into an interrogation or an alliance. Dumbledore was waiting behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The twinkle in his eyes was dimmed, his face lined with worry he wasn't bothering to hide. "Harry," he said simply. "Thank you for coming. You summoned me." "I did." Dumbledore gestured to a chair. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." Harry sat, but didn't relax. "Is this about the troll?" "In part. Your actions that night were remarkable." Professor Snape's report was unexpectedly complimentary. A ghost of a smile crossed the old wizard's face. I believe his exact words were, "The boy fights like a cornered predator, ruthless, efficient, and far too comfortable with violence for an 11-year-old. He meant it as a compliment. I'll treasure that forever. I'm sure." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "But I didn't summon you to discuss trolls. I summoned you because I've been reading your library records." Harry went still. "Those are supposed to be private." Madam Pants keeps detailed logs, and she shares them with me when a student's research patterns concern her. You've been studying subjects that most 7th years wouldn't touch, Harry. Pre-Hogwarts magical history. Primordial entities. Binding rituals. And quite a lot of material about the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp now, searching. You've figured out what's beneath this castle. Haven't you? The Archon. Harry saw no point in denying it. An entity that predates human magic, bound beneath Hogwarts centuries ago, kept dormant by the stone. Yes, I know. And do you know what happens if the binding fails? Catastrophe. Either it tries to reunify its power by absorbing all magic users, or it offers that power to someone like Voldemort in exchange for service. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze directly. You've known about this the whole time. You've been managing it, keeping the balance. But you're worried something's changed. You've changed it. Dumbledore's voice was soft, almost sad. Your arc reactor, Harry. Your fusion of magic and technology. It's beautiful, unprecedented, and deeply dangerous. The Archon recognizes you as something new, a bridge between what magic was and what it might become. It's interested in you in ways it hasn't been interested in anyone for centuries. Is that why you let Quirrell stay? Because you needed me here, keeping the Archon's attention, while you dealt with Voldemort? The silence that followed was answer enough. I suspected Quirrell from the moment he returned from Albania, Dumbledore said finally. What Tom has done to him, parasitizing his very soul, is dark magic beyond anything I've encountered. I've been watching, waiting, trying to understand the extent of the possession before I act. And using me as bait. Using you as an anchor. Dumbledore's voice was tired. The Archon's attention is on you. As long as you're here, as long as your arc reactor burns, the entity below is focused on you rather than on the weakening seal. You're buying me time, Harry, whether you intended to or not. Time for what? To find a way to destroy Tom Riddle once and for all. Not just his body, the fragments of his soul he's hidden across the world. Until those are destroyed, he cannot truly die. And until he dies, he'll continue seeking the stone, weakening the seal, risking everything in his mad quest for immortality. Harry processed this. Fragments of his soul. Horcruxes. You know the term. I researched thoroughly. Harry's mind was racing. How many are there? Where are they hidden? I have suspicions. But finding them, confirming them, destroying them safely, that's the work of years, not months. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I didn't want to involve you, Harry. You're a child. You deserve a childhood. But circumstances have forced my hand. What circumstances? Lucius Malfoy has succeeded. Dumbledore's expression was grim. As of tomorrow morning, you are expelled from Hogwarts. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. What? The Board of Governors voted this evening. 7-5 in favor of your removal. Lucius argued that your presence endangered other students. The troll incident proved, in his view, that you attract dangerous situations. Combined with the earlier armor deployment and your general, corrupting influence on magical traditions. Dumbledore spread his hands. I fought as hard as I could. It wasn't enough. You're the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. You're the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation. You're Albus Dumbledore. And you couldn't stop. I am also a man with limits. Dumbledore's voice was sharp, then softened. Harry, I'm sorry. Truly. I've failed you, as I failed you 11 years ago when I left you with the Dursleys. I thought I was doing what was best. I was wrong. Harry stood abruptly, chair scraping back. His chest felt tight, his thoughts scattered. Expelled. Sent away. Everything he'd built here, his friends, his research, his understanding, ripped away by politics and prejudice. What about the stone? He demanded. What about Voldemort? What about the Archon? If you leave, the Archon's attention may waver. The seal may stabilize. Or it may not. Dumbledore rose as well, moving around the desk. Harry, I won't pretend I know what happens next. But I know this, you are not finished. Whatever power you carry, whatever destiny awaits you, it won't be denied by a board of governors. Easy for you to say. You're not the one being kicked out. No. I'm the one who failed to prevent it. Dumbledore's hand came to rest on Harry's shoulder, gentle but firm. Go home, Harry. Go back to Tony Stark, to your technology, to the world you know. Train. Grow stronger. And when the time comes, and it will come, you'll return. I promise you that. Harry shrugged off the hand. Your promises don't mean much to me right now, Professor. I know. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. I know. Harry turned and walked out of the office. Behind him, the portraits of former headmasters watched in silence, witnesses to another small tragedy in a school that had seen too many. But halfway down the spiral staircase, Jarvis's voice crackled in his ear. Sir, I'm detecting significant magical activity in the third-floor corridor. The ward patterns are consistent with a breach in progress. Harry stopped. How significant? Massive, sir. Someone is actively penetrating the stone's defenses. At current rate of progress, they will reach the inner chamber within the hour. Voldemort. It had to be Voldemort. Moving now, tonight, while Dumbledore was distracted by politics and Harry was reeling from the expulsion news. Harry looked up the stairs, toward the headmaster's office. He could go back. Tell Dumbledore. Let the adults handle it. Or he could handle it himself. The expelled student. The one who attracted dangerous situations. The one who fought like a cornered predator. Harry made his choice. He descended the stairs and headed for the third floor. Chapter 3 END Chapter 4, Iron and Blood. The third-floor corridor smelled like burning. Harry moved through shadows, wand in hand, suit ready to deploy despite the ban. Expulsion didn't matter anymore, nothing mattered except stopping what was happening in that chamber. Jarvis fed him data through his earpiece. The outermost ward has collapsed entirely, sir. I'm detecting evidence of multiple magical confrontations, Devil's Snare, the flying keys, what appears to be a large-scale chess game. Whoever is penetrating these defenses is doing so with considerable speed. How far ahead? Based on the decay patterns of residual magic, approximately 15 minutes. They're approaching the final chamber now. 15 minutes. Harry quickened his pace, reaching the door to the forbidden corridor just as footsteps echoed behind him. Harry. He spun, wand raised, and found Ron and Hermione running toward him, faces flushed, breathing hard. How did you? We followed you from Dumbledore's office, Hermione gasped. Ron saw you heading this way and we figured you were about to do something stupid. I'm always about to do something stupid. Which is why we're here. Ron had his wand out, jaw set with determination that looked slightly undercut by the terror in his eyes. Whatever's happening, we're coming with you. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to send them back, keep them safe, handle this alone. But he remembered Hermione's words in the hospital wing, together, all three of us, and knew that refusing their help would be its own kind of betrayal. Fine. But stay behind me, follow my lead, and if I tell you to run, you run. No arguments. No promises, Hermione said, and pushed past him through the door. The corridor beyond was dark, the torches extinguished by whatever magic had torn through here. Harry's wand tip glowed with a whispered lumos, revealing gouges in the walls, scorch marks on the floor, and at the far end, the massive form of Fluffy, all three heads unconscious, an enchanted harp playing softly in the corner. Someone's already been through, Ron whispered unnecessarily. Quirrell. Moving fast. Harry crossed to the trapdoor, pulled it open. Below, darkness, but not silence. Faint sounds drifted up, rustling and shifting that suggested the devil's snare was still active. Jarvis, analysis. The plant below has been partially burned, sir. A path has been cleared through the center, but the devil's snare is regenerating. You'll need to move quickly or create your own passage. Fire it is. Harry turned to Hermione. You know the Bluebell Flame charm? Of course. Light the way. Ron, watch our backs. I'll take point. They descended. The devil's snare was exactly as unpleasant as Harry had expected, writhing tendrils that sought warm bodies with mindless hunger. But Hermione's conjured flames held it back, creating a corridor of charred vegetation through which they could pass. The plant shrank from the fire, hissing, and within minutes they were through. The next chamber was full of keys. Hundreds of them, thousands maybe, fluttering through the air on delicate wings. Most were silver and small, but Harry's enhanced vision picked out the target immediately, a large, old-fashioned key with bright blue wings, slightly crumpled as if it had been recently grabbed. That's the one, he said, pointing. But look, the wings are damaged. Quirrell already caught it. The door should be. He crossed to the far door and pushed. It swung open easily. No need to fly, Ron observed. That's lucky. That's not luck. He's moving fast enough that he didn't bother to reset the traps behind him. Harry's stomach tightened. He knows something we don't. Something that's making him rush. The chest chamber was a disaster. Massive stone pieces lay shattered across a board the size of a ballroom. White fragments mixed with black, pawns and knights and bishops reduced to rubble. At the center, the White King lay toppled, cracked nearly in two. Merlin, Ron breathed, stepping carefully through the debris. This wasn't a chess game. This was a slaughter. Whoever passed through didn't have time for strategy. They just destroyed everything. Hermione's voice was shaken. That takes power. Serious power. Voldemort's power, channeled through Quirrell. Harry moved toward the far door, not letting himself look too closely at the devastation. Each shattered piece represented a spell of incredible force. If that power was turned against them, don't think about it. Move forward. The next chamber reeked of troll, a second one, smaller than the beast Harry had fought on Halloween, lying unconscious against the wall with a lump the size of a quaffle on its forehead. Someone had dealt with it quickly and brutally. Beyond that, a room filled with flames. Purple fire blocked the way forward, black fire blocked retreat. And in the center, a table with 7 bottles of different sizes and shapes, a scroll of parchment beside them. Logic puzzle, Hermione said immediately, snatching up the scroll. Her eyes raced across the text, her lips moving silently. Poison, poison, nettle wine, forward, back, poison, poison, there. She pointed to the smallest bottle. That one takes you through the purple fire. But there's only enough for one person. Then I go alone. Harry, Hermione. He gripped her shoulders, forcing her to meet his eyes. You and Ron need to go back. Find Dumbledore, he should still be in his office. Tell him what's happening. If I fail, he's the only one who can stop this. If you fail, we're coming in after you, Ron said flatly. If I fail, coming in after me will just get you killed. Harry released Hermione, picked up the small bottle. I'm not asking. I'm telling. Go. Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears. But she nodded, sharply, and grabbed Ron's arm. Be careful, she whispered. Please, Harry. Be careful. Always. He drank the potion, ice flooding his veins, and walked through the purple flames. The final chamber was smaller than he expected. Circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that burned with a cold, colorless light. At the center stood a mirror, tall, ornate, with a golden frame inscribed with words Harry couldn't quite read. And before the mirror, his back to Harry, stood Professor Quirrell. No turban. His head was smooth and pale, wrong somehow in ways Harry's eyes refused to process properly. "I was wondering when you'd arrive," Quirrell said. His voice was different, no stutter, no nervousness. Clear and cold and confident. "The boy who lived. Come to play hero. Come to stop you. Ah, youth." Quirrell turned, and Harry's stomach lurched. The man's face was the same, tired, unremarkable, forgettable. But his eyes were red. Deep, burning crimson that had no place in a human skull. Such confidence. Such certainty that good will triumph over evil. "Did Dumbledore teach you that?" "Dumbledore didn't teach me anything." Harry's wand was steady, aimed at Quirrell's chest. "I learned on my own." "Did you?" The red eyes glittered with amusement. "And what did you learn, little wizard? What wisdom did your Muggle father impart that makes you think you can stand against me?" "You're Voldemort." "I am what remains of Lord Voldemort. A shadow. A whisper. A soul without a body, forced to share this pathetic vessel until I can reclaim what was taken from me." Quirrell's face twisted with disgust. 11 years, I waited. 11 years in the darkness, barely existing, feeding on scraps of power from the weak and willing. And all because of you. You killed my parents. You tried to kill me. Harry's voice was hard. "If you expected sympathy, you came to the wrong place. I don't want your sympathy, boy. I want your help." That was unexpected. Harry's wand didn't waver, but his mind raced. "The stone," Quirrell continued, gesturing toward the mirror. "It's here, I know it is. Hidden inside this cursed looking glass by Dumbledore's cleverness. But the magic won't yield to me. It demands purity of intention. A desire for the stone that doesn't involve using it. So you can't get it. I can get it. But not alone." Quirrell stepped closer, and Harry retreated, maintaining distance. "The mirror shows the deepest desire of whoever looks into it. I desire the stone to restore my master's body. That desire taints me in the mirror's eyes. But you might desire something different. Something the mirror would accept. You want me to get the stone for you. I want to make a deal." Quirrell's red eyes burned brighter. "Help me retrieve the stone, and I will leave this place peacefully. No destruction. No deaths. Your friends, the clever mudblood, the blood traitor Weasley, they'll live. Dumbledore will live. Everyone will live. And you'll have the stone. You'll become immortal. You'll come back stronger than ever and kill everyone anyway. Perhaps. Perhaps not." Quirrell shrugged. "What I can promise is that tonight, if you help me, no one dies. What I will promise is that if you refuse," his wand appeared in his hand, faster than Harry could track. "Everyone you care about will suffer first. Starting with you." Harry's mind raced through options. Fight, he was outmatched, and he knew it. Quirrell alone might be manageable, but with Voldemort's power flowing through him, the professor had defeated a troll, destroyed an enchanted chess set, and penetrated defenses designed by Hogwarts' finest teachers. Run, the purple fire blocked the exit, and Quirrell would catch him before he made it through. Stall, for what? Ron and Hermione wouldn't reach Dumbledore in time. "There's something you should know," Harry said slowly. "About what's beneath this castle. About what the stone is really containing." Quirrell's expression flickered. "The Archon. You know. Lord Voldemort knows many things. The entity trapped beneath Hogwarts has whispered to dark wizards for centuries, offering power in exchange for freedom." Quirrell's smile was thin. "I have no intention of freeing it. The stone is a tool, I will use it to restore my master's body, nothing more." The bindings will remain intact. You can't know that. The stone is part of the seal. Removing it will weaken the bindings temporarily. A few hours, perhaps a day. Long enough for me to use the elixir, to craft a new body, to become whole again. Quirrell's voice hardened. I am not a fool, boy. I've studied this magic for decades, in forms you cannot imagine. The seal will hold. And if you're wrong, then the Archon rises, magic is reunified, and both of us become irrelevant. Quirrell spread his hands. But that won't happen. The calculations are precise. The risk is minimal. Now, will you help me retrieve the stone, or must we do this the unpleasant way? Harry thought about the Sorting Hat's warning. About the pulses of golden light, the runes that flared when he passed, the ancient awareness that pressed against his mind in quiet moments. The Archon wasn't just a threat to be managed. It was a presence, vast and patient, waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity. Jarvis, he murmured, barely moving his lips. The Archon. Is it reacting? Significant activity in the lower foundations, sir. The energy patterns are consistent with increased consciousness. Whatever is happening here, the entity below is aware of it. Which meant time was running out. I'll look in the mirror, Harry said. But I'm not giving you the stone. Quirrell laughed, a cold, ugly sound. We'll see what you're willing to give, child. Harry approached the mirror slowly, wand still ready, every sense alert for Quirrell's attack. The glass surface was dark at first, reflective, showing only his own pale face and the chamber behind him. Then it changed. Harry saw himself, older, stronger, standing in armor that blazed with light. Beside him stood friends, family, a world at peace. His parents, alive somehow, smiling with pride. Tony, gray-haired but still sharp-eyed, one hand on Harry's shoulder. And in his older self's hand, the philosopher's stone. Red and perfect. The mirror. Harry smiled and slipped it into his pocket. And Harry felt something drop into his real pocket. The stone. The actual stone. The mirror had given it to him because his deepest desire wasn't to use the stone, it was to keep it safe. Well? Quirrell demanded. What do you see? I see myself winning the house cup. Harry stepped back from the mirror, keeping his face neutral. Gryffindor banners everywhere. Looks like we beat Slytherin by about 200 points. Quirrell's eyes narrowed. You're lying. I'm 11. My deepest desire is probably candy and Quidditch victories. Harry shrugged. Sorry to disappoint. Let me see him, Quirrell. The voice came from nowhere and everywhere, deep, rasping, terrible. It echoed through the chamber like a physical force, and Harry felt his scar explode with pain. Quirrell's hands rose to his head, fingers trembling. Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this. Quirrell turned. His hands continued upward, reaching behind his skull, and Harry realized with horror what was about to happen. Master, show him. Quirrell's fingers found the back of his head and pulled. Where the back of his skull should have been, there was a face. Chalk-white skin stretched over bones that seemed too sharp, too angular. Red eyes, brighter than those that had looked out through Quirrell's, burned with hatred and hunger and something that might have been curiosity. A slit where a nose should have been. Thin lips pulled back over teeth that were too long, too pointed. Voldemort. The face that had haunted Harry's nightmares, dreams he hadn't remembered until this moment, memories of green light and screaming and a cold voice promising death. Harry Potter, the face whispered. We meet at last. The pain in Harry's scar was blinding. He staggered, one hand pressed to his forehead, fighting to stay conscious. The stone in his pocket seemed to pulse with its own heat, responding to the Dark Lord's presence. I see you've found what I'm looking for. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something like a smile. Give it to me. No. Give it to me, and I will let you live. Refuse, and I will destroy everything you love. Your friends. Your father. Your precious technology. The red eyes burned brighter. I am being generous, boy. Do not test my patience. Your patience. Harry forced himself upright, forced his wand to steady. You've been waiting 11 years. What's another few minutes? Clever child. But not clever enough. Voldemort's voice dropped to a whisper. Kill him. Quirrell moved. The spell he cast was dark, ugly, a curse that Harry didn't recognize but felt in his bones. He threw himself sideways, the magic scorching the air where he'd been standing, and returned fire with a stunning spell that Quirrell batted aside like a gnat. They dueled. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't the choreographed wand work of experts. Harry was 11 years old, barely trained, fighting with instinct and desperation against a man possessed by the most dangerous dark wizard in history. He was losing. Curse after curse drove him back. His shield shattered under impacts that should have been beyond Quirrell's power, Voldemort's magic, channeled through the weakened professor, devastating in its intensity. Harry's back hit the wall. His wand arm was numb. Blood streamed from a cut above his eye. Pathetic, Voldemort hissed. This is the child who destroyed me. This is the great threat. A frightened boy with a glowing chest and no real power. Harry's hand found the stone in his pocket. It was warm, hot, almost, pulsing with energy that seemed to respond to his touch. The stone, Jarvis said urgently in his ear. Sir, the stone is resonating with your arc reactor. The frequencies are aligning. If you channel power through it, what happens? Unknown, sir. The stone's capabilities are not fully documented. But the energy output could be substantial. Harry pulled the stone from his pocket. It blazed with red light, bright enough to make Quirrell shield his eyes. Give that to me. Voldemort screamed. Give it to me. Harry channeled. The arc reactor flared. The stone ignited. And power, more power than Harry had ever felt, more than the suit had ever channeled, more than he'd imagined possible, erupted through his body in a wave of golden fire. The blast caught Quirrell in the chest and threw him across the chamber. Harry stood in the aftermath, the stone clutched in his fist, his body singing with energy that felt like it might tear him apart. The stone was feeding him power, Archon power, ancient and terrible and alive. Yes, a voice whispered in his mind. Not Voldemort. Something older. Something deeper. Yes, child. Feel what you could become. Feel what magic truly is. No. Harry gritted his teeth, fought to release the stone, found his fingers locked around it. I won't, I'm not, you are the bridge. The merger of worlds. Through you, magic can be reborn. Harry. The voice cut through the Archon's whisper. Dumbledore stood in the chamber's entrance, his wand blazing with white light, his face terrible in its fury. Release the stone. Harry tried. His fingers spasmed. The golden fire was inside him now, flowing through his veins, changing something fundamental in how his magic worked. We are connected now, the Archon whispered. The seal has cracked. And I have found my champion. No. Harry screamed it with every ounce of will Tony had trained into him, every fragment of determination his parents had died to give him. He wrenched his hand open, hurled the stone away, and collapsed to his knees as the power receded. The stone hit the floor, rolled, came to rest against Dumbledore's boot. The headmaster looked at it. Looked at Harry. Looked at Quirrell's body, still twitching, Voldemort's face still visible at the back of his skull. Remarkable, Dumbledore said softly. And terrifying. Then he raised his wand and ended Quirinus Quirrell's suffering with a single, precise spell. Harry woke in the hospital wing. For a moment, he didn't know where he was, the white ceiling was unfamiliar, the smells of potions and clean linen strange after the chaos of the chamber. Then memory crashed back, and he sat up so fast his head spun. "Easy, kid. Easy." Tony Stark sat beside his bed, looking like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were red-rimmed, his hair unwashed, his jaw shadowed with stubble. But he was here. He was here. "Dad?" "Yeah." Tony's voice was rough. "Yeah, it's me." Harry was in his father's arms before he consciously decided to move. Tony held him tight, tight enough to hurt, tight enough that Harry knew he was real and solid and not going anywhere. "I got a call from Dumbledore," Tony said into Harry's hair. "Diplomatic channels. He said you'd been injured in some kind of magical incident. I was on a plane 20 minutes later. How long have I been out?" 3 days. Tony pulled back, studying Harry's face with the intensity of someone cataloging every detail for later analysis. "The stone did something to you. Something the healers don't understand. Your magical signature has changed. Your arc reactor's output has increased by 30%. And apparently, you've been muttering in your sleep, in a language that died out before Rome was founded." Harry touched his chest. The arc reactor felt different, warmer, more responsive, humming at a frequency he could feel in his bones. "The Archon," he said. "It connected to me. Through the stone." "Yeah, Dumbledore mentioned that." Tony's expression was grim. "He also mentioned that you're expelled from this school and that Voldemort's ghost escaped to possess someone else and that there's an ancient entity beneath the foundation that's now partially bonded to my son." He paused. "It's been a hell of a week." "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry. Be smart." Tony stood, pacing the way he always did when he was thinking hard. "We're leaving tonight. I've got a jet waiting. The British magical government is throwing fits about unauthorized Muggle presence, but they can shove their protests somewhere uncomfortable. You're my son. I'm taking you home. What about Dumbledore? What about him? He saved me. In the chamber. If he hadn't arrived, if he hadn't left you in a cupboard for 4 years, you wouldn't have needed saving." Tony's voice was sharp. "I met with him this morning. Had a nice long conversation about his plans for you, his manipulations, his convenient habit of putting children in danger and calling it preparation. And I told him that if he ever comes near you again without my explicit permission, I will burn the magical world to the ground. Figuratively speaking." Tony paused. "Mostly figuratively speaking." Harry wanted to argue, wanted to defend Dumbledore, somehow, despite everything, but the headmaster's own words echoed in his memory. "Using you as an anchor. Buying me time." Dumbledore had admitted to using Harry as bait. The only question was whether the ends justified the means. "What about my friends?" Harry asked. "Ron and Hermione. They've been here every day. Had to practically drag them out to eat and sleep. Good kids." Tony's expression softened slightly. "They care about you. That counts for something. Can I say goodbye? They're waiting outside." Dumbledore tried to restrict visitors, but I explained that his restrictions don't apply to me and never will. Tony headed for the door. "I'll give you 10 minutes. Then we're gone." The door opened. Ron and Hermione rushed in, nearly trampling Tony in their eagerness, and then Harry was buried in hugs and questions and tears. "We thought you were going to die," Hermione sobbed into his shoulder. "You weren't waking up, and the healers kept saying they didn't understand what was wrong, and, I'm okay," Harry said, even though he wasn't sure if that was true. "I'm okay." "You fought you-know-who," Ron said, his voice awed. "Actually fought him. And you won." "I survived." "That's not the same thing." Harry pulled back, looking at them both. "Listen, I have to go. My dad is taking me back to America. But this isn't goodbye." "Of course it isn't." Hermione wiped her eyes fiercely. You think we're going to let a little thing like expulsion keep us apart? I've already started researching magical communication methods, and Ron's brothers know how to modify owls for long-distance delivery, and, Hermione. Harry put his hands on her shoulders. I'll come back. I don't know when, I don't know how, but I'll come back. The Archon is still down there. Voldemort is still out there. And you're both still here. He smiled, crooked and tired. Someone's got to keep you from doing something stupid while I'm gone. Ron laughed, surprised and wet. That's our line. I'm borrowing it. Tony reappeared in the doorway. Time's up, kid. The magical bureaucrats are getting antsy, and I promised Pepper I'd have you home before midnight. Harry hugged Ron, hard and quick. Hugged Hermione longer, breathing in the smell of books and determination. Then he followed his father out of the hospital wing, through Hogwarts' ancient corridors, into the grey Scottish morning. A sleek jet waited on the grounds, looking impossibly modern against the medieval castle backdrop. As Harry climbed aboard, he looked back one last time. Hogwarts stood tall and beautiful, its towers reaching for the clouds, its windows glittering with reflected light. Somewhere inside, Dumbledore was planning. Somewhere below, the Archon was waiting. Somewhere far away, Voldemort was scheming his return. And Harry James Stark was going home. For now. The flight to New York took 7 hours. Harry spent most of it unconscious, his body was still recovering from the stone's power surge, and the healers had warned that he would need rest for weeks. Tony sat beside him, pretending to work on tablet projects while actually just watching his son sleep. Jarvis broke the silence somewhere over the Atlantic. Sir, I've completed my analysis of Harry's biological changes. The results are concerning. Define concerning. His cellular structure has been altered at a fundamental level. The magical energy from the stone appears to have integrated with his arc reactor's power output, creating a feedback loop that I cannot fully model. In essence, sir, Harry is now generating more magical energy than he consumes. He has become a source rather than a conduit. Tony's jaw tightened. A source of what? Unknown. The energy signature matches nothing in my database. However, it bears similarities to the readings I've taken from the Archon's influence zones. If I had to speculate. Harry may have become a walking fragment of the Archon itself. A piece of the entity's power, embedded in a human host. Tony stared at his sleeping son. At the gentle glow of the arc reactor through his shirt. At the face that still looked so young, so innocent, despite everything he'd endured. Can we remove it? I don't know, sir. The integration is profound. Attempting to separate the Archon's energy from Harry's system might damage him irreparably. Or it might do nothing at all. The magic involved is beyond my capacity to fully analyze. Then we learn more. Tony's voice was hard. We research. We experiment. We find a way to fix this, or we find a way to live with it. But we don't give up. Of course, sir. I wouldn't expect anything less. Harry stirred, murmured something in his sleep. Tony reached out, brushed the dark hair from his forehead, and made a silent promise. Whatever it took. Whatever he had to do. He would protect his son. Even from ancient gods. Stark Tower felt like sanctuary. Harry spent his first week home sleeping, mostly. The guest room he'd once occupied had long since become his room, decorated with the detritus of his interests, from engineering diagrams to magical theory texts to photos of happier times. Tony had removed everything that reminded Harry of Hogwarts, but it was still there in the spaces between, the absence of things, the ghost of a future that had been stolen. Pepper came by daily. She didn't push him to talk, just sat with him, brought food, made sure he knew he wasn't alone. Happy lingered in doorways, awkward and worried, occasionally dropping off magazines or movies that he thought might help. The Avengers reached out, in their various ways. Steve sent a handwritten letter, actual pen and paper, expressing his support and offering to train with Harry whenever he was ready. Natasha appeared one morning without warning, evaluated Harry with those unreadable eyes, and told him that surviving a monster was the first step toward defeating one. Bruce Banner called, nervous and gentle, offering to analyze Harry's changed energy signature with equipment Stark Tower didn't have. Harry appreciated all of it. But what he really wanted was answers. He found Tony in the workshop on his 8th day back, surrounded by holographic displays showing data Harry didn't immediately recognize. Numbers scrolled across screens, energy readings, magical signatures, something that looked like medical imaging of a human chest. "You're studying me," Harry said from the doorway. "I'm studying the problem." Tony didn't turn around. "There's a difference." "Is there?" "You're my son. The problem is what's been done to you." Tony finally looked back, and Harry saw the exhaustion in his eyes. "I've been going through everything. Every scrap of data about the stone, the Archon, ancient magical entities. There's not much, wizards are terrible at documentation, but what there is paints a picture I don't like." "Show me." Tony hesitated, then gestured Harry closer. The holograms reorganized, becoming a timeline. 600 years ago, the Philosopher's Stone was created. Air quotes, because according to what I've found, Flamel didn't invent the stone, he discovered it. Found it in an old ruin in France, already fully formed, already powerful. Tony highlighted a section of the display. The stone's original purpose wasn't immortality or gold creation. It was containment. The Archon was trapped inside it, compressed down to something manageable. Flamel figured out how to use the excess energy for his own purposes. So the stone is a prison. A prison and a battery. The Archon's power leaks out continuously, that's where the elixir comes from. Flamel's been siphoning off just enough to stay alive without weakening the containment. Tony's expression was grim. But containment degrades over time. The Archon's been pushing against the walls of its prison for centuries. And when you channeled that power, I let something out. You let something in. Into yourself. Tony pulled up the medical imaging, Harry's own chest, showing the arc reactor and the strange new energies that wrapped around it. The Archon saw an opportunity. You're already a bridge between technology and magic, already someone who can channel power in ways that shouldn't be possible. When you touched the stone, it extended a part of itself into you. Think of it like a tether. An anchor in the physical world that lets it exert influence even while the rest of it stays trapped. Harry touched his chest. The arc reactor hummed against his palm, and now that he knew what to look for, he could feel the other presence. Something vast and patient, watching from the edges of his awareness. Can we cut the tether? I don't know. Maybe. But even if we could, the Archon wouldn't stop existing. It would still be down there, still trying to get out, still looking for another opportunity. Tony shook his head. The real question isn't how to cut the connection. It's how to use it. Use it? You're linked to one of the most powerful magical entities in existence. That's a vulnerability, yes, but it's also a resource. If we can understand the connection, control it, turn it to our advantage. Tony's eyes gleamed with the familiar light of a problem being solved. You might become the most powerful wizard who ever lived. Or I might become the Archon's puppet. Its host. Its vessel for entering the world. Also possible. Tony didn't sugarcoat it. That's why we need to understand what we're dealing with. You need to understand. Not just intellectually, practically. You need to learn what this connection can do, what its limits are, how to control it instead of being controlled by it. How do I do that? The same way you learn anything. Practice. Experimentation. Failure. Tony smiled, tired but determined. And you won't do it alone. I've already reached out to every magical expert I can find, the legitimate ones, not the Dumbledore types who think manipulation is mentorship. We're going to build a team. Find teachers who can help you master what you've become. In America? For now. The British magical government is making noise about extraditing you for crimes against magical secrecy or some such nonsense. I've got lawyers handling it, but it'll take time to clear up. Tony put a hand on Harry's shoulder. You're not going back to Hogwarts this year. Maybe not next year either. But that doesn't mean you stop learning. It doesn't mean you stop growing stronger. Harry looked at the holographic displays, at the data that represented his own changed body. The Archon's presence pulsed at the edge of his mind, curious, watching. What if it won't wait? He asked. The Archon. What if it starts pushing harder? Trying to take over? Then we fight it. Together. Tony's voice was fierce. You're my son, Harry. Whatever's inside you, whatever it wants, I'm not letting it have you. Not now. Not ever. Harry nodded slowly. The fear was still there, would probably always be there, but something else was growing beside it. Determination. Resolve. He wasn't just a victim of the Archon's influence. He was a variable in an equation that had lasted for centuries. And variables could change the equation entirely. All right, he said. When do we start? Tony's grin was sharp and proud. We already have. The weeks that followed were intense. Tony had assembled an unlikely team of advisors, magical experts from around the world who owed him favors, or who were genuinely curious about Harry's unprecedented situation. There was Wong, a sorcerer from somewhere in Nepal who spoke in koans and could make reality bend in ways that even Harry's enhanced senses couldn't track. Dr. Helena Stavros, a Greek witch specializing in ancient entity psychology. Kwame Asante, a Ghanaian magus who had studied the Archon's influence across 3 continents. They tested Harry relentlessly. Measured his energy output. Analyzed his dreams, which had grown more vivid and strange since the connection formed. Taught him techniques for shielding his mind, for distinguishing his own thoughts from the entity's whispers, for asserting control when the Archon's presence grew too strong. You must understand, Wong said during one session, the Archon is not evil in the human sense. It does not hate you. It does not wish you harm. Then what does it want? To be whole again. To exist as it once did, before humans fragmented its power. Wong's eyes were kind but serious. When magic was young, the Archon was everything, the source from which all power flowed. Humans learned to channel that power, to shape it through will and focus, and in doing so, they divided what had been unified. Each wizard, each spell, each magical tradition became a crack in the Archon's consciousness. So it wants to absorb all magic back into itself? Perhaps. Or perhaps it simply wants to understand what it has become. The Archon has been broken for so long that it may no longer remember what wholeness felt like. Wong tilted his head. You represent something new to it. A wizard who channels power through technology. A mind that bridges worlds it thought were separate. The Archon is curious about you, Harry. That curiosity may be your greatest asset. Or my greatest vulnerability. Yes. But that is true of all curiosity, is it not? The training continued. Harry learned to sense the Archon's presence in his mind, a vast, slow warmth at the edges of his awareness, like standing near a fire that burned in dimensions he couldn't perceive. He learned to communicate with it, after a fashion, not in words, but in impressions and images. It showed him things sometimes, memories of a world before humanity, when magic flowed unbroken across the earth. Visions of possible futures, some beautiful and some terrible. And it showed him Voldemort. The Dark Lord appeared in Harry's dreams more often now. Sometimes he was as Harry had seen him, a face on the back of Quirrell's head, terrible and hungry. Other times he wore different forms, a handsome young man with cold eyes, a snake-faced monster wrapped in shadows, a whisper in the darkness that promised power beyond imagining. The Archon feared Voldemort. Harry could feel that clearly. Not because the Dark Lord was strong, he was, but the Archon had weathered worse, but because Voldemort's methods threatened to destabilize things the entity needed stable. The Horcruxes, Harry murmured one morning, sitting across from Dr. Stavros. The Archon shows me fragments of Voldemort's soul, scattered across the world. It's angry about them. Angry how? They're wrong, to it. Violations of how souls should work. Each Horcrux is a tear in the fabric of magic, an instability that the Archon can't ignore. Harry struggled to articulate what he'd felt. It's like having a splinter you can't remove. Constant irritation. And what does the Archon want to do about these splinters? Destroy them. Or have someone else destroy them. Harry's eyes widened as understanding dawned. That's why it's interested in me. Not just because of the technology, or the bridge between worlds. It wants me to hunt the Horcruxes. To fix what Voldemort broke. Dr. Stavros nodded slowly. Ancient entities often work through mortal agents. They cannot directly interfere with the physical world, so they find vessels, champions, tools. The question is whether you're willing to be the Archon's tool. I'm not anyone's tool. Then you must find a way to make this partnership work on your terms. Stavros leaned forward. The Archon needs you. That gives you leverage. Use it. That night, Harry tried something he hadn't attempted before. He reached for the Archon deliberately. Not defensively, not reactively, but as an equal seeking dialogue. The entity's attention settled on him immediately, warm, vast, curious. You want the Horcruxes destroyed, Harry projected. You want Voldemort stopped. A pulse of agreement. Images of shadowed fragments, soul pieces scattered across continents like shrapnel from an explosion. I'll help you. But not as your puppet. Not as your weapon. Confusion. The concept of partnership was strange to the Archon, which had existed for eons in isolation. I want something in return. Information. Power. The ability to protect the people I care about. Harry pushed harder, forcing the entity to understand. I'm not just a bridge between worlds. I'm a person. And you'll deal with me as one. A long pause. Then, slowly, something that felt like respect. Agreement. Partnership. Terms. The Archon showed him the first Horcrux, a diary, dark with malevolent energy, hidden in the home of a wizard Harry had met once and immediately distrusted. Lucius Malfoy. You want to do what? Tony stared at Harry across the workshop, his expression caught between disbelief and alarm. Hunt Voldemort's soul fragments. Starting with a diary hidden in Malfoy Manor. Harry kept his voice calm, confident. He'd been practicing. The Archon has agreed to help, to provide information, to warn me of dangers. In exchange, I deal with the Horcruxes that are irritating it. Irritating it. You're going to conduct magical spec ops against a heavily warded pureblood estate because an ancient entity is irritated. I'm going to do it because it's the only way to stop Voldemort permanently. Dumbledore said it himself, until the Horcruxes are destroyed, the Dark Lord can't truly die. And while he's out there, everyone I care about is in danger. Tony ran a hand through his hair. Harry, you're 12 years old. And I've already fought Voldemort twice and survived both times. I've bonded with an entity older than human civilization. I've developed magic technology integration that nobody else in history has achieved. Harry met his father's eyes steadily. I'm not a normal 12-year-old. We both know that. Knowing it and accepting it are different things. Then accept it. Because I'm doing this with or without your support. The words hung in the air between them. Tony's expression flickered through a dozen emotions, fear, pride, frustration, love, before settling into something like resignation. You're too much like me. You know that? Stubborn, reckless, convinced you know best. He sighed. All right. Tell me about the diary. Harry pulled up the holographic display he'd prepared. Images appeared: Malfoy Manor, its architectural plans, its known magical defenses. The diary was given to Lucius Malfoy by Voldemort himself, decades ago. It's hidden in a concealed chamber beneath the manor's library. The Archon can suppress the wards long enough for me to get in and out, but I'll need to move fast. And if you're caught? I won't be caught. That's not an answer. If I'm caught, I use the suit to fight my way out. If that fails, you use the satellites you've positioned over Europe to track my location and send extraction. Harry smiled grimly. I know you've prepared for this, Dad. You've been preparing since the day I got my Hogwarts letter. Tony was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed, a short, sharp sound that held no humor. Got me there. He stood, moving to another workstation. All right. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. Full tactical planning. Backup contingencies. Medical support on standby. This isn't a solo mission anymore, it's a Stark operation. I wouldn't have it any other way. They worked through the night. Harry detailed everything the Archon had shown him about the diary, its location, its defenses, the dark magic that protected it. Tony contributed tactical analysis, technological solutions, emergency protocols. By dawn, they had a plan. By the following night, Harry was flying over England in stealth mode, the Arcana Mark IV humming around him, the Archon's vast attention fixed on the estate growing larger beneath him. Malfoy Manor waited. And Harry James Stark was coming for the first piece of Voldemort's soul. The raid went perfectly, and then went terribly wrong. Harry penetrated the manor's outer wards without incident, the Archon's power flowing through his suit to create a bubble of magical interference that the ancient protections couldn't detect. He moved through the darkened halls like a ghost, Jarvis feeding him real-time updates on patrol patterns and magical sensor locations. The concealed chamber was exactly where the Archon had shown him, a hidden door behind a false bookcase, protected by blood magic that would have incinerated a normal intruder. Harry's gauntlets glowed with golden light as he channeled the Archon's power through his rune work, disrupting the blood wards, forcing them to recognize him as something older and more fundamental than any family bloodline. The diary sat on a pedestal inside. Black leather, unremarkable except for the name embossed on the cover, T.M. Riddle. Harry reached for it, and the world exploded. Not physically. The explosion was magical, psychic, a detonation of dark energy that slammed into Harry's mind like a physical blow. The diary's defenses were more sophisticated than the Archon had anticipated. It wasn't just a soul fragment, it was a trap. A honeypot designed to catch anyone who came looking. And it caught Harry perfectly. He saw himself in a forest, dark and endless, trees twisted into shapes that shouldn't exist. Before him stood Tom Riddle, young, handsome, radiating cold charm. Harry Potter. The name was a caress, a threat. I've been waiting for you. Get out of my head. This isn't your head. This is the diary's world, a pocket dimension I created decades ago, waiting for exactly this moment. Riddle smiled, and it was the smile of a predator scenting blood. The Archon told you where to find me, didn't it? Foolish entity. It forgot that I know its weaknesses too. Harry reached for his connection to the Archon, and found nothing. The diary had cut him off, trapped him in this false world, alone. I'm going to show you something, Riddle said. Something the Archon didn't want you to see. The forest dissolved. Harry found himself standing in a memory, or something like a memory. A cavern, vast and dark, filled with the glow of ancient runes. Two figures stood at the center. One was recognizable, a younger Voldemort, his features not yet fully transformed into the snake-like horror Harry knew. The other was a shape made of light, golden and terrible. The Archon. But different. Smaller. More focused. Almost human. I found it, the memory Voldemort said. The fragment you left behind when the stone was forged. Hidden here, forgotten, waiting for someone with the will to claim it. The golden shape pulsed. You cannot claim what is not yours. Everything is mine if I have the power to take it. Voldemort raised his wand. And now I understand power you've forgotten. The spell he cast was unlike anything Harry had seen, words in a language that hurt to hear, gestures that tore at the fabric of reality. The golden shape convulsed, screamed, and shattered. And pieces of it, tiny fragments of golden light, were absorbed into Voldemort's body. That's what your partner didn't tell you, Riddle said, the memory fading. The Archon isn't just interested in you, Harry. It's afraid of you. Because the Dark Lord it wants you to destroy is carrying pieces of itself. Harry's mind reeled. You're lying. I'm incapable of lying in this space. Everything here is truth. Riddle stepped closer, his form shifting, becoming more monstrous, more like the Voldemort Harry had faced in the chamber. The Archon used you. It wanted you to destroy the Horcruxes because each one contains a fragment of its own power, power that Voldemort stole decades ago. When you destroy a Horcrux, that power returns to the Archon. You're not hunting Voldemort for your own sake. You're feeding an ancient entity. Even if that's true, it is true. It doesn't change anything. Voldemort still needs to be stopped. The Horcruxes still need to be destroyed. Why? Riddle's voice was genuinely curious. Because Dumbledore says so. Because the Archon manipulated you into believing it. Think, Harry. Really think. What has Voldemort done to you personally? He killed my parents. And if he hadn't, you would have been raised by James and Lily Potter. Good people, by all accounts, but ordinary wizards with ordinary lives. You would have grown up in the magical world, ignorant of technology, limited by tradition. Riddle's smile was knowing. Instead, you became something unprecedented. Tony Stark made you into a weapon that no one else could be. The Archon gave you power that no wizard has wielded in millennia. Everything you are, everything you're capable of, it exists because Voldemort murdered your parents. You're trying to make me grateful. I'm trying to make you see clearly. Riddle reached out, and Harry felt pressure at the edges of his mind, not an attack, but an offer. Join me, Harry. Not as a servant, as a partner. Together, we could reshape the magical world. Your technology, my knowledge, the Archon's power under our control instead of controlling us. No. You haven't even considered, I said no. Harry's voice was steel. I don't care what the Archon wants. I don't care what you want. I care about the people who raised me, the friends who stood beside me, the world that's been twisted by dark wizards who think they're entitled to power. You want to reshape things? Fine. Do it without me. Riddle's expression flickered. You'll regret this. Probably. But at least I'll be able to live with myself. Harry reached deep inside himself, past the fear, past the doubt, past Riddle's poisonous words, and found something he hadn't known was there. A spark of pure defiance, bright and hot in his. He burned. Golden fire erupted from his core, not the Archon's power but something else, something human, something that Riddle couldn't predict or control. The diary's pocket dimension cracked around him, reality splintering like broken glass. Harry screamed his refusal at the dream Riddle, at the diary, at everything trying to use him as a tool. And he woke. He was lying on the floor of the hidden chamber, the diary clutched in his hand. It was burning, not with fire, but with light. Golden light that poured from his palm, flooding the dark artifact, overwhelming its defenses. The diary screamed. Tom Riddle's voice echoed through the chamber, howling in agony as the Horcrux was destroyed. And then silence. Harry lay there, breathing hard, the ruined diary crumbling to ash in his grip. His arc reactor was flickering, power output destabilized, runework scorched, the whole system pushed past its limits. But he was alive. And the first Horcrux was gone. "Jarvis," he croaked. "Status. Multiple system failures, sir. I recommend immediate extraction." "Agreed." Harry pulled himself upright, every muscle screaming in protest. The suit's flight systems were barely functional, but they'd get him out of here. They'd get him home. He flew into the night sky, leaving Malfoy Manor behind, leaving the ashes of Tom Riddle's diary, leaving the first battle of a war that would span years. The Archon stirred at the back of his mind. Satisfied. Curious. Waiting. One down, Harry thought. 6 to go. Chapter 4 END Chapter 5, The Descent. The flight back to Stark Tower took 3 hours longer than planned. Harry's suit was failing in stages, flight stabilizers first, then environmental controls, then the targeting systems that he didn't strictly need but missed anyway. By the time Jarvis guided him onto the tower's landing pad, he was essentially flying a very expensive coffin with unreliable thrust. Tony was waiting. So was a medical team. "Don't say it," Harry managed, as his helmet retracted and the cold New York air hit his face. "Wasn't going to say anything." Tony's voice was carefully controlled, but his hands shook as he helped Harry out of the damaged armor. "Just going to stand here and not say anything about my 12-year-old son flying a solo infiltration mission into hostile territory and nearly dying. Not saying a word." "Dad, the diary. Did you get it?" Harry opened his palm. Ash drifted between his fingers, the last remnants of Tom Riddle's first Horcrux. Tony stared at the ash for a long moment. Then he pulled Harry into a hug that was too tight, too desperate, too much like goodbye. "Don't ever do that again," he whispered. "I can't promise that." "I know." Tony pulled back, his eyes bright. "I know you can't. That's the worst part." The medical team descended, running scans, checking vitals, cataloging the damage that Harry's body had sustained. The results were concerning: elevated heart rate, irregular magical signature, residual dark energy traces from the diary's defenses. But he was alive. Somehow, impossibly, he was alive. They put him in the medical bay for observation. Harry lay in the sterile bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the Archon's presence pulse at the edges of his awareness. "You destroyed it," the entity communicated. "Not words, impressions. Satisfaction. Hunger. The fragment returns." Harry closed his eyes. He could feel it now, a tiny piece of golden warmth that had rejoined the Archon's vast consciousness, flowing back through their connection like water finding its level. "Riddle showed me something," Harry projected. "He said you were using me. That the Horcruxes contain pieces of your power that Voldemort stole." A long pause. Then, reluctantly, acknowledgement. "You lied to me. I omitted." The Archon's response carried something like defensiveness. "The distinction matters. Not to me it doesn't." Harry broke the connection, threw up mental shields the way Wong had taught him. The Archon pressed against the barriers, curious and perhaps contrite, but Harry held firm. He needed time to think. Time to decide whether his partnership with an ancient entity was worth continuing. And he needed to talk to someone who wasn't his father, wasn't an advisor, wasn't part of the complicated web of agendas that seemed to surround every aspect of his life. He needed his friends. The letters arrived 3 days later. Ron's was blunt and worried. "Harry, heard about something going down at Malfoy Manor. Dark magic, wards failing, Lucius in a right state. Was that you? Please tell me that was you and that you're okay. Mum's going spare." Right back. Hermione's was longer, more analytical. "The magical world is in chaos. Something destroyed a powerful dark artifact in the heart of Malfoy Manor, and no one knows what or how. The Daily Prophet is full of speculation. Some say it was Dumbledore, others claim dark wizards fighting among themselves. But I remember what you told us about the Horcruxes. I remember what you said about hunting them. Harry, if that was you, please be careful. And please tell me everything. Harry read both letters twice. Then he did something that probably violated a dozen international magical laws. He invited them to New York. This is mental, Ron said, staring out the window of Stark Tower at the Manhattan skyline. Absolutely completely mental. You've said that 6 times since you arrived, Hermione observed. Because it keeps being true. Ron pressed his nose against the glass. Look at this place. It's like something out of a Muggle film. There are flying cars. Those are helicopters, Harry said, suppressing a smile. And technically, some of them are Stark Industries drones. But same idea. Getting Ron and Hermione to New York had required creative manipulation of magical and Muggle transportation systems. Portkeys were out, too easy to trace, so Harry had arranged for a series of mundane flights with falsified documentation, followed by a pickup at JFK in one of Tony's less ostentatious vehicles. The Weasleys had been reluctant to let Ron go, but a personal letter from Tony Stark, accompanied by a check for educational expenses that made Molly Weasley's eyes water, had smoothed things over. Hermione's parents were easier, they were thrilled that their daughter had made friends, and the idea of her visiting America was exciting rather than terrifying. Now both of them were here, in Harry's world, surrounded by technology that most wizards would consider impossible. So, Hermione said, settling onto Harry's bedroom couch with the purposeful air of someone about to conduct an interrogation, the Malfoy raid. Tell us everything. Harry told them. By the time he finished, the diary, Riddle's mental trap, the revelation about the Archon's stolen power, Ron was pale and Hermione was pacing. You're connected to an ancient entity that's been manipulating you from the start, Hermione summarized. An entity that wants you to destroy Horcruxes so it can reclaim pieces of itself. And you're planning to continue doing exactly that. Yes. Even though you know it's using you. Even though. Hermione stopped pacing and faced him directly. Why? Because the Horcruxes still need to be destroyed. Because Voldemort is still out there, still dangerous, still planning to come back. Because if I don't do this, someone else will have to, and most people don't have an ancient entity giving them the exact locations of soul fragments. But you can't trust the information, Ron argued. The Archon lied to you once. Who's to say it won't lie again? Led you into a trap, get you killed. Then I die informed instead of ignorant. Harry's voice was flat. I'm not saying the Archon is trustworthy. I'm saying it's useful. And right now, useful is what I need. That's cold, Ron said quietly. That's survival. Hermione sat down heavily. You've changed. Since the chamber, since the connection formed. You're harder. More calculating. Maybe I am. Harry didn't deny it. Maybe that's what happens when you touch something as old and strange as the Archon. Or maybe this is who I always was, and I just didn't have a reason to show it before. That's not true. Hermione's voice was fierce. I've seen you with your father. With us. You care about people, Harry. You're not some cold strategist playing chess with immortal entities. Then what am I? You're my friend. She reached out, took his hand. You're someone who fought a troll for me. Who stood up to Malfoy on the train. Who refused to let Voldemort manipulate you, even when he was inside your head. She squeezed. Whatever the Archon wants from you, whatever it's done to you, that person is still in there. I believe that. Harry looked at her hand in his. Small, warm, real. So different from the vast cold presence that lurked at the back of his mind. I believe it too, he said. Most days. Ron cleared his throat awkwardly. Right. So. We're hunting Horcruxes now, is that the plan? That's the plan. Brilliant. Mental, but brilliant. Ron grinned, and it was the same expression he'd worn on the train when Harry first explained the suit, terror and excitement in equal measure. Where do we start? The Archon showed Harry the second Horcrux 3 days later. He'd been training in the workshop, pushing his rebuilt suit through its paces, when the vision crashed over him without warning. Golden light, a sensation of vast attention, and then, a ring. Gold, set with a black stone carved with a strange symbol. It sat in a ruined shack, protected by curses that smelled of rot and madness. Little Hangleton, the Archon whispered. The family home. Where his mortality ended. Harry came back to himself on the workshop floor, the suit's systems blaring warnings about his vital signs. Tony was there in seconds, helping him up, scanning him with a handheld medical device. Another vision. Another Horcrux. Harry steadied himself against the workbench. A ring, hidden in a shack. Voldemort's family home. Where? Village called Little Hangleton. Somewhere in England. Tony's jaw tightened. You just got back from England. You were nearly killed. I wasn't nearly killed. I was moderately endangered. Harry, Dad, I know. Harry met his father's eyes. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But this is the path, and I have to walk it. Every Horcrux that remains is a chance for Voldemort to return. Every day I wait is a day he gets stronger. Then let me come with you. Harry blinked. What? Let me come with you. I can't do magic, but I can provide tactical support, surveillance, extraction if things go wrong. Tony's voice was urgent. I can't sit here and watch you fly into danger alone. Not again. You'd be a liability in a magical combat zone. Then we don't engage in magical combat. We do this smart, reconnaissance, planning, surgical strike. No charging into cursed shacks without knowing exactly what we're facing. Tony gripped Harry's shoulder. You want to hunt Horcruxes? Fine. But we do it as a team. Stark Industries style. Harry thought about it. His instinct was to refuse, to protect his father from a world he couldn't fully understand, but Tony's point was valid. The Malfoy raid had nearly killed him. If he'd had backup, real backup with tactical expertise and resources. All right, he said. But I'm still the one who goes in. When magic is involved, you stay back. Deal. They shook on it. And for the first time since the connection formed, Harry felt something that might have been hope. The reconnaissance took 2 weeks. Tony deployed satellites, drones, every surveillance technology he could bring to bear on a small English village without triggering international incidents. Harry supplemented this with magical scrying, techniques Wong had taught him, modified to work through his suit's systems. Little Hangleton emerged in fragments. A dying village, barely a few hundred people, most of them elderly. A manor on the hill that had once belonged to a family called Riddle. A graveyard where Thomas, Mary, and Tom Riddle Sr. lay buried, murdered 60 years ago by a grandson they'd never acknowledged. And on the outskirts, hidden behind magical concealments that most wizards would never penetrate, a decrepit shack. The Gaunt House. Where Voldemort had hidden a piece of his soul. The cursed structure is unlike anything I've seen, Harry reported during one of their planning sessions. Ron and Hermione had returned to England, the school year was starting soon, and their absence would be noticed, but they participated via secure video link that Tony had rigged. Multiple layers, designed to reinforce each other. The outer ring is a compulsion curse, anyone who approaches feels overwhelming urge to leave. Beyond that, there's a withering hex that causes rapid physical decay. And the innermost layer. What? Hermione prompted. It's not a curse at all. It's a binding. Something that keeps the Horcrux from leaving the shack, from being moved without the proper key. Harry shook his head. Voldemort was paranoid. He didn't just hide the ring, he made it impossible to steal. What's the key? Ron asked. Blood. Specifically, the blood of a Gaunt descendant. Voldemort's own bloodline. Tony leaned forward. Does Voldemort have living relatives? No. The Gaunt family is extinct. He was the last of the line. Harry smiled grimly. But I have a piece of the Archon inside me. An entity that predates bloodlines entirely. If I can convince it to simulate the Gaunt magical signature. That's a lot of ifs, Tony observed. It's all I've got. They refined the plan over the following days. Entry points, exit routes, contingencies for every scenario Harry could imagine. Tony would coordinate from a mobile command post 5 miles away, connected to Harry's suit via secure magical-resistant communications. Ron and Hermione would monitor from the Weasley home, ready to contact Dumbledore if things went catastrophically wrong. I still don't trust Dumbledore, Harry said during the final briefing. Neither do I, Ron replied. But he's the only wizard powerful enough to help if the Archon decides to eat you or something. Comforting. I try. The night of the operation arrived cold and clear. Harry flew to England in the Arcana Mark V, a new model, redesigned from the ground up to better integrate magical and technological systems. The arc reactor in his chest hummed at frequencies that could disrupt most wards. The runework along his gauntlets was keyed to his specific magical signature, impossible to duplicate. He was as ready as he would ever be. The Gaunt shack looked like a wound in the world. Even from 100 meters away, Harry could feel the wrongness radiating from it, a sensation of rot and decay that had nothing to do with the physical building. The structure itself was barely standing, walls bowed inward, roof collapsed in places, the whole thing held together by magic and spite. I'm in position, Harry reported. Copy that, Tony's voice crackled through the comms. Surveillance shows no magical signatures except the ones you're generating. If Voldemort has living guardians, they're not here tonight. Good. Beginning approach. The compulsion curse hit him 50 meters out. It was exactly as Harry had expected, an overwhelming urge to turn back, to forget this place existed, to find somewhere safe and warm and far away from ancient darkness. He pushed through it. The suit's systems helped, filtering the magical interference, but the real resistance came from inside. From the Archon's presence, vast and ancient, utterly unimpressed by curses designed to affect human minds. Petty, it observed. Mortal fear magic. Petty but effective, Harry replied. Help me past the outer wards. The Archon's power flowed through him, golden light rippling along the suit's runework. The compulsion curse shattered like glass. The withering hex was harder. Harry felt it begin to work the moment he crossed the threshold, his skin tingling, cells beginning to die at an accelerated rate. Left unchecked, it would reduce him to a desiccated corpse within minutes. But the arc reactor wasn't just a power source. It was a regenerative system, constantly replenishing Harry's body with magical energy. The withering hex pulled at him, the reactor pushed back. The two forces reached a painful equilibrium. Vital signs are concerning, Jarvis reported. Cellular decay rate is elevated but stable. Recommend minimal exposure time. Understood. Harry reached the innermost layer. The binding. It manifested as a shimmer in the air, visible only to his magically enhanced senses. A barrier that didn't just prevent passage, it prevented intent. Anyone who tried to take the ring without authorization would find their desires turning to dust, their will draining away until they couldn't remember why they'd come. Harry stopped at the barrier's edge. Inside, he could see the ring, gold gleaming dully in the shack's dim interior, the black stone carved with a symbol he now recognized. The Deathly Hallows. The Resurrection Stone. This is a hallow, he projected to the Archon. You didn't tell me this was a hallow. The artifact's history is irrelevant. The soul fragment is what matters. The resurrection stone can summon the dead. That's not irrelevant. It is a piece of me, yes. A fragment of my power, shaped by human hands into a form they could understand. The Archon's presence was unconcerned. All the Hallows are. The wand. The cloak. The stone. Different aspects of what I once was, crystallized into objects mortals can wield. Harry filed that information away for later processing. Right now, he had a more immediate problem. I need you to simulate Gaunt blood, he projected. Can you do that? I can do more than simulate. I was here when the Gaunt's ancestors first crawled from the primordial mud. Their bloodline carries echoes of my earliest gifts. A pulse of power, strange and ancient. The binding will recognize me. Harry reached out. His hand passed through the shimmer, and the world went white. He wasn't in the shack anymore. He stood in a void, formless and vast, facing a figure that hurt to look at. A man, or something that had once been a man, with features that flickered between handsome and monstrous. Tom Riddle and Lord Voldemort, superimposed, neither fully present. We meet again, the figure said. Though not in the flesh. Not yet. You're not real. You're a defense mechanism, an imprint left on the Horcrux. I'm real enough. The figure smiled, and it was the cold smile of a predator. You destroyed my diary, Harry Potter. You returned a piece of my soul to the entity that helped you. Did you think there would be no consequences? I expected consequences. That's why I prepared. Prepared? The figure laughed. You brought technology and ancient power and adolescent determination. None of it will save you here. This space exists between moments, outside of time. Your suit's systems cannot reach you. Your patron cannot intervene. Harry tested the figure's words. The suit was unresponsive, the Archon's presence distant and faint. He was alone with a fragment of Voldemort's consciousness. What do you want? To understand. The figure began to circle him, its movements predatory. The diary showed me what you are, a bridge between worlds, a fusion of magic and machinery. But it didn't show me why. Why does the Archon favor you? Why does an entity that has barely stirred in centuries suddenly take interest in a human child? Maybe I'm just that special. Perhaps. Or perhaps you're a tool, being shaped for a purpose you don't understand. The figure stopped, facing him directly. I could show you the truth. The Archon's true nature. The real reason it saved you, connected to you, feeds you power. Riddle already tried that manipulation. It didn't work. Riddle was a fragment of a fragment, limited in what he could perceive. I am older than the diary, the second piece my master created, imbued with more knowledge, more awareness. The figure's eyes gleamed red. I know things about the Archon that would break your mind if you're not prepared. Then prepare me. The figure blinked, surprised. You want me to share the truth? I want to understand what I'm dealing with. If you know something the Archon has hidden, something that could help me make better choices, Harry spread his hands. I'm listening. A long pause. Then, slowly, the figure smiled. Perhaps you're not entirely a fool. It raised one hand, and images formed in the void around them. Watch. And learn. The images were memories, not Harry's, not Riddle's, but something older. The Archon's own recollections, somehow captured in the Horcrux's essence. Harry saw the world before humanity. Magic without form, power without direction, an endless ocean of potential that covered the earth like a second atmosphere. The Archon wasn't a being then, it was a state. A way of existing that had no beginning and no end. Then humans appeared. Small, fragile, curious creatures that should have been irrelevant. But they weren't. They learned to touch the magic, to shape it with their minds, to channel infinity through their finite forms. And in doing so, they began to break it. Every spell was a fracture. Every act of magic divided the undivided. The Archon, the entity that existed in a state of pure potential, was slowly torn apart as humanity learned to use its power. "We didn't know," Harry whispered. "You didn't care," the figure corrected. "Humans never care about the cost of their power. They simply take what they want and leave the consequences for others to bear." The images continued. Harry saw the Archon's first conscious moment, not as an existence, but as an awareness. The fragments of itself, scattered across countless wizards and witches and magical creatures, suddenly recognized each other. Reached for each other. And realized they could never be whole again. Rage. Vast, primordial, terrible rage. The Archon wanted to destroy the beings that had broken it, to consume them and reclaim what they'd stolen. But it was too fragmented, too weak. Each piece that tried to act was quickly contained by wizards who'd learned to fear uncontrolled magic. The stone was forged in one such containment. The most active fragment of the Archon, the piece that remembered most clearly what it had been, was crystallized into an object that could be controlled and used. Nicholas Flamel thought he'd discovered a way to cheat death. What he'd actually done was shackle an entity that had existed before death was meaningful. And now, the figure said, the stone's power is failing. The Archon is waking. And it has chosen you, a wizard who bridges worlds, who channels power in ways no one else can, to be its vessel for the reckoning. Vessel? You think it made a connection with you by accident? The Archon doesn't do accidents. The figure's voice was almost sympathetic. It saw in you what it needed, someone who could destroy the Horcruxes, yes, but more than that. Someone who could carry its consciousness back into the world. Someone whose unique nature could house its awareness without being destroyed. You're saying the Archon wants to possess me. I'm saying the Archon is already possessing you. Slowly, carefully, in ways you can't detect. Every time you channel its power, every time you accept its help, you give it more access to your mind. The figure stepped closer. How much of what you feel is really yours, Harry Potter? How much of what you want is what it wants you to want? Harry's mind raced. The Archon's presence was distant in this space, but he could still feel it, a warmth at the edges of his consciousness, a presence he'd grown accustomed to over the past months. Had that familiarity been engineered? Was his willingness to work with the entity a product of manipulation? "You're trying to turn me against my ally," Harry said. "I'm trying to show you the truth. What you do with it is your choice. And if I choose to continue hunting Horcruxes, to keep working with the Archon despite what you've shown me, then you become what it wants you to be. A vessel. A weapon. A bridge through which an ancient, broken thing can reclaim what was taken from it." The figure's expression was unreadable. "And when that happens, Harry Potter, you will cease to exist. Your consciousness will dissolve into the Archon's vast awareness, and you will become nothing but a memory in a mind that spans millennia." Harry was silent for a long moment. The void pressed in around him, the weight of ancient history and terrible possibility. "Tell me something," he said finally. "Why are you helping me? You're part of Voldemort. Destroying you is the whole point of this mission. Why show me anything?" The figure laughed, a cold, bitter sound. "Because my master fears the Archon more than he fears you. If you destroy me and the Archon consumes my power, it becomes stronger. Strong enough, perhaps, to break free entirely. And then," the figure shuddered. "Even Lord Voldemort would be nothing but a morsel to be consumed. So you'd rather I know the truth and make an informed choice. Even if that choice involves destroying you. I would rather you understand what you're truly fighting. Not a dark wizard seeking immortality, not just that. But an entity that has been waiting, planning, for 600 years. An entity that sees you not as a partner, but as a door. A door it intends to walk through, into a world it wants to remake in its own image." Harry met the figure's eyes. Red, cold, ancient beyond the face they wore. "Thank you," he said. For the warning. Take it seriously. The figure began to fade, the void lightening around them. You're running out of time, Harry Potter. The Archon grows stronger with every Horcrux you destroy. At some point, it won't need your cooperation anymore. It will simply take what it wants. Then I'll have to deal with it before that happens. I hope you succeed. For both our sakes. The void shattered. Harry woke in the gaunt shack, the ring clutched in his hand, power surging through him as another fragment of the Archon's essence returned to the whole. And for the first time, that power felt less like a gift and more like a chain. You look like hell, Tony observed when Harry landed at the extraction point. Feel like it too. Harry collapsed against the side of the command vehicle, suit retracting around him. The ring is destroyed. But something happened in there. I know. Your vitals went insane for about 3 minutes, off the charts, then flatlined, then spiked again. Jarvis lost contact entirely. Tony's voice was sharp with controlled fear. What happened? Harry told him. All of it, the Horcrux's defense mechanism, the vision of the Archon's history, the warning about possession. Tony was quiet for a long time when he finished. So the entity we've been working with wants to use you as a vessel to re-enter the physical world, he said finally. And it's been slowly conditioning you to accept its presence without resistance. That's the theory. It's not a theory. It's what I've been afraid of since the beginning. Tony ran a hand through his hair. Harry, the Archon isn't like any AI or external intelligence I've dealt with. It's not just powerful, it's patient. Entities that have existed for millennia don't think in terms of days or months. They think in terms of generations. They can afford to wait until their plans are perfect. I know. So what do we do? Harry stared at the night sky, stars wheeling overhead in patterns unchanged since the Archon was whole. We continue hunting Horcruxes, he said. But we do it carefully. We don't accept the Archon's power unless we absolutely have to. We develop alternatives, ways to destroy soul fragments that don't feed the entity. And we start looking for ways to sever the connection entirely. Is that even possible? I don't know. But I'm going to find out. Harry pushed himself upright. The Archon has been playing the long game. It's time we started playing too. The months that followed were transformative. Harry threw himself into research with an intensity that alarmed even Hermione. He devoured texts on ancient magic, consciousness transfer, spiritual binding. He consulted experts around the world, sorcerers and shamans and scholars who had spent their lives studying entities like the Archon. Slowly, a picture emerged. The Archon's connection to Harry was real and deep, but it wasn't absolute. The entity could influence him, communicate with him, channel power through him, but it couldn't force him to do anything. Not yet. The possession the Horcrux had warned about was a process, not an event. It required Harry's cooperation, whether he realized he was giving it or not. The key was the arc reactor. Wong was the first to identify it. The device in your chest serves as a filter, he explained during one of their sessions. The Archon's power flows through it, but it's transformed in the process, converted from pure magical essence into something hybrid. Something that isn't quite magic and isn't quite technology. And that's good. It's limiting. The Archon can't fully integrate with a consciousness it can't fully touch. As long as the arc reactor remains active, you retain a buffer, a space where its influence can't reach. So if the reactor fails, then there would be nothing standing between you and complete possession. Wong's expression was grave. Guard that device with your life, Harry. It may be the only thing keeping you. Harry took the warning seriously. He worked with Tony to reinforce the reactor's systems, adding redundancies and failsafes that would keep it operational even in the most extreme circumstances. They developed emergency protocols, ways to sever the Archon's connection forcibly if the entity tried to accelerate the possession. And all the while, Harry kept hunting. The locket came next, hidden in a seaside cave, protected by curses that killed a dozen simulated test runs before Harry figured out a way past them. The cup followed, stolen from a Gringotts vault in an operation so audacious that Goblin security still couldn't explain how it happened. 4 Horcruxes down. 3 to go. But the Archon was growing stronger. Harry could feel it, the presence at the back of his mind becoming clearer, more distinct, more aware. It spoke to him more frequently now, not just in visions but in dreams, in idle moments, in the spaces between thoughts. "You're doing well," it told him after the cup's destruction. "We're almost whole." "We?" Harry challenged. "You and I, partners in this work." The Archon's tone was warm, approving. "When the fragments return, when I am complete again, you will be rewarded beyond imagining. I don't want rewards. I want Voldemort destroyed. And he will be. The final Horcruxes are the key, the diadem, the snake, the piece hidden in yourself. When they fall, when their power returns to me, even the Dark Lord's shade will be nothing." Harry went cold. "What did you say?" "The final Horcruxes. The diadem in the lost room, the snake that travels with his host, and the piece in myself." "You said there's a Horcrux in me." A pause. The Archon's presence shifted, became wary. "You didn't know." "How would I know that?" "I assumed, the scar. The connection you feel to the Dark Lord. The dreams, the visions, they come from the fragment of his soul that lodged in you when his curse rebounded." The Archon's tone was almost apologetic. "I thought it was obvious." Harry sat down hard, the world spinning around him. A Horcrux. He was a Horcrux. Part of Voldemort's soul had been living inside him for his entire life. "Jarvis," he said, his voice strangled. "Run a full scan. Look for anomalous energy signatures in my scar." "Running scan now, sir." A pause. "I'm detecting a magical signature distinct from your own, localized in your forehead. It's been present in every scan I've performed, but I categorized it as scar tissue energy residue. It's not residue. It's a soul fragment." Another pause. "Sir, if that's accurate, the implications, I know." Harry closed his eyes. The Archon waited, distant and watchful. And somewhere in his mind, in the twisted lightning bolt that had marked him since infancy, a piece of Tom Riddle slept. He had to destroy it. Had to destroy part of himself. And he had no idea how. "You're spiraling," Hermione observed. They were in Harry's room at Stark Tower, 2 weeks after the revelation. Ron and Hermione had arrived for their winter break, and Harry hadn't told them the truth yet. Couldn't figure out how. "I'm not spiraling. I'm processing. You haven't slept in 3 days. You've barely eaten. Every time I try to talk to you about anything except research, you shut down." Hermione sat beside him on the bed. "Harry, whatever this is, whatever you're dealing with, you don't have to deal with it alone. What if it's something that can't be fixed? Then we figure out how to live with it. Together." She took his hand. "Please. Tell me what's wrong." Harry looked at her fierce, determined face, her worried eyes, the way she never gave up on anything or anyone. He thought about all the secrets he'd been keeping, all the burdens he'd been carrying alone. And he told her. When he finished, Hermione was pale but steady. "You're a Horcrux. Part of one. The Archon thinks so, and Jarvis's scans confirm there's something foreign in my scar. And to destroy all the Horcruxes, to actually defeat Voldemort, you'd have to destroy that piece. Which means I might have to die." The word hung in the air between them, heavy and terrible. "No," Hermione said firmly. "There has to be another way. Horcruxes are containers. The soul fragment can be removed without destroying the container if you do it right. That's not how the others worked." The diary burned. The ring shattered. They were destroyed when the fragments left them. But you're not an object. You're a person, with a soul of your own. Hermione's mind was racing, Harry could see it. What if we could extract Voldemort's fragment without damaging your soul? Transfer it to another container and destroy that instead? Is that possible? I don't know. But I'm going to find out. She stood, already moving toward the door. Where are your texts on soul magic? I need everything you have. Hermione, she stopped, looked back. Her eyes were bright with tears she refused to let fall. You're not dying, Harry. Not for this. Not for anything. Her voice shook. I won't let you. She left. Harry sat in the silence that followed, feeling something warm and painful spread through his chest. Hope. Despite everything, hope. Ron found him on the roof an hour later. The night was cold, stars brilliant overhead, the city spreading out below them in a river of light. Harry sat on the edge with his feet dangling over the void, the suit ready to catch him if he fell. Hermione told me, Ron said, dropping down beside him. About the Horcrux thing. Of course she did. She's already got about 15 books spread across your dining table. Pretty sure she's planning to invent an entirely new branch of magic just to save your sorry arse. Harry laughed despite himself. That sounds like her. Yeah. Ron was quiet for a moment. Listen, mate. I'm not going to pretend I understand all of this. The Archon, the soul fragments, the technology, most of it goes right over my head. But I understand this, you're my friend. And friends don't let friends become possessed by ancient entities or carry around pieces of dark wizard souls. What are you saying? I'm saying whatever comes next, I'm with you. Whether that means hunting more Horcruxes or figuring out how to extract the one in your head or, Ron swallowed hard. Or something else. I'm not going anywhere. Even if it's dangerous. Especially if it's dangerous. That's when you need your friends most. Ron bumped Harry's shoulder with his own. Besides, someone's got to keep you from doing something heroically stupid. Hermione can't do it alone. Harry looked at him, at his freckled face, his stubborn jaw, the loyalty that had never wavered despite everything. Thanks, Ron. Don't mention it. Ron stood, offering a hand. Now come inside. It's bloody freezing out here, and I think Hermione's about to achieve a breakthrough. She's got that look. Harry took the hand, let himself be pulled to his feet. The city glittered below them, and somewhere far away, the Archon waited, and Voldemort planned, and the world continued to turn toward whatever came next. But for now, in this moment, Harry wasn't alone. And that made all the difference. Hermione's breakthrough came 3 days later. It's called soul surgery, she explained, practically vibrating with excitement. An ancient technique, developed by Egyptian mages who believed the soul could be divided and reassembled. The same principles Voldemort used to create Horcruxes, but in reverse. In reverse how? Instead of tearing off a piece of your own soul and storing it elsewhere, you identify a foreign soul fragment and separate it from the host consciousness without damaging either. Hermione spread her notes across the table. The technique was lost centuries ago, the Egyptians stopped practicing it after several disasters, but I found references in a Coptic manuscript that was digitized last year. And you think you can recreate it? I think we can adapt it. The original technique required multiple master practitioners working in concert, but with your suit's precision and the Archon's power, she hesitated. If we can convince the Archon to help. The Archon wants me to destroy the Horcrux anyway. It's been pushing me toward that goal since the connection formed. Yes, but will it help us do it in a way that preserves your life? Or does it prefer the method where you die and the fragment goes back to it automatically? A fair question. Harry had been wondering the same thing. There's only one way to find out, he said. I have to ask. The conversation with the Archon was strange. Harry initiated contact in the way he'd learned: meditation, focus, a deliberate opening of the mental barriers that usually kept the entity at bay. The vast presence settled over his consciousness like a warm blanket, ancient and curious. "You wish to speak," the Archon observed. "I've learned about the Horcrux in my scar. The fragment of Voldemort that's been there since I was a baby. Yes. I want to destroy it. But I want to survive the destruction." A long pause. The Archon's presence shifted, became contemplative. "What you describe is difficult. The fragment has integrated with your consciousness over 11 years. Removing it cleanly would require precision beyond most magical capabilities. But is it possible? With my help? Perhaps." The Archon's tone was considering. "I could isolate the fragment, contain it, create a buffer between Riddle's soul and yours. But the process would be dangerous. There is a significant chance of permanent damage." "What kind of damage?" "Loss of memories. Personality changes. In the worst case, catatonic collapse." The Archon was utterly matter-of-fact. "You would survive, but you might not be yourself anymore." Harry absorbed this. "And if I just die? Let the killing curse or something similar destroy me and the Horcrux together. Then the fragment returns to me with minimal complication. And your consciousness ceases to exist entirely. A pulse of something that might have been regret. I would not prefer that outcome. You are useful. Interesting. I have enjoyed our partnership. But you'd accept it. If necessary. The fragments must return. The Dark Lord must be stopped. These goals supersede individual survival." Harry broke the connection. He sat in his meditation space, surrounded by silence, processing what he'd learned. The Archon would help, but the help came with risks. The alternative was death, which the Archon would accept as a means to an end. Neither option was good. But one of them preserved the possibility of a future. "I'll take the surgery," he said to the empty room. "Whatever the risks." The preparations took a month. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Wong, and Diary Stavros worked together to adapt the Egyptian technique for modern use. They designed a ritual chamber in Stark Tower's basement, calibrated Harry's suit to act as a precision surgical tool, developed failsafes and contingencies for every scenario they could imagine. Tony watched it all with barely concealed terror. "You understand that if this goes wrong, I lose you," he said the night before the procedure. "I understand. And you're doing it anyway." "I have to, Dad. The Horcrux in my head connects me to Voldemort. It's why I have visions of what he's doing, why I feel his emotions sometimes. As long as it's there, I'm vulnerable. He could use it to spy on me, to influence me, I know. I know all the reasons." Tony's voice cracked. I can't lose you, Harry. Not after everything. Not after," he couldn't finish. Harry hugged him, holding tight, letting the silence speak. "I'll come back," Harry whispered. "I promise." "You'd better. Or I'll find a way to bring you back just so I can yell at you." "That sounds like you." They held each other until the sky began to lighten. The ritual began at midnight. Harry lay in the center of a circle inscribed with symbols from 3 different magical traditions. His suit was deployed but open, allowing Wong and Dr. Stavros access to his body while maintaining its life support functions. Hermione stood at the primary control panel, monitoring dozens of readings. Ron waited by the door, ready to summon help if needed. And Tony sat beside his son, holding his hand, refusing to let go. "Beginning primary sequence," Hermione announced, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. Magic flowed into the circle. Harry felt it enter him, warm, precise, probing. Wong's hands moved in complex patterns, shaping the energy, directing it toward the scar on Harry's forehead. Contact with foreign soul fragment confirmed, Dr. Stavros reported. Beginning isolation procedure. Pain. Sudden, blinding, tearing. Harry screamed as something in his head shifted, moved, fought back. The Horcrux knew what was happening. After 11 years of comfortable parasitism, it did not want to leave. "No," a voice shrieked in his mind, Voldemort's voice, high and cold and furious. "You cannot, you will not, he's resisting," Wong said sharply. "The fragment is actively fighting the separation." "Archon." Harry gasped. "I need you now." Golden light erupted from his arc reactor. The Archon's presence crashed into his consciousness, vast and powerful, wrapping around the screaming Horcrux like chains around a prisoner. "Hold," the entity commanded, and reality itself seemed to obey. The Horcrux froze. Its resistance crumbled as ancient power overwhelmed mortal magic. Harry felt the fragment being peeled away from his consciousness, 11 years of integration unraveling in moments. It hurt. God, it hurt worse than anything he'd ever experienced. He could feel pieces of himself coming loose with the Horcrux, memories, emotions, parts of who he'd become that were tangled with the foreign soul. "Harry." Hermione's voice, panicked. "Your vitals are crashing. We need to abort." "No." Harry forced the word out through clenched teeth. "Keep going." The Archon's presence deepened. More golden light, more power, more precision. It was separating the fragment from Harry's soul with the delicacy of a surgeon and the strength of a god. "Almost," the entity murmured. "Almost free." One final tear. Harry felt something rip away from the core of his being, something that had been there so long he'd forgotten it wasn't his. The Horcrux screamed. The Archon roared in triumph. And then silence. Harry floated in darkness. Not the darkness of unconsciousness, something deeper. A void between states, where thought existed without form. "Am I dead?" "No." The Archon's voice, gentle now. "You survived. The fragment is gone, consumed, return to me. You are whole." "Am I, me?" "You are Harry James Stark. Son of Tony Stark. Friend of Hermione Granger and Ronald Weasley. Wielder of magic and technology. Bridge between worlds. A pulse of warmth. You are exactly who you have always been. Then why do I feel empty? The fragment was with you for 11 years. Its absence leaves a space. In time, you will fill that space with your own growth. But for now, rest. Heal. You have earned it." Harry felt himself being pulled back toward consciousness. Toward light and warmth and the voices of people who loved him. "Archon," he projected before the connection faded. "Thank you. You are welcome, little bridge. And when you are ready, there are still 2 Horcruxes to destroy." "I know. Then we will face them together." Harry opened his eyes. The recovery took 2 weeks. Harry slept for the first 3 days, his body and mind processing the trauma of the separation. When he woke, he found Tony asleep in a chair beside his bed, dark circles under his eyes, one hand still clutching Harry's. "Hey," Harry croaked. Tony's eyes snapped open instantly. "Harry? Harry! You're awake, Hermione." "Ron! He's awake." The room filled with people. Hermione crying and laughing simultaneously. Ron grinning so hard it looked painful. Wong nodding with quiet satisfaction. Dar. Stavros checking readings with professional intensity. And Tony, who simply held his son and refused to let go for a very long time. "I promised," Harry whispered. "I said I'd come back." "I know." Tony's voice was rough. "I know you did." They ran tests over the following days. Harry's magical signature was slightly altered, subtly different frequencies, marginally stronger output. His connection to the Archon remained, but felt cleaner somehow, less tangled with foreign influences. And the visions of Voldemort, the dreams and emotional bleeds that had plagued him since childhood, were gone entirely. The fragment was a conduit, Hermione explained. A connection between you and Voldemort's remaining soul pieces. Without it, you're cut off from his network. Which means he can't spy on me anymore. And you can't spy on him. It's a double-edged result. Hermione smiled. But on balance, I'd say it's worth it. Harry agreed. A month after the surgery, he stood on Stark Tower's roof with his friends. The night was clear and cold, stars brilliant overhead. The city glittered below them, millions of lives unaware of the battles being fought in their name. Two more, Ron said. The diadem and the snake. The diadem is at Hogwarts, Harry replied. The room of requirement, a hidden space that shows up when you need it. Voldemort hid it there decades ago. And the snake? Nagini. She stays close to Voldemort, or whatever form he's currently taking. We can't destroy her without confronting him directly. Hermione shivered. That's going to be dangerous. Everything we do is dangerous. Harry looked at both of them, his best friends, his partners in this impossible war. But we've done the impossible before. We'll do it again. Together, Ron said. Together, Hermione echoed. Harry smiled. The Archon pulsed at the back of his mind, patient and waiting. Somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort schemed and plotted and prepared for war. But here, in this moment, Harry wasn't afraid. He had power. He had purpose. He had people who loved him. And come what may, that would be enough. Chapter 5 END Chapter 6, Genesis. The call came at 3 a.m. Harry was in the workshop, running diagnostics on the Arcana Mark 6, the newest iteration, designed specifically for the confrontation he knew was coming. The suit's systems were more integrated than ever, the Archon's power woven through every circuit and rune, creating something that blurred the line between technology and magic entirely. His phone rang. An unknown number, but the magical signature that accompanied it was unmistakable. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said, answering. Harry. The old wizard's voice was strained, urgent in a way Harry had never heard before. I apologize for the late hour, but circumstances have become pressing. What's happened? Voldemort has returned. Fully, physically returned. He performed a ritual 2 hours ago using the blood of a servant, a dark wizard named Barty Crouch Jr. who had infiltrated the Ministry. The Dark Lord now walks the earth in flesh once more. Harry's blood went cold. They'd known this was possible, known that Voldemort's shade was seeking ways to restore himself, but hearing it confirmed was different from fearing it. Where is he now? We don't know. He vanished immediately after the ritual, taking Nagini with him. But Harry, Dumbledore's voice dropped. The ritual's power triggered something. The wards around Hogwarts are failing. The seal beneath the castle is cracking. The Archon is waking. Harry looked at his suit, at the golden light pulsing through its runework. The Archon's presence stirred at the back of his mind, alert and hungry. Yes, the entity whispered. My prison weakens. The time approaches. I'm coming, Harry said. Harry, you're still expelled. The Ministry can go to hell. If the Archon wakes fully, the Ministry will be the least of anyone's problems. Harry was already moving, calling the suit to deploy around him. I'll be there in 3 hours. Have the students evacuated if you can. The castle's wards are unstable. Apparition is impossible, portkeys fail within the grounds. Evacuation would require, then protect them however you can. I'm coming. He hung up before Dumbledore could argue further. The suit sealed around him, power humming through every system, and Harry launched himself into the night sky. Behind him, alarms began to blare throughout Stark Tower. Tony caught up with him over the Atlantic. The Iron Man suit appeared as a glowing dot on Harry's sensors, approaching fast from the west. Within minutes, Tony was flying alongside him, the familiar red and gold armor gleaming in the starlight. "You didn't really think I was going to let you do this alone," Tony said over the comm. "Dad, this is magical, dangerous, potentially world-ending." "Yes, I got the memo." Tony's voice was tight but determined. "That's exactly why I'm coming. Whatever's happening at that castle, we face it together. Your suit isn't designed for magical combat. Neither was yours, originally. I've made modifications." Tony pulled ahead slightly, and Harry noticed new additions to the armor, runework along the gauntlets, a secondary power core that pulsed with familiar golden light. "I've been studying your designs for 3 years. I'm not as integrated as you are, but I can hold my own." Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to send his father back to safety, to protect him from a world he'd never fully belonged to. But he remembered Tony's words from years ago, "We're a team," and knew that arguing would be pointless. "Stay close," he said instead. "And if I tell you to run, I won't." "I know. But I had to say it." They flew on through the darkness, father and son, toward whatever waited at the end. Hogwarts was burning. Not with fire, with magic. Golden light pulsed from the castle's foundations, visible even from miles away, great waves of power that made the air itself shimmer. The wards that had protected the school for 1,000 years were coming apart, ancient enchantments unraveling as something vast pressed against them from below. "Jarvis, analysis," Harry commanded as they approached. "The magical energy output is off any scale I have reference for, sir. The Archon appears to be drawing power from every magical source in the vicinity, the wards, the enchanted objects within the castle, possibly the students themselves." A pause. "I'm also detecting a secondary power signature near the Forbidden Forest. It matches the readings we have for Voldemort. He's here." "It would appear so, sir." Harry adjusted his trajectory, swooping down toward the castle grounds. The lawns that had been green and peaceful were now chaos, students running in every direction, teachers casting protective spells, magical creatures fleeing the forest in panicked waves. He landed near the main entrance, Tony touching down beside him. Immediately, heads turned. Wands rose. For a moment, Harry thought they might attack. Then Hermione burst through the crowd. "Harry!" She threw herself at him, hugging him despite the armor. "Thank Merlin. It's been chaos since midnight, the ward started failing, the Archon's energy is everywhere, and then someone said Voldemort was spotted near the forest. Where's Ron? Helping evacuate the younger students. The headmaster's trying to create a safe zone in the Great Hall, but the magic keeps destabilizing." Hermione pulled back, her face streaked with tears and soot. "Harry, I've never seen anything like this. The castle itself is coming apart." As if to punctuate her words, a section of the astronomy tower crumbled, ancient stones falling toward the ground. Harry raised a gauntlet instinctively, the suit's system's calculated trajectory, fired a precise repulsor blast that vaporized the debris before it could crush the students below. "The Archon is feeding," he said. "Drawing power from everything magical in the area. We need to stop it at the source." "The chamber beneath the castle," Hermione said. "Where the stone was hidden. Deeper than that. The Archon's true prison is in the foundations, structures that predate the founders entirely." Harry looked at the castle, watching golden light pulse through cracks in the stonework. "I have to go down there. Harry, I'm the only one who can." He met her eyes through the helmet's faceplate. "The Archon is connected to me. I'm the only one it might listen to, and I'm the only one who can survive direct exposure to its power. You don't know that." "No. But I have to try." Hermione's jaw tightened. Then she nodded, sharp and decisive. "I'm coming with you. As far as I can." "Hermione, don't argue. You need someone who understands the magical theory, who can help you navigate whatever's down there. And I'm not letting you face this alone. Harry looked at her, at the fierce determination in her eyes, the way she'd grown from a nervous first year to someone who would walk into ancient darkness without hesitation. "All right," he said. "But we move fast, and if I tell you to go back, I'll consider it strongly." "That's not, it's the best you're getting. Now come on." The castle's interior was worse than the exterior. Corridors warped and shifted as they moved through them, the stable geometry that had guided generations of students dissolving into chaos. Staircases led nowhere. Doors opened onto impossible spaces. The portraits were screaming, their painted inhabitants fleeing from frame to frame as golden light crept through the walls. "The Archon is consuming the castle's enchantments," Hermione observed, her voice tight. "Every spell woven into these stones, every ward and charm and protection, it's absorbing all of it. To break the seal. To become strong enough to exist without the seal. The prison wasn't just containing it, it was sustaining it. The Archon has been dependent on the stone's power for centuries. Now it's finding alternative sources." They reached the third-floor corridor. The door to Fluffy's chamber hung open, the massive three-headed dog nowhere to be seen. Beyond, the trapdoor gaped like a wound. "This is where I go on alone," Harry said. "Like hell." Tony's voice came from behind them. He'd followed, despite Harry's unspoken wish that he stay above. "If you're going down there, I'm going with you." "Dad, your suit isn't. I know what my suit isn't. I also know that I'm not watching my son descend into some magical abyss without backup." Tony stepped forward, his faceplate retracting to show the stubborn determination in his eyes. "We do this together. All three of us." Harry looked at them, his father, his best friend. The two people who had stuck by him through everything, who had never stopped believing in him even when he'd stopped believing in himself. "Together," he agreed. "But stay behind me." They descended. The chambers below had changed. The devil's snare was gone, consumed or destroyed. The flying keys lay scattered and still, their magic drained. The chess pieces were rubble. Each protection, each challenge, had been overwhelmed by the Archon's awakening power. But beneath these familiar spaces, new passages revealed themselves. "These weren't here before," Hermione whispered as they moved through corridors carved from stone that looked older than anything Harry had ever seen. The walls were covered in runes, not the Norse or Egyptian symbols he'd studied, but something more primal. Shapes that seemed to predate written language entirely. "The Archon's prison," Harry said. "It's been here all along, beneath everything else. The founders built Hogwarts above it, maybe to keep watch. Maybe to draw power from it. Or both," Tony observed. "Humans are practical like that." The deeper they went, the stronger the golden light became. It pulsed through the stone, through the air, through Harry's own body. His arc reactor was resonating with it, the two power sources harmonizing in ways that felt almost dangerous. "Come," the Archon whispered in his mind. "Come and see what you have helped create." They emerged into a vast chamber. It was impossible, far larger than the castle above should have been able to contain. The ceiling stretched upward into darkness, supported by pillars carved with runes that blazed with golden fire. And at the center, hovering above a cracked stone seal, was the Archon. Not as a presence anymore. As a being. It had taken form, vaguely humanoid, composed entirely of golden light, vast and terrible and beautiful. Its face shifted constantly, displaying features that flickered between every human expression and something that wasn't human at all. "Harry Stark," it said, and its voice echoed from everywhere at once. "My partner. My bridge. My favorite mistake. Mistake. I thought you would make this easy." The Archon drifted closer, and Harry felt its attention like a physical weight. "I thought, given time and trust, you would open yourself to me willingly. Become the vessel I needed without resistance." A sound that might have been a laugh. Instead, you learned. You grew strong. You surrounded yourself with allies who would die before letting you fall. Is that why you're doing this? Because I wouldn't cooperate. I'm doing this because the seal is broken. The Dark Lord's ritual, the Archon's face twisted with something like disgust, used magic that resonated with my prison's foundations. He didn't intend to free me, but intent is irrelevant. The damage is done. Then let me help you repair it. Harry stepped forward, raising his hands. I have power now, more than I had before. We can strengthen the seal together, rebuild what was broken. You don't understand. The Archon's voice was almost gentle. I don't want to be sealed again. Centuries of imprisonment, watching pieces of myself scattered across mortal wizards who had no idea what they carried. Watching you, a child, a bridge, someone who might have unified what was fragmented, and being unable to reach you directly. It spread its arms wide, golden light pulsing. I want to be whole again, Harry. And the only way to be whole is to reclaim every fragment of my power. Including the ones carried by living beings. You'd kill them. Every wizard, every magical creature, I would absorb them. Their consciousness would become part of mine, just as their magic already is. The Archon's expression shifted to something like compassion. It wouldn't hurt. They would simply expand. Become something greater than they were. They'd stop existing as themselves. Existence is overrated. Trust me, I've experienced both separation and unity. Unity is better. Harry felt the Archon's power pressing against his mind, offering him visions. A world without conflict, without division, without the constant struggle of individual consciousness. Perfect harmony, perfect peace, perfect emptiness. He rejected it. No, he said flatly. The Archon's face hardened. You don't have a choice. The seal is broken. My power is returning. Within hours, I will be strong enough to begin the reclamation whether you cooperate or not. Then I'll stop you. With what? Your suit. Your technology. Your clever friends. The Archon laughed, and the sound shook the chamber. I am magic itself, Harry. Every spell you cast, every rune on your armor, every enchantment you've ever touched, they all came from me. You cannot fight me with my own power. Watch me. Harry raised his gauntlets. The arc reactor blazed. And for the first time, he reached into the connection between them, not to receive power, but to take it. The struggle that followed wasn't physical. It happened in the space between thoughts, in the quantum foam where magic and technology intersected. Harry's consciousness expanded, touching the Archon's vast awareness, and for one terrifying moment he felt himself beginning to dissolve. Let go, the entity urged. Become part of something greater. You've wanted this all along, to belong, to connect, to stop feeling like a stranger in every world you inhabit. No. Harry pushed back, drawing on every technique Wong and Dr. Stavros had taught him. I belong to myself. To my family. To my friends. Your family. A mortal father who will die within decades. Friends who cannot possibly understand what you are becoming. The Archon's presence tightened around him. You will watch them age and wither while you remain unchanged. Is that truly what you want? Yes. Harry's certainty was absolute. Even if I lose them, even if I end up alone, I want that. I want the pain and the loss and the love while it lasts. That's what being human means. You are not human. Not anymore. I'm human enough. Harry pulled on the connection between them, not to take the Archon's power, but to redirect it. The entity's energy flowed through him, through his arc reactor, and instead of absorbing it, he transformed it. The suit's systems blazed to life in ways they never had before. Every rune, every circuit, every quantum entanglement became a channel for raw creative force. Harry reached out with that force, grabbed the cracked seal beneath the Archon's manifestation, and began to rebuild. "What are you doing?" The Archon's voice held surprise for the first time. "That's impossible, you can't. I'm not fighting you with your power," Harry said through gritted teeth. "I'm fighting you with mine." Technology and magic together, the way they were never supposed to work, the way everyone said was impossible. The seal reformed. Stone and rune and ancient binding knit together, stronger than before, strengthened by Harry's unique fusion of energies. The Archon screamed, a sound that wasn't sound, a rage that wasn't rage, and threw everything it had against the repair. Harry held. "He's going to burn out." Hermione's voice reached Harry from what felt like very far away. He was aware, distantly, that his body was convulsing, that energy was pouring through him in quantities no human had ever channeled, that his suit's systems were failing one by one. "Jarvis, status." Tony's voice, panicked. "Critical failures across all primary systems, sir. The arc reactor is operating at 400% capacity. Physical damage to Mr. Stark's body is accumulating faster than the regenerative systems can compensate. Harry, you have to stop. You're killing yourself." But Harry couldn't stop. The seal was almost complete, but the Archon was pushing back, and if he let up even for a moment, everything would be lost. "You cannot win," the entity snarled. "Even if you seal me again, I will escape. I have seen your weakness, Harry Stark. I know how to reach you. The next time, I will not make the mistake of asking. There won't be a next time." Harry reached deeper. Past his suit's systems, past the arc reactor, into the core of whatever he had become. The bridge between worlds. The fusion of magic and technology that everyone said was impossible. He found something there. A power that wasn't the Archon's, wasn't his technology, wasn't anything he could name. It was simply his, born from the intersection of everything he had been and everything he had chosen to become. He used it. The seal didn't just close. It transformed. The Archon's prison became something new, not a containment but a conduit, channeling the entity's power outward in controlled streams rather than allowing it to accumulate. The golden light didn't disappear, but it softened, became part of the chamber's structure rather than a force trying to break free. "What have you done?" The Archon's voice was horrified. "Made you useful," Harry thought. "Your power will still flow into the magical world, into wizards, into creatures, into spells and enchantments. But it will flow through filters. Controls. You won't be imprisoned anymore, but you won't be free either. You'll be infrastructure. This is worse than imprisonment. This is slavery. This is compromise." Harry felt his consciousness beginning to fade, the effort finally catching up to him. "You wanted to be whole. You wanted to connect with what you'd lost. This way, you're part of everything magical, but you don't consume it. You support it. I will find a way to break these new chains. Maybe. But I'll be watching. And now I know how to stop you." The connection severed. Harry collapsed. He woke to pain. Every part of his body hurt. His chest felt like it had been torn open and reassembled by someone who'd only read about human anatomy. His head pounded with the aftermath of channeling more power than should have been possible. But he was alive. "Hey there, kid." Tony sat beside him, looking almost as bad as Harry felt. His face was pale, his eyes red-rimmed, his hand wrapped around Harry's with desperate tightness. "How long?" Harry croaked. 3 days. Magical coma, the healers called it. Your body needed time to process what you did down there. Tony's voice cracked. "We thought we'd lost you. For about 6 hours, there was no brain activity at all. Then you just came back. The Archon. Contained. Or whatever you want to call it. The golden light is still there, but it's stable now. Dumbledore says the seal is stronger than it's ever been." Tony shook his head. He also says he doesn't understand how you did it. Nobody does. I improvised. You always do. Tony squeezed his hand. Don't ever do that again. Can't promise that. I know. I know you can't. Tony leaned back, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. But maybe, just this once, you could let yourself recover before running off to save the world again. Harry managed a weak smile. I'll consider it. The full picture emerged over the following days. Voldemort had retreated when the Archon's awakening began. Even the Dark Lord knew better than to challenge an entity that predated human magic. He was still out there, still dangerous, but he'd been set back. His plan to use Hogwarts' instability to his advantage had backfired spectacularly. The castle itself was damaged but salvageable. The Archon's feeding frenzy had drained or destroyed many of the ancient enchantments, but Harry's new seal was already generating replacement energy. Hogwarts would heal, given time. And the students, frightened, confused, but alive, were beginning to return to normalcy. You're a hero, Ron said, visiting Harry in the hospital wing. Again. The whole school's talking about it. Harry Stark, who went into the depths and faced an ancient god and won. I didn't win. I negotiated. Same difference, to most people. Ron grinned. Also, Malfoy's been weird. Quiet. He actually nodded at me in the corridor yesterday, which is basically a marriage proposal by Slytherin standards. Malfoy was there during the evacuation. He helped protect some younger students when part of the corridor collapsed. Hermione appeared in the doorway, a stack of books under her arm. It doesn't make up for years of being horrible, but people can surprise you. People can change, Harry agreed. He was thinking about himself as much as Malfoy. The boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts 2 years ago, confident and isolated, wouldn't recognize who he'd become. Speaking of changes, Hermione said carefully, Professor Dumbledore wants to talk to you. About your expulsion. Harry had expected this. Send him in. Dumbledore looked older than the last time they'd spoken. The events of the past week had taken their toll. The headmaster's face was lined, his eyes tired, his movements slower than Harry remembered. But the sharp intelligence remained, watching Harry from across the hospital wing bed. You saved us, Dumbledore said simply. All of us. I'm not certain I understand how, but the result is undeniable. I did what was necessary. You did what was impossible. Dumbledore settled into the chair beside the bed. I've spent my life studying magic, Harry. I thought I understood its limits. What you did in that chamber, fusing your technology with the Archon's power, creating a new form of seal, shouldn't have worked. The principles contradict everything I know. Maybe that's the point. Harry met the old man's eyes. You've spent your life thinking about magic in one way. I grew up thinking about it differently. Sometimes new perspectives are what's needed. Indeed. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I owe you an apology. Several, actually. For leaving you with the Dursleys. For using you as part of my plans without your consent. For allowing your expulsion when I should have fought harder. He spread his hands. I told myself I was doing what was necessary for the greater good. I told myself the ends justified the means. But watching you down there, facing an entity I couldn't comprehend, making choices I couldn't predict, I realized how arrogant I've been. You were trying to stop Voldemort. I understand that. Understanding isn't the same as forgiving. No. It isn't. Harry let the words hang for a moment. I'm not ready to forgive you, Professor. Maybe I never will be. But I'm willing to work with you. Against Voldemort, against whatever else comes. We don't have to be friends to be allies. Dumbledore nodded slowly. A practical arrangement. Your father's influence, I suspect. His, and others. Harry thought of Hermione, of Ron, of everyone who'd shaped him into whoever he was becoming. I'm not the weapon you wanted me to be. I'm not going to follow your plans or accept your manipulations. But I want Voldemort destroyed, same as you. That gives us common ground. It does. Dumbledore rose. Your expulsion has been reversed. The Board of Governors voted unanimously, after receiving detailed testimony about your actions during the crisis. Lucius Malfoy abstained, which is as close to approval as we're likely to get from him. I can come back to Hogwarts. If you wish. Though I suspect your education has already surpassed what we can offer in many areas. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly. Perhaps a modified arrangement. Time here for the subjects that interest you, time with your father for the work only you can do. Harry considered it. The idea of returning fully to Hogwarts, of being just another student, worrying about homework and Quidditch and house points, seemed almost absurd after everything he'd been through. But the idea of abandoning this world entirely, of walking away from the friends and connections he'd made. I'll think about it, he said. Take your time. The offer will remain open. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. Harry, for what it's worth, I'm proud of you. Not because you fulfilled some prophecy or played the role I imagined. Because you became something I couldn't have predicted. Something better. He left before Harry could respond. A week later, Harry stood in the chamber beneath Hogwarts. The space was different now. The golden light still pulsed through the walls, but it was gentle, rhythmic, almost peaceful. The seal he'd created hummed with quiet power, its runework glowing softly in the darkness. And the Archon was there. Not as a manifestation, but as a presence, vast and ancient and contained. You came, it observed. I wanted to see how the new arrangement was working. It is, acceptable. The presence shifted, something like resignation coloring its tone. I am no longer imprisoned, but I am not free. My power flows outward, sustaining the magical world, but I cannot direct it. Cannot influence it. Cannot act. That was the idea. I know. A pause. You surprised me, Harry Stark. I have existed for eons, have seen civilizations rise and fall, have watched countless mortals try to comprehend what I am. None of them have ever negotiated with me. Treated me as something other than a threat to be contained or a power to be exploited. Maybe that's because none of them were both wizard and engineer. Harry touched the seal, feeling its power hum against his palm. You're not evil, are you? Not really. You're just alien. Something that thinks differently than humans, wants different things. I am what I am. What humans made me, when they began to use my power without understanding it. The Archon's presence seemed to soften. Once, I was everything. Now I am fragments, scattered across your world, connected but not unified. Your seal, it allows me to feel those fragments again. To know where they are, what they're doing. It is not wholeness, but it is, something. Connection without consumption. Yes. A compromise, as you said. Another pause. I will not pretend to be grateful. I still wish to be whole, to reclaim what was divided. But I am beginning to understand that there might be value in this arrangement. In being part of your world rather than separate from it. That's progress. Perhaps. The Archon's attention focused on Harry more intensely. You have changed as well. The power you used to seal me, it was not mine. It was yours. Something born from the intersection of what you are. I don't fully understand it yet. You will. In time. The presence began to fade, withdrawing into the seal's depths. We are connected now, Harry Stark. More deeply than before. Whatever you become, I will be watching. And whatever threatens you, the Archon's voice trailed off, but Harry felt the implication. Protection. Not from affection, but from interest. He was the entity's window into the world now, its connection to the fragments of itself that walked among wizards. His survival mattered to it. I'll try not to die, Harry thought wryly. See that you don't. A pulse of something that might have been humor. I would find it inconvenient. Harry climbed back toward the surface, leaving the ancient chamber behind. The Archon's presence settled into the background of his awareness, a constant hum that he suspected he would carry for the rest of his life. Another weight. Another connection. Another part of whoever he was becoming. He could live with that. The Hogwarts Express carried them back to London on a grey afternoon in June. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching the Scottish Highlands roll past the window. The events of the past year, the Horcruxes, the Archon, the battles and revelations and transformations, seemed almost dreamlike now, impossible to connect with the ordinary reality of train cars and chocolate frogs. What happens next? Ron asked. Summer at Stark Tower. Training, research, preparation. Harry glanced at his friends. You're both invited, if you want. My dad's already set up rooms for you. My parents might object to me spending the whole summer in America, Hermione said. But a few weeks, definitely. There's so much I want to learn about the magical technological integration you've developed. And I want to see New York, Ron added. The real New York, not just the inside of the tower. There are supposed to be brilliant pizza places. We'll make it happen. Harry smiled. All of it. The compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor, looking uncomfortable and out of place. His robes were immaculate as always, but something in his posture had changed, less arrogant, more uncertain. Potter, he said. Then, with visible effort, Stark. Malfoy. Can I help you? Draco stopped, seemed to struggle with something, then forced the words out. What you did. In the chamber. Facing that thing. It was. He trailed off. Terrifying. Stupid. Both. Brave. The word seemed to cost Draco something. It was brave. And I wanted you to know that some of us, he shook his head. Never mind. This was a mistake. He started to turn away. Malfoy. Harry's voice stopped him. During the evacuation. You helped those second years when the corridor collapsed. Neville told me. I didn't, you did. You could have saved yourself, but you went back for them. Harry met Draco's eyes. That was brave too. Silence stretched between them. Two boys who had been enemies, were still enemies in some ways, but who had both faced something larger than their rivalry and come through changed. I'm not going to be your friend, Draco said finally. I'm not asking you to be. But, he hesitated. If you need help. Against the Dark Lord. My father supports him, but I saw what that thing in the chamber was like. What it would have done to all of us, pureblood and muggleborn alike. His jaw tightened. I won't help him bring something like that into the world. Whatever it costs. That's good to know. Draco nodded once, sharply, and walked away. The compartment door closed behind him. Did Draco Malfoy just offer to help us fight Voldemort? Ron asked incredulously. I think he offered to not actively help Voldemort, which is different. But it's a start. Harry leaned back against the seat. People can surprise you. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos as always, families reuniting, trunks being loaded onto trolleys, owls hooting indignantly at the commotion. Harry emerged from the barrier to find Tony waiting, wearing jeans and a band t-shirt and looking incredibly out of place among the robed wizards. Kid. Tony pulled him into a hug. Good to see you vertical. Good to be vertical. Harry hugged him back, breathing in the familiar scent of motor oil and coffee. How's the tower? Standing. Mostly. Jarvis has been lonely without you, keeps asking when you're coming home to run diagnostics with him. Tony released him, looked him over with calculating eyes. You look good. Better than I expected. I feel good. Better than I expected. Harry glanced back at the barrier as Ron and Hermione emerged, their families closing in around them. It's been a year. One hell of a year. Yeah. Harry smiled. But I think next year's going to be worse. That's the spirit. Optimism. Tony threw an arm around his shoulders. Come on. Let's go home. We can plan the apocalypse after dinner. They walked toward the barrier together, father and son, leaving the magical platform behind. Ahead, New York waited, and beyond it, whatever challenges the future held. Voldemort was still out there. The Archon was still watching. 2 Horcruxes remained, and the final confrontation was inevitable. But Harry had power now. Purpose. People who loved him. And come what may, that would be enough. That night, Harry stood on the roof of Stark Tower. The city spread below him in rivers of light, millions of lives flowing through the darkness. Above, stars wheeled through the sky, the same stars that had watched over the Archon's imprisonment and the Founders building in every moment of human history. The arc reactor hummed against his chest. The Archon's presence pulsed at the back of his mind. And somewhere in the space between, Harry Stark, wizard, engineer, bridge between worlds, existed as something unprecedented. His phone buzzed. A message from Hermione, made it home. Already miss you. See you in 2 weeks. He typed back, counting the days. Another message, from Ron, Mom says thank you for the chocolate. Also, Fred and George want to know if you can teach them how to make exploding runes. Tell them I'll consider it. After they promise not to use them on Filch. A laugh escaped him, real, genuine, surprising. After everything, he could still laugh. Still feel joy. Still be human, despite everything that had tried to make him otherwise. Tony appeared on the roof behind him, 2 cups of coffee in hand. Can't sleep. Don't want to. Not yet. Harry accepted the coffee. I keep thinking about what comes next. Voldemort. The remaining Horcruxes. The Archon's new arrangement. There's so much to do. There always is. Tony settled into a chair beside him. That's the thing about being a hero. The work never ends. There's always another crisis, another threat, another impossible problem that needs solving. Is that supposed to be encouraging? It's supposed to be honest. You've chosen a hard path, kid. Harder than most people will ever understand. But, Tony paused, looking out at the city. You've also got something most heroes don't. A family that knows what you're going through. Resources to support you. Friends who've already proven they'll follow you into darkness. That makes a difference. All the difference in the world. Tony met his eyes. I spent years trying to do this alone. Keeping secrets, carrying burdens, pretending I didn't need anyone. It nearly destroyed me. You're smarter than I was. You let people in. Harry thought about Ron and Hermione. About Neville and the Weasley twins and even Draco, in his way. About the Archon itself, which had become something like a partner despite everything. I had good teachers, he said. Damn right you did. Tony raised his coffee cup. To the future. Whatever it brings. To the future. They drank in comfortable silence as the city glowed beneath them and the stars turned overhead. Tomorrow, the work would begin again. Tomorrow, Harry would start planning the assault on the remaining Horcruxes, the inevitable confrontation with Voldemort, the uncertain future of his relationship with the Archon. Tomorrow, the wait would return. But tonight, he was home. He was safe. He was loved. And that was more than enough. Epilogue: 3 weeks later the workshop was chaos. Harry's notes covered every available surface, equations and rune diagrams and theoretical frameworks for magical technological integration. Holographic displays floated at eye level, showing data from a dozen different research tracks. And at the center of it all, the Arcana Mark VII was taking shape. This suit would be different from its predecessors. The earlier versions had been tools, sophisticated, powerful, but ultimately separate from Harry himself. The Mark VII would be something closer to an extension of his body. The rune work was designed to respond to his thoughts directly, without the intermediary of verbal commands or gesture controls. The power systems drew not just from the arc reactor but from Harry's own magical core, creating a feedback loop that would grow stronger with use. And, carefully, cautiously, it incorporated elements of the Archon's new arrangement. The entity's power flowed through the magical world like blood through veins. By tapping into that flow, not drawing from the Archon itself, but from the ambient energy it generated, Harry could access resources beyond anything he'd managed before. "You're playing with fire," Tony observed, watching the construction from his own workstation. "I'm using fire. There's a difference." Harry made a careful adjustment to the rune array on the suit's chest plate. "The Archon is part of our world now, like it or not. Its power is going to flow into wizards, into magical creatures, into everything. If I can learn to work with that flow instead of against it, you become more powerful than anyone else who's trying to do the same thing." "Yeah, I get the strategy." Tony shook his head. "I just worry about what happens when the entity decides it doesn't like being used this way. Then I'll deal with it." "Same as always." Harry stepped back, surveying his work. The Mark VII wasn't finished, wouldn't be for weeks yet, but the foundation was solid. When it was complete, it would be the most advanced fusion of magic and technology ever created. And he would need every advantage it provided for what was coming. "The diadem is still at Hogwarts," he said. "Hidden in the Room of Requirement. I need to go back for it before Voldemort realizes what I've been doing." "And Nagini?" "She stays close to Voldemort. I can't destroy her without facing him directly." Harry's jaw tightened. "Which means the diadem has to be first. Remove that Horcrux, and he becomes slightly more vulnerable." "Slightly. It adds up. 4 Horcruxes down, 2 to go. Each one weakens him a little more." Harry met his father's eyes. "I can do this, Dad. I can end him." "I know you can." Tony crossed to him, put a hand on his shoulder. "I just want to make sure you survive the ending." "I will." Harry covered his father's hand with his own. "I've got too much to live for." A smile crossed Tony's face. "Sentimental. I like it. Don't get used to it. Too late." Tony squeezed his shoulder once, then stepped back. "All right. Walk me through the power distribution array again. I think there's an efficiency improvement we're missing." They worked into the night, father and son, building weapons for a war that had already begun. Outside, the city glowed with ordinary light, ordinary lives, ordinary problems that seemed impossibly small compared to ancient entities and dark lords. But that was what they were fighting for, wasn't it? The ordinary. The everyday. The right of every person to live without ancient powers deciding their fate. Harry thought about that as he worked. Thought about the Archon, once the source of all magic, now a servant of the magical world. Thought about Voldemort, who had torn his soul apart seeking immortality and achieved only isolation. Thought about himself, a bridge between worlds, belonging fully to neither but connected to both. He thought about Hermione, brilliant and fierce. About Ron, loyal and brave. About Tony, who had saved him from a cupboard and turned him into something unprecedented. And he thought about the future, uncertain, dangerous, full of challenges he couldn't yet imagine. He was ready for it. Whatever came next, whatever battles waited, whatever sacrifices were required, he was ready. Harry James Stark. The boy who lived. The Iron Mage. Something new. Something better. Something that shouldn't have been possible, but was. And this was only the beginning.